Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Dirty Angels, a reverse harem paranormal romance by May Dawson, narrated by Stephanie Rose. 1. Jacob carried my twin sister easily into the house. Her face, so much like my own, bumped against his shoulder as he crossed the threshold, and he leaned back slightly to make sure her head was secure. His movements became even more slow and careful. Levi went with him, just a step behind and to his right, carrying the ventilator that kept her breathing. Riker rested his hand on my shoulder.
"Come on. We've got furniture to move."
Together, the two of us went back out onto the porch. The hot air of the Virginia afternoon felt so thick and languid and humid, I could barely draw it into my lungs. I'd expected to fight the company, who had my sister's body and her soul imprisoned, to rescue her. Then Nimshi stole her away from the company and delivered her to us. Sorry for all the trouble, sweetheart. It felt too easy. That must be why I felt unsettled, unhappy, despite getting the thing I'd wanted the most. Oh, Nimshi, my enemy, my fated love, the man who had tortured me in the demon's case, the man who had killed to save me, even though it meant all of hell was his enemy now, the half-brother of the boys I loved, the half-demon. I didn't know what to make of him.
"Don't let this gift fool you."
Riker didn't look back when he spoke. He crossed the ramp to the trailer, which he'd backed up to the porch. The ramp had slammed the front porch with a force that seemed like it would splinter the whitewashed floorboards. But the boys, who loved the house where they had been raised so much, had been too fixed on taking care of my sister to notice. That kept me from snapping Riker's head off. Riker's feet rang out on the metal ramp as he crossed it into the trailer. He pulled up the chocks under the wheels of the hospital bed.
"You going to help me, Firestarter?"
"Yeah, of course." The ramp vibrated under my feet when I ran across.
"Make sure I don't run into anything."
He nodded to me to stay at the front of the bed. "So, same hopeless chores as when you're driving the car?" It wasn't my best glib remark, but I had to try. I was still reeling about my sister. Having her here didn't feel real. It didn't feel like the victory I had expected. And I'm not letting the gift fool me, but I'm allowed to be happy about having my sister home. I realized, a second after I spoke, that I had just called this house home. I glanced up at Riker, but his face was intent as he focused on steering the bed through the front door. Given how I was coming to love the view of the pines from the deck, the warmth and banter of our breakfasts in the kitchen, the way the sun fell in golden beams across the floorboards as I woke up in the boys' rooms, it was no wonder this place already felt like home.
"It doesn't change anything,"
Riker said.
"Except now the company doesn't have any power over us."
"It might change things." I pushed the foot of the empty bed, steering us into the unused formal living room. The curtained French doors to the room, which were never usually closed, would give Ash some privacy. And those doors would give me some privacy. For months, I had thought my sister was dead and buried, and then the company had given me hope that she could be brought back to life. That hope had been a flimsy thing. I couldn't trust Dr. Parrish. But now, my sister was here. Unlike the version of herself I'd seen come back from the far, she was thin and wan, her muscles withered. But she was real. My hope was real. And I felt like I was about to fall apart when I should have been happiest. I didn't want the boys to see me as a snotty mess. Riker and I pushed the bed against the wall. Jacob nestled my sister into the sheets. Levi sent the ventilator down, and then immediately knelt to plug in the cord. I breathed a sigh of relief once the adapter light lit up on the battery. If the ventilator died, so would my sister. My boys were pretty good at patching each other up, but this was beyond their skill set.
"I'm calling Nash,"
Riker said, already pulling his cell phone out of his pocket.
"We need medical backup."
Riker leaned against the wide windows at the far side of the room, the ones that overlooked the lawn, doing his J. Crew pose as he dialed. Levi stood on one side of me and Jacob on the other. Jacob's broad bicep brushed against my arm. I breathed in his spicy cologne and the sense of clarity that always washed over me when he was near. The three of us stared at Ash, whose chest rose and fell regularly. Ash would have hated how awkward this moment was. Ash would be furious that they put her in that ugly hospital gown, I said. Green was never her color. Levi settled an arm around my shoulders, pulling me into his side, and I slipped my arm around his hard waist. He rested his chin on top of my head.
What do you need from us?
Nothing. I tried to smile, but I wasn't sure it was convincing. You have been amazing. I just need some time.
Okay.
Levi pressed a quick kiss to the top of my head, gave me a squeeze. As always, when I was near him, a little bit of my tension ebbed away. Levi gestured Riker out of the room. Jacob hesitated, his bright golden eyes on me, and then turned to go. I heard the doors close behind us. Hey, Ash, I said softly. My voice had barely been a whisper, but it seemed too loud in the room. Her eyes were closed, her face still. I felt silly talking to her when she couldn't hear or answer. I glanced away. Through the windows that looked out over the long front yard, I could see clouds beginning to crowd the pines. The clouds were ringed with golden light, although they hid the sun. Soon, it would be nighttime, and even though I knew Ash wasn't in this room with me, I didn't want to leave her to eat dinner or sleep upstairs. I couldn't shake the feeling that she would be lonely. There was a quick tap on the glass. I looked up, expecting one of the boys, but it was Olivia who slipped into the room. She wound a strand of her bouncy red curls around her fingers as if she were nervous. My brothers are on their way, she said. They're all first responders. They'll know enough to help us take care of Ashley. Ash, I said. Ash, she repeated. Why are they all first responders? Because being hunters wasn't enough of an adrenaline rush? She shook her head, as if she didn't approve. Riker and Levi, they've always crisscrossed the country, like their mom, looking for trouble. My brothers, they're strictly Southern boys. They stay here and they take care of any trouble that comes up. What kind of trouble comes up? Geists and werewolves. And because hunter business is slow around here, and they have bills to pay, they all have real jobs. What about you? I was always curious about Olivia. She was still my #1 candidate for best friendship, even if she didn't seem to like me that much. Do you have a job? She chewed on her lower lip, still tangling that curl around her fingers. Her eyes were fixed somewhere over my right shoulder. I freelance. I nodded. Olivia was a great hacker, and I was glad she was on our side, even though she lost me when she slipped into technobabble. Levi gave me the credit cards and stuff. Thanks. No problem. She still didn't meet my eyes. I glanced behind me, because the way she was staring at nothing made my spine itch. I couldn't help feeling like something was behind me, something that was about to murder me. But when I turned, there was nothing there. Just a hutch with Wendy's china. Who knew hunters needed china? And a navy blue love seat. I met her eyes evenly, or tried to. She glanced down at the floor. Is there something wrong? I asked her bluntly. I didn't have a lot of emotional energy left to be tactful. No, she said. No? Because the way you keep staring into space makes me feel like there's a serial killer ghost that only you can see. I took a step back away from the hutch, running my fingers through my long, dark hair. She smiled slightly. No ghost. I wouldn't let you get murdered on my watch, E. Some of my tension ebbed away. I wouldn't expect any kind of nickname from Olivia, even if it was just an initial. What's wrong? I asked again. Riker's grilling, she said. Making dinner for everyone tonight. That's not a problem, I said. He's a good cook. I know that, she said. She'd probably had a lot more dinners here than I had, when it came down to it. The guys said they pretty much grew up with Olivia and her brothers, who had been homeschooled too. Okay, I said. She didn't want to tell me anything, and I couldn't beat it out of her. It was time to give up. And yet, strangely enough, the quick flash through my brain that imagined something I would never do, smacking Olivia into the wall and demanding to know her secrets, left me imagining other secrets I could unearth. I wondered if she'd ever kissed Jacob. It didn't matter. I knew that. There was something between Jacob and me, something complex, and that wasn't just about the magic linking us. We had seen the worst of each other in the demon's case. It had been a hell of an icebreaker. What had felt like a reckless curse now felt like love. Not that I said cheesy nonsense like that to Jacob. "Is that all you came in here to tell me?" I asked. "Your brothers are coming for dinner and Riker threw on the brats?" "They're not coming for dinner," she said stiffly. "They're coming to make sure Ash is okay while we figure everything out." "Figure everything out like if we're going to pull the plug on my sister?" "It's not that simple," she said. "Yeah, no kidding." I thought Olivia understood me, and something in me gave a little. I really could use a friend. I tried to make my lips curl up into a smile, even though it felt impossible to smile while I hovered over my sister. "Do you think you could help me? Get her new clothes? I don't want to leave her, but she would be so annoyed by this shoddy General Hospital outfit." She finally glanced at my sister and the strip of paper-thin blue gown that showed above the quilt. Ash had looked so cold in the back of that truck to me. The sheets and gown were so flimsy. I had said as much to Levi, and he'd headed off to his room, coming back with the quilt his mother had sewn bundled in his arms. "Sure," she said. She headed for the door, and then stopped, her long, rusty curls flicking over her shoulder. "Yale will be able to tell for sure, but I think maybe there's more than medicine keeping her alive. Maybe magic, too." I stared after her as she turned and fled for the door. To me, it was impossible to give up on my sister without trying to revive her. Her soul was in the far. Her body was here, and all we had to do was reunite the two. The hunters all thought this was far too dangerous. Demons liked to hitch rides on human souls, and demons in our world were a nightmare. They thought it was better to let Ash go. But I knew that if it was one of my boys lost in the far, or me, these brothers would do anything to save the one they loved. If I weren't the Lilith, and they weren't my angels, there would have been no chance of saving my sister. I would have had to grieve her. But I had a chance to fight for her, and I wasn't giving up. No matter who that meant I had to fight. There was a ruckus in the hallway. I followed Olivia out into the warmly lit, honey-floored foyer. 3 big guys were tramping in, all tall with hair in various shades of blonde. Riker, Levi, and Jacob greeted them with boyish hugs, the kind where boys lean in and touch one's shoulder and pound on each other's backs. Their voices were a low grumble of, "Good to see you, man," and "How have you been?" Despite myself, my heart leapt a little. My boys were just so damn cute. Levi glanced over one of the big blonde backs, and his eyes met mine. He slid away from them and threw an arm around me. I leaned into his lean side as he squeezed my shoulders. "Guys, this is Ellis." He said it as if they already knew all about me. I tried to smile back in response to the chorus of greetings. The oldest of Olivia's brothers had 3 days' beard growth across his big jaw, and he wore a state trooper uniform. Levi pointed to him and said, "This is Nash." "Nice to meet you," I nodded back to him. "And Yale." Levi pointed out a tall guy with a mop of blonde curls, and then a short, muscular guy with reddish blonde hair, built like a fireplug with a blue EMS jacket on and a bag slung over his shoulder. "And this is Zane." "Want me to take a look before dinner?" Zane asked. "I'll come with you," Riker said quickly. "I don't need supervision," Zane said, raising a hand, but Riker reached behind him to open the French door. Levi pressed a kiss to the top of my head. His expression was bemused, but he never made a big deal out of Riker being Riker. "You okay?" I squeezed him in a hug instead of answering, breathing in his scent of fresh sawdust, and slid out from underneath his arm. I followed Zane and Riker into Ash's room. Zane seemed far more confident with my sister's fragile body than I was. He checked her IV and the ventilator, and then lifted her slender hand and timed her pulse. Riker stood beside me, his hands in his pockets, so close that our shoulders almost brushed. I glanced up at his handsome, impassive face. His eyes were fixed forward, watching Zane intently. I glanced away again.
How do we take care of her?
Riker asked gruffly.
I'll teach you,
Zane promised. Yale came in then, shaking his blonde curls back from his forehead as he leaned over Ash and then away. Zane and Yale glanced at each other, something unsaid between them. So what's the deal? I asked.
I think there's a spell preserving her.
Yale's voice was deeper than I had expected, husky and rough.
Olivia wasn't wrong.
Strung together, those were 3 of my least favorite words on the planet.
We'll figure out how to break the spell,
Riker said.
We always do.
It doesn't matter, I said. Mr. Joseph doesn't have her anymore. She's free in the far.
That's not good enough,
Riker said. To Yale and Zane, he asked.
What's the spell doing, anyway, if she still needs a machine to keep her heart beating?
I knew it was true, but it still sounded harsh. I glanced away out the windows, but they reflected the 5 of us since night had fallen. My sister in her hospital bed, the boys around her, and me, standing back, with my arms crossed over my chest, my face wan and tired. I stepped up to the edge of the hospital bed, closer to my sister than the boys were. Yes, I said. What's the spell doing? Yale sighed.
I need time to give you an exact answer to that question. And we have time,
Riker said, glancing toward me.
The company doesn't have Ash. There's a team watching over your mom. For once, we can breathe, Firestarter.
Doesn't feel like it, I said curtly, and then I was embarrassed that I'd spoken so bluntly in front of these men I didn't know yet. I nodded at them, pretending I hadn't just given away so much of how I felt. Thanks for coming.
It's no problem. We'll take shifts coming over, making sure she's cared for, and we're always on call if you need us,
Zane said.
We should get going,
Riker said.
I asked Levi to finish up dinner. Not quite as bad as asking this girl, but...
Normally, I would have been amused by Riker's teasing. Tonight, I turned and walked out of the room without smiling at his joke. In the foyer, I turned, but Zane and Yale were right behind me. Riker wasn't. I'll be right along, I told them. I walked back and found Riker leaning against the edge of the window. He had one ankle crossed over the other, his arms crossed over his muscular chest. What are you doing? I asked him.
What are we doing?
He asked.
You still mad at me?
No. He quirked an eyebrow at me. He always did that so well.
Sure seems like it.
Aren't you still mad at me? He cocked his head to one side, as if he were considering it.
Sure seems like it.
Then why wouldn't I be mad at you?
Because you're the one who's wrong?
Do we really have to do this? I gestured at my sister. It doesn't matter. There are bigger things going on than you and me. He shook his head faintly. What? I asked, my tone coming out flat.
There's always time to fix things, Ellis,
he said, and now his tone wasn't teasing at all.
I just want for you to be okay.
I'm okay, I said.
Nah.
He straightened from the wall, unfolding his legs. He was shorter than Levi and Jacob, but the way he carried himself was full of confidence, like he was 8 feet tall.
You and me, we need each other to be okay.
Fine. You know what? I do want you on my side. Tell me you don't think we should let my sister's body die.
She's not coming back, Ellis. It's time for her to go into heaven. It's cruel to you both to drag out the inevitable.
That word, cruel, felt like a slap. I felt heat rise to my cheeks. She's happy in the far right now. I'm just asking that we try. He continued as if I hadn't spoken.
The far corrupts. It's not as simple as you think it is, to just leave her there wandering around killing geists and getting tattoos, and then you guys can go visit every Friday night and catch up.
I don't think that's what's going to happen.
It's what you hope for,
he said.
It's what I would hope for, too.
Then why the hell aren't you on my side here, if you get it?
I am always on your side.
His eyes widened slightly, as if I'd hurt him, before his jaw set.
Whether you like it or not. I'm on your side.
Doesn't work like that, I said.
You're getting as cantankerous as one of us. But you still don't know a damn thing about this world or the next, Ellis.
That's why I want to be able to count on you to teach me. I turned again and headed out of the room. Over the sound of my shoes on the hardwood, I barely heard him.
God damn it, Ellis,
he said softly.
I'm trying.
2. I stopped in the doorway from the house, struck by the magical scene. The long table crowded with plates of food, the tiny white lights strung over the deck that twinkled against the falling night, and the chatter of old friends getting reacquainted. Nash, Yale, Zane, and Olivia were taking seats across from Levi and Jacob. The air smelled of wood smoke from the grill. The summer night was broken by the sound of their banter as they teased each other back and forth, already beginning to pass plates of watermelon and pasta salad. I felt drawn to their light and noise. At the same time, I had the sudden sense that I didn't quite belong in this magical world of the hunters. Riker touched my lower back gently.
Come sit down, Ellis. It's your house, too.
I glanced up at him, quirking an eyebrow in response to his concerned face and those green eyes that seemed to see too much of me. I thought you said you weren't a mind reader. He touched my jaw with his fingers, just for a second, the gesture fond.
I'm definitely not where you're concerned.
Then how'd you know what I was thinking?
That look on your face, he said, like you wanted to run away. Like you'd rather eat Frosted Flakes in your room than sit down with all of us to a feast.
Wait, we have Frosted Flakes? I loved breakfast cereal. Riker took my hand in his and tugged me toward the deck.
It'll be all right. They're a bunch of hooligans, but they're already your friends. You just have to get to know them. We wouldn't want anyone in our lives who didn't care about you.
How can you say all the wrong things one minute and all the right things the next? I asked bluntly as we crossed the weathered wooden deck to the tables. I'd practically sent him an invitation to make some barbed comment about how he was right about my sister's situation, but his lips quirked up mischievously.
Every now and then, I might hit on the right thing, but don't get your expectations up.
There were 2 empty seats, one at the end of the table and one between Jacob and Levi, so I squeezed Riker's hand in mine to let him know I wasn't rejecting him, and then slipped in between the 2 other boys. Jacob slung his arm around my shoulders casually, hugging me into his side, and my heart stopped at the casual, affectionate gesture. I hadn't expected it from Jacob. I leaned into his warmth, resting my hand on his thigh, feeling the lean muscles even through his jeans.
You need to eat,
Levi said, grabbing a platter of grilled meat from the center of the table. I don't need steak and chicken, I said, laughing, as he tried to pile my plate with enough food for one of these massive hunters. I definitely had an appetite these days, but I was still on the short side of average. For a girl, I was not like these hulking guys who surrounded me. I could feel someone watching me from across the table, and I turned to meet Olivia's eyes. She glanced away quickly, down to her plate, a blush rising in her cheeks. I felt myself blush, too. Jacob was touching me, and I was sure it sucked for her. But goddammit, as much as I wanted to be sensitive to her unrequited crush, I needed Jacob right now. I had 3 men who loved me, and 1 man who understood the worst parts of me, the parts of me that would do anything to save my sister.
So, Ellis,
Zane said,
since you didn't grow up knowing about harems, how much of a shock was that?
And that's a hell of a way to make conversation, Jacob noted. I knew about harems, I said. 1,000 Arabian Nights and sister wives and all that. I didn't expect to have one.
What do you think about it now?
I like it, I said, when none of them are being assholes. So, Zane, why don't you tell me some of your deepest thoughts and secrets?
He doesn't have any,
Yale put in.
I'll tell you Yale's, though,
Zane said.
I'm always willing to compromise.
Levi sighed.
Now they're off and running. Hey,
Nash broke in.
Before you 2 start, I want to hear about the demons case. We have active demon hives just north of us, in D.C. We barely talked about this. Light dinner conversation,
Zane said. Pretty typical dinner conversation, Olivia put in. Unfortunately.
It wouldn't be boring to you if you'd come hunting with us,
Nash said.
For the 100th time,
Yale said.
She really can't.
I would like to, Olivia protested. She'd sounded so sad before when she told me that she couldn't be a hunter because of heart troubles since childhood. I hadn't realized that at least one of her brothers thought that was an excuse. I glanced over at her, feeling sorry for her suddenly, and met her eyes evenly. Solidarity. These hunters were an impossible bunch. She stared back at me for a second, and then glanced away, her messy red curls falling between us.
There was one half-demon,
Jacob said. He eased away from me, letting his arm slip off my shoulders as he sat forward. I wasn't sure if he had done that to save Olivia, or just because hunter business captured his attention.
And some minions. We killed half a dozen. There could be more. He implied there were more in the apartment building,
Riker said.
Maybe minions, maybe vamps. All kinds of fun. We should go burn it down,
Zane said. Levi shook his head.
Yeah, we're not going to risk burning down a whole city block. We'll have to figure out their wards and then clear room by room. He implied,
Yale said.
You got to have a conversation with the half?
A flicker of something crossed over Jacob's face, so quickly that I didn't think anyone else noticed. The half. He was the half, too.
Yeah,
Riker said reluctantly.
And you didn't tear a full breakdown of what's waiting for us in the apartment building out of him? No one invited you yet,
Jacob said. That was the abrasive man I loved.
A big job like that, you're going to need us,
Nash said confidently.
And we haven't teamed up in a while. It'll be like old times. I think we've all had enough nostalgia lately,
Levi said, no doubt thinking about how Jacob's torture had been replayed in vivid moving pictures for us in the demon's case. Nash looked at Levi sharply, as if he were trying to figure out what was wrong. I didn't want to discuss the horrible things we'd seen in the demon's case with these men, no matter how much they were supposed to be on our side. It would only hurt Jacob to hear it all again. I toyed with my fork, but I didn't have much appetite for the smoky barbecued meat and the sides piled on my plate. This whole conversation made me tense. Well, I personally do want to hear some nostalgia, I cut in, suddenly inspired. I didn't know these boys as kids. I was hoping you could tell me something funny about Riker and Levi. Riker groaned, dropping his head dramatically over his plate. The sense of tension in the air seemed to lift. Levi, beneath the table, reached over to squeeze my knee, as if he knew exactly what I was doing. Being Levi, he probably did.
They haven't really changed that much,
Nash said.
Riker's always been a natural ladies' man. Let's not go there,
Riker said.
And Levi's always been the kind-hearted killer type. Like he cried over roadkill once on our way to a hunt. It was someone's dog,
Levi put in, outraged.
And I was 8. And then he killed his first demon.
When you were 8?
I was a badass 3rd grader,
he said, without arrogance. Just a statement of fact.
Except for the tears,
Nash said.
I can still kick your ass,
Levi said, grinning to take some of the threat out of his words, even though he also pushed the sleeves of his flannel shirt up slightly, as if he were willing to give ass-kicking a try right here and now.
I'd pay to see that,
Zane said, grinning.
I'll take you both,
Levi said easily.
2 for 1 special. Now you're just being cocky.
Levi pushed back from the table. Zane groaned.
I wouldn't have eaten all those chips if I'd planned on a fight.
Yale raised his hands as if he were washing them of his brothers.
I just want to eat some ice cream. I'm not looking for a fight tonight. You and me both,
Riker said, pushing back from the table. He headed for the house. His broad shoulders and straight spine seemed to telegraph irritation, and also looked dead sexy, the way his t-shirt clung to his shoulders. But I shouldn't notice that right now. Nash leaned over, whispering to Olivia. His eyes flickered toward Levi, but Levi didn't notice. Zane clapped Levi on the shoulder as the two turned away from the table and headed onto the lawn. Well, at least they were cordial. No one was going to get too badly hurt. Right? Zane planted his feet as he turned, his hand still on Levi's shoulder, with a big grin on his face. His fingers curled around Levi's shoulder just before he socked him in the stomach. I heard Levi's hard breath out. His shoulders curled in slightly as his muscles contracted with the force of the blow, and then he dipped his shoulder down low into Zane's chest. The two of them closed up, throwing punches, looking for the right angle. Nash jumped on Levi's back, his forearm across Levi's throat. Levi glanced back at the guy choking him and then shoved Zane away. Levi threw himself backward hard, almost springing off the ground. Levi slammed hard onto the ground, with Nash pinned underneath him. Zane was already staggering forward, back into the fight. Nash, still pinned under Levi and wincing, locked one wrist over the other, tightening his chokehold. Just as Zane launched himself on top of the pile, Levi twisted to one side, breaking Nash's hold, and rolled out of the way. Zane landed on Nash, and the two of them grunted as they collided. Levi took a step back, grinning, his hands raised as if to call off the fight.
I guess you did eat too many chips. You've got those superpowers, man.
Nash groaned briefly as he started to sit up, but he got his legs under him and rolled up smoothly anyway.
Not like when we were kids and I could kick your ass. So that's what you're nostalgic for, huh?
Levi asked.
A time that never was? A time that will come again,
Nash promised him. Nash and Zane were edging around Levi, trying to get to a place he couldn't see them both at one time. Levi backed away, watching them circle. His tall, leanly powerful body moved with athletic grace. It always amazed me to see Levi from a distance, with his long blonde hair and his tattooed muscular arms and his fists at the ready, and to realize just how dangerous he was. He was so gentle with me. I could almost forget that he fought furiously and killed when he felt he had to. Jacob hated demons. Riker was pure fury. But I suddenly had the feeling that if one of my boys killed Nimshi, it would likely be Levi. He would be pragmatic and sorrowful and do whatever it took to protect his family. The thought made me shiver, even in the heat of the summer night. The two boys closed in on Levi at the same time. As soon as they went for him, he picked Nash and went after him, moving lightning fast to close the distance. He hit Nash hard and whirled, already expecting Zane to be right behind him, already punching. Olivia tackled Levi from behind. Still in fluid motion, he barely stumbled at her weight slamming into him. He grabbed her wrist without seeing her and flipped her over his head. I could see his face change when Olivia was in mid-air, realizing that she was too light to be one of the brothers. But it was too late. He'd already released her as she was on her way to the ground. He tried to catch her, going down hard on one knee. Olivia cried out when she hit the ground, all her breath rushing out of her body.
Jesus!
Levi was already scrambling to check on her. Zane came at him from one side, and Levi didn't even glance his way as he shot his leg out and kicked Zane's feet out from under him.
Enough! Olivia, are you okay? What the hell were you thinking? I figured you wouldn't mind if Olivia played along,
Nash said.
2 versus 1, remember?
Levi's jaw was set in anger, but I could see the worry in his eyes as he checked over Olivia. Olivia was already sitting up, though, wincing. Her cheeks were flushed with embarrassment. Sorry, she said in a whisper.
Not really cheating. Adding in Olivia wasn't like adding in another opponent. Maybe 2.1?
Nash teased her. Levi stood and offered Olivia a hand up. He pulled her easily to her feet. She held an arm protectively across her side, as if she'd twisted something when she fell.
Not cool,
Levi told them. Yeah, I said, suddenly furious. I'm pretty sure you're not even 0.1 when it comes to setting up fake checking accounts or hacking through a business's security. I don't know why you think you're so cool. Zane crossed his arms over his chest. At least he had the sense to look embarrassed. Nash met my eyes evenly. There was a smug little smirk written across his face. It made me want to wallow in the memories of Levi punching him in his stupid face. "You can train any idiot to swing a sword or throw a punch," I said, "but none of us can do what Olivia does. Without her, we'd be broke and lost." Olivia glanced away, high color in her cheeks. She turned and walked toward the house. Levi rested his hand on my shoulder briefly. It was a nice show of support when the rest of the guys were staring at me, their mouths hanging slightly open, as if I'd just insulted their mothers.
"I'll go talk to her,"
Levi said. "No, it's okay. I'll go," I said. I found Olivia in the house, flipping through books in the dining room. There was still angry color in her cheeks. "I'm stuck here," she announced, without looking up. "We drove together." "You should take the car," I said. "I'm sure one of the guys can drive your brothers back." She was still paging through a book without looking at it, flipping pages angrily. "Easy on the books," I said, holding out a hand. "That's a monk's finest handiwork there. I especially like how, when he wasn't copying down the sacred text, he was doodling naked couples in imaginative poses in the margins. Makes you wonder about those monasteries, huh?" She set the book down. "I don't need you to fight my battles for me, Alice." "Oh," I said. "Well, I wasn't." "That's just how hunters are," she said. "They have to be cocky. They have to be proud of themselves for swinging those swords and making it look easy. They don't need to be dicks about it," I interrupted. "I grew up with it," she said. "I don't care. Until you make it embarrassing." "I'm sorry," I said. "I was just trying to help." She finally turned to me, her amber eyes blazing with anger. "Look around, Alice. You aren't helping. You're making everything around you worse." She turned on her heel and strode out. "Fine," I said, which was a terrible comeback. It didn't even make sense. The front door slammed shut. I went to the window, curious to see if she would actually take the car and drive off like I'd suggested, like her brothers deserved. But Olivia climbed into the back seat and waited for them. Her one little rebellion was slamming the car door shut before she sat there in the overheated darkness of a Virginia summer night. "Ugh," I said out loud. "Olivia, how come I'm the one who isn't pushing you around, and I'm the only one you'll tell off?" That would have made a better comeback. Too bad it was 2 minutes too late. 3. After dinner, I checked in on Ash and then went up to take a shower. I felt exhausted from the day, and I was still sore and bruised from being shackled in a demon's case. I'd healed the worst of Jacob's wounds, but I had asked him not to touch mine, because I didn't want to steal away any of the energy he so desperately needed. Purple-black bruises circled my wrists and ankles. I leaned against the shower wall, letting hot water cascade through my hair. I wished Jacob or Levi or hell, Riker, would push aside the shower curtain and join me. But I'd told them I wanted time to myself, and, damn it, they weren't mind readers. I decided to soak to try and ease the tension in my shoulders. I plugged in the stopper and turned the water to a bath, as hot as I could stand it. When I was soaking in the tub, there was a quick tap at the bathroom door. I jumped, losing my footing on the slick floor of the tub, and went under the water for a second. I sat up abruptly, spitting water out, and I leaned out of the tub with my eyes squeezed shut. "Yeah?"
"It's me,"
Levi said through the door.
"Just checking on you."
I grinned despite my sore mood. "You're just checking on me while I'm in the bath?"
From the sound of splashing and thrashing in there, my instincts might not be wrong.
His voice was low and rich and sexy. "Come in here." I floated the washcloth to discreetly cover certain parts of me and crossed my arms to cover the rest. Then, lamely, I added, "I can barely hear you through the door." "Smooth, Alice, smooth." There was a second's hesitation, and then I heard the knob turn. I waited expectantly as Levi leaned in the bathroom door, his blonde hair swinging across his broad shoulders. His flannel shirt clung over his shoulders and pecs and the width of his powerful biceps, and then hung loose over his narrow waist. His dark-washed jeans fit his leanly muscled thighs, hanging low on his narrow hips. He looked a little bit like a cowboy in his current plaid flannel, like the sexiest damn cowboy I'd ever seen. His eyes widened slightly at the sight of me, his lips curling up as he took me in. He leaned against the bathroom counter, crossing his arms over his chest.
"Your hair's all wet."
"I'm going to wash it."
"Oh, I see."
He nodded.
"It's not wet because you almost drowned in the tub or anything."
I started to sit up indignantly, and one bare foot slipped on the slick bottom of the tub again. I caught myself with my chin just above the edge of the water, my hands reaching out to slap the sides of the tub. I frowned as his lips arched up involuntarily, his chest heaving with suppressed laughter. "This tub is exceptionally slick," I said. "You need some of those grippy rubber ducky things or something."
"I'll add it to the shopping list on the fridge,"
he promised. I thought of the teasing breakfast conversations that would lead to. "It's all right. I'll buy you some."
"I don't usually take baths," he said. "I wouldn't have known that bathtub was such a drowning hazard."
"You should try it. It's very relaxing." His eyes fell on my breasts, since, damn it, I'd lost all cover while trying to save myself. And then he glanced away.
"I'll see if there's a bubble bath."
That was my one complaint. No bubble bath. Actually, my one complaint had been a lack of handsome company, but now that Levi was in the bathroom with me, I had no idea how to get him into the tub. I just felt lonely and tired, and I wanted the comfort of his body. I knew if I could tell Levi that, he would happily oblige me. Levi seemed like he would do almost anything for me, but I felt silly. He rifled through the linen closet to one side of the sink. I watched the way his body moved, the way his jeans fit his muscular ass. I let my head fall back on the side of the tub, trying to look relaxed, when my heart was racing. I wanted to play it cool around Levi right now, but I was distinctly lacking in the play it cool department. Levi knelt next to the tub and turned the water back on. The rush of hot water filled my ears as he poured bubble bath into the tub. Fluffy white bubbles began to build up around my toes. Toe bubbles didn't do much for my modesty, though. He began to turn up the sleeves of his shirt, revealing muscular forearms. "Thank you," I said primly, even though I knew I hardly looked prim now. He nodded and leaned forward, putting his hand in the tub. My breath caught in my throat. His fingers brushed over my calves, but all he was doing was pushing the bubbles up to the top of the tub. I scooped some bubbles up to cover my breasts. He grinned slightly.
"It doesn't make you less distracting. I know they're there."
"You're very gallant." He was making a truly valiant effort not to stare, even though I had felt the appreciation in his dark blue eyes when they briefly swept over my body.
"I try to be a gentleman."
"Don't be too much of one." As soon as the words were out of my mouth, I bit down on my lip. Saucy Ellis. A step too fucking far, probably. He grinned.
"Do you want me to wash your hair?"
Desperately. I nodded. He turned his sleeves up one more turn, over his elbows. God, he was so sexy.
"I wouldn't want you to drown trying,"
he said matter-of-factly, squirting citrus-scented shampoo from the bottle into his palm. Sexy. And still an Alexander brother. So kind of a jackass. He ran his fingers through my hair, running slick shampoo over all the strands. His gentle tugs at my scalp traveled straight down my spine. I shivered with desire as his fingers began to massage my scalp.
"Lean forward,"
he said, resting his hand on the back of my naked neck.
"I need to rinse your hair out."
His fingers swept down my spine, sending tingles through my body as I sat forward. Then warm water ran through my hair, followed by his gentle fingers stroking over my scalp.
"I just soaked the bath mat," he said. "It's hard from this angle."
I crooked an eye at the bath mat, which looked awfully dry. "Maybe you should get in the tub."
"It would be the most practical thing."
He stood, unbuttoning his shirt slowly. I stared at him. Forget play it cool. I didn't want to miss this. He wore a t-shirt under his button-down, and I sighed out loud with disappointment. He grinned, pulling his t-shirt slowly over his head, exposing the narrow hips that I longed to hook my fingers around and pull toward me. His hard-muscled abs gave way to broad pecs. He slung his t-shirt onto the floor. I was desperate to get this man into the tub with me, but I didn't want to leave the warmth of the water, so I watched as he undid his belt, unbuttoned his jeans, and stepped out of his jeans and boxers. His cock rose, long and hard, bobbing in front of his rock-hard abs. "You are distracted," I noted. He shook his head before stepping into the tub behind me, and I scooted forward so there was space for him.
"I'm 100% focused on the only thing that matters."
"Oh, yeah?" I leaned back into his arms, my head pillowed on his hard shoulder as he wrapped his arms around me. "What's that? Hunting demons?"
"You,"
he said simply. He swept my wet hair up on top of my head, making it into a messy bun, and pressed a kiss to the side of my throat. My head fell to one side, welcoming his lips as they traced their way down my neck and shoulder. "I still have to condition my hair."
"My brothers would point out that I know all about maintaining girl hair,"
he said. "I like your hair." I looked back at him, reaching out to run my fingers through his long, blonde strands. "Ignore the haters." One of his arms slid around my waist, his hand resting possessively on my lower abs. I shivered again with longing for him, wishing his fingers would slide lower. Instead, he reached up and caught my wrist in his, as if he'd just noticed the bruises. He drew my wrist in front of his eyes. I felt his troubled gaze and twisted to meet his eyes. His big jaw worked once, as if he were furious someone had hurt me, but his dark-lashed blue eyes were tender.
"Let me heal you,"
he said. "I don't want to take too much of your energy."
"You can always have anything I have to give."
He pressed a kiss to my bruises, which sent the faintest tingle of pleasure-pain down to my core.
"You don't have to stay hurting, sweet girl. That's why you have us."
"I know," I said, but it rang hollow, even in my ears, when I was fighting with Riker because we couldn't find a way to work together. But I shook those thoughts away. Right now, all I wanted was to lose myself in him. He shifted, holding my waist against his, with that hard-muscled arm. I could feel his cock press against my ass for a second, sending another urgent thrum of desire through my body. He pushed me gently away. I rolled over to lean against the opposite side of the tub. Levi leaned over me, taking my wrists in his. His thumbs stroked over the tender bruises and sent warmth and lust coursing through my body. His chiseled waist leaned between my parted thighs. His powerful arms braced on either side of the tub so that his body hovered above mine without touching me. His lips met mine. His kiss was sure, nothing tentative about it, and I kissed him back hard. My breasts arched against his pecs in desire. He took my wrists in one hand and held them pinned above my head on the cool edge of the bathtub. He kissed my naked chest, the side of my breast, the edge of my nipple. My legs tightened around him, holding him there against my body. His lips against my breast made me long for him to take my nipple into his mouth, but he kissed his way back up my breasts. I felt his mouth on my throat, kissing me, drawing my skin into his mouth. His breath against my damp skin made me writhe against his touch, wanting him desperately. I grinned at the combined tingle of pleasure and pain as his mouth worked against my throat. "Levi Alexander," I said, Are you giving me a hickey? He nipped my neck playfully and then sat back slightly, examining his handiwork with a self-satisfied expression.
Mine.
And now everyone will know it. I shook my head at him, mock disapprovingly, and tried to pull my hands away to feel the faint bruise. But he was still holding my wrists above my head. I let my head fall back, my hair skimming the bubbles, to look pointedly at my pinioned hands. You take away one set of bruises to add more? Doesn't seem very practical.
Some bruises are better than others,
he said. His shoulder was near mine, thick with muscle and faintly freckled and entirely delicious-looking. I kissed his shoulder before I nipped him teasingly, my teeth scraping over his tanned skin. He ran the fingers of his free hand over my waist, then between my thighs. I gasped, letting go of his shoulder. I could feel his grin as he turned his face into my neck, kissing me gently again, as his fingers delved between my thighs. His thumb slid over my core and then settled against my clit, moving in sure, firm circles. My back arched, pushing my breasts against him. His hand moved rhythmically, bringing me to the verge of orgasm, a building pressure for him. I needed all of him. I rocked my hips up, searching for more. But he was merciless, continuing his mission as my body flushed hot. The bath was suddenly far too steamy hot. My muscles tightened around him, my back arching, my muscles all tightening as my pleasure grew so strong it bordered unbearable. My toes curled against the slick bottom of the tub. Then his thumb brushed over my clit one final time. I shuddered, gasping, my body trembling under his touch. His hand withdrew, and he kissed me tenderly, his lips on the corner of my mouth as I breathed heavily, trying to catch my breath, my chest fluttering under his. "Don't you want?" I asked when I could breathe.
Of course I do.
He kissed my cheek, his touch tender.
But I also want to give you what you want, what you need. Not everything needs to be a swap, Ellis. That's not how it works when people love each other.
I fell back against the edge of the tub, raising an eyebrow at this boy who still held my wrists possessively in one hand. This was a new side of Levi, this gently dominant man who held me down as he pleasured me. Did you really just give me a mind-blowing orgasm and a life lesson all rolled into one? I asked tartly.
Well, if you have to deliver a sermon, I guess.
He pressed his lips to my shoulder again, then sat back, finally releasing my hands. I sat up, feeling cool with the expanse of air between us. You should be a preacher, I said fervently. He grinned in surprise. I moved toward him, straddling his hips, pushing the bubbles out of my way. I have a message, too, I said, taking his cock in my hand. 4. In the end, I couldn't stand the idea of sleeping and leaving my sister unguarded down on the first floor. I'd lost her for so long already. There were still people out there who would tear her away to force me into serving them. I took Ash's thin hand in mine, examining her pale arms. It still seemed strange to me that my sister's arms were muscular and tattooed in the far. She looked every bit the hunter there. But here, there was no mark of who she had become in spirit. Her arms were slender, without muscle or much fat at all. She had wasted away in the company's care, kept alive, but a shell. A shell. I wanted to believe she was a shell waiting for her spirit to return. The door creaked open, and Jacob hesitated in the doorway.
Zane's going to stay the night to monitor her.
Okay. I felt weird having Zane help us, help me in such an intimate way, but I also needed someone to help Ash. I would have to live with the weird. Jacob carried in the pajamas I'd picked up during my shopping trip with Levi and hadn't even managed to wear yet. I quirked an eyebrow at him. Why do you have my PJs?
For one thing,
he said, shaking out the purple-striped sleep pants.
These aren't nearly cute enough for you to wear to bed."
"They're adorable. Look, they say, I make my own magic. They're perfect for me."
"Magic's been around since the dawn of time," he said. "It's not something Ellis Landon discovered on her own."
"You're doing that flat angel fortune cookie thing."
"If you must wear clothes to bed, I was thinking something less substantial and more lacy. Anyway, Nash was dragging Olivia out the door, and she told me that she was supposed to help you with something. So I said I would."
Had Olivia told a crowd that I wanted my sister dressed in something beside a hospital gown? Or had she tugged Jacob's wrist so he would bend forward, his lips close to her neck, so she could whisper in his ear? Either way, I felt a spark of irritation.
"Do you mind if I help?"
Jacob asked. "No, of course not," I said. "I don't know how to do this."
"We can unscrew her IV from the hep lock,"
Jacob told me. "How do you know this?"
"I do a lot of first aiding for those idiot brothers of mine," he said. "Wouldn't be the first IV I've connected. Part of our life."
He helped me ease Ash up so I could untie the strings to her hospital gown. He knelt on the bed beside her, his movements slow and gentle, unlike his usual brusque nature. "I don't know what to make of your friends," I said.
"They're not really my friends," he said.
He half shrugged.
"I haven't known them very long. I've been focused on getting to know Riker and Levi. They're a close-knit group, and it's..."
"Overwhelming?" I suggested, thinking of the banter and ruckus of dinner.
"Annoying, I was going to say, but maybe, yeah, overwhelming too."
I tugged her shirt down and back to cover her knobby spine. He settled her gently into the pillows. Without discussing it, we moved to the foot of the bed together, each taking a leg to ease her pants over her narrow ankles. I would never have expected him to take on this humble task without comment. I bit down on my lip. I wanted to say thank you, but I knew he wouldn't want my gratitude. "I didn't think you'd want to discuss the demon's case over Bratz and Michelob." The tiniest hint of a smile played around his lips.
"How insightful of you, Princess."
"At dinner," I clarified, since I wanted to know how he was doing now that we were loose. With Ash dressed, I pulled the quilt back over her legs, tucking her in. She looked more like herself now, dressed in normal clothes, even though her cheekbones still stood out sharply. I brushed her hair back from her face with my hand, trying to make sure she was comfortable, and stepped back.
"Eva,"
he said firmly. I pulled a face. I intended to ignore that edict as soon as he issued it. "How are you doing?"
"Good. I thought the chicken was a little dry, but I'm still in a good mood."
"You know what I mean."
"And you know exactly what I mean, Ellis."
I pursed my lips at him. He leaned over and kissed me, a quick peck on my lips that seemed so sweet, and in contrast to the negligee ambitions he had for me.
"I didn't change in the demon's case, Ellis," he said. "I'm still the same grumpy asshole who doesn't talk about his feelings I was before."
"You didn't have to change," I said. "But things did change. Didn't they?" He wrapped his arms around me, resting his chin on top of my head.
"Yeah, things definitely changed."
"I want you to talk about your feelings with me," I said firmly. "And with a licensed therapist."
"Never going to happen," he said. "On the therapist, that is. I don't think there are any prepared for my story. But I'll try with you."
He sounded doubtful. I looked up into his hypnotic golden eyes. "I'm a very good listener."
"That's not the problem."
But he said it lightly, and then kissed the top of my head. There was throat clearing at the door.
"Just me,"
Levi said, dragging in a mattress.
"I thought you might want to sleep in here, Ellis."
"You don't need to go through all that trouble," I said.
"I knew you'd say that."
Levi's lips quirked up, a smile playing around the corners of his handsome mouth.
"That's why I didn't ask. Unless you want to sleep in your own bed."
I shook my head. "It feels weird to leave her."
"We can sleep in the corner, out of Zane's way when he comes in to check on Ash,"
Levi said, dragging the mattress to the far side of the room.
"We?"
Jacob asked. The mattress flopped noisily to the floor. Levi said,
We, if that's what you want.
It is. Jacob shook his head.
Freaking princess here wants her servants at her beck and call all night long.
But he said it without venom. Yep, I said. Go get me some pillows, peasant. Instead, Jacob tossed me over his shoulder, carrying me over to the new bed. He deposited me unceremoniously on the mattress. I bounced across it, feeling light and happy again. I found myself grinning. Levi sprawled on the bed beside me. He threw a cozy blanket over my head, only to tackle me around the middle, tickling my sides. I squirmed and tried to buck Levi off. I threw the blanket at him and then made an attempt to capture his grinning face. His long hair was mussed, hanging around those broad shoulders that I grabbed after. But he moved too damn fast.
Here's your pillow,
Jacob said, just before something big and soft clocked me in the back of the head. I started to turn, but he was already throwing himself on the bed beside me, his arm tight around my waist. I pushed my butt back into him, trying to shove him off the mattress. I put my feet into Levi's leanly muscled stomach to try to hold him off. Levi grabbed one foot and began to tickle me, his long fingers half caressing and half tickling. His thumbs rubbed the ball of my foot. I felt unexpected sparks of desire. He fooled me into relaxing before he resumed running his fingertips lightly down my sole. I squirmed away. I just barely caught the movement at the door. Riker stopped in the doorway and then turned to leave, as if he felt like he wouldn't be welcome in this rare, playful moment. Not fair, I said, yanking my feet away from Levi. You two aren't ticklish.
I'm pretty sure Levi still is,
Jacob said.
When we were kids, you couldn't get anywhere near his armpits without him beginning to giggle. Didn't even have to touch him.
I'm getting a whole new picture of Levi, I said teasingly. Crying about dogs? Ticklish?
Who doesn't get sad about a dog dying?
Levi asked.
I'm a demon killer, not a psychopath.
Jacob pulled me against the warm, hard length of his body. His tickling fingers sweeping up my side accidentally brushed against my breast. A thrum of lust hummed through my body. Just like in the tub, I had absolutely no idea how to deal with this situation, as fun as it was. I'll be right back. I sat up, gently disentangling myself from Jacob. I'm going to get the quilt off my bed. But my mission wasn't the quilt. I crossed the house, which was now dark and quiet. There were dishes still piled in the kitchen sink. The faint glow from the dying fire in the fireplace was the only light, beside the moonlight streaming silver into the expansive living room. I went up the stairs, and my heart rose in my throat. Nerves. It was funny that I knew these boys loved me, and yet I could still get so nervous around them. The door to Riker's room was closed. I hesitated, because I'd never felt like I had to knock before. Riker's room had felt like my own room, even though the boys had offered me a guest room from day one. I could always feel him when he was near me, the faint charge of adrenaline that went through my body when he was near, and maybe he could feel me too, because as I stood there hesitating, he opened the door. Riker filled the doorway, tall and leanly muscled, his dark blonde hair spiky. I wouldn't have chosen to stand so close to him. Now that he'd pulled his door open, we were close enough for me to smell his cologne, the way he smelled like fresh grass and soap and wood smoke all at the same time. God, he was the most delicious boy, and something in me gave a little, because his eyes were so deeply green and so serious as they met mine, because his lush lips above that big, masculine jaw always made my own lips tingle with the urge to kiss him, because he was Riker.
What is it, Ellis?
He asked softly. Aren't you coming to bed? I asked, trying to play it cool.
Is there room for me?
There's always room for you. I turned away to head back down the hall. It's BYOB. Bring your own blanket. Please come. Please come. I wasn't going to be the one who lost our argument, but I didn't want to lose him either. And it just hurt my heart to think of him sleeping up here, cold and alone, instead of wrapped up in the warmth of our shared connections. I heard his door click shut behind me. and I closed my eyes for a second, disappointment washing over me.
"I know you're just in it for my quilt,"
he said, his voice low and husky and sexy as ever, and right behind me. Absolutely. I ignored the warmth that bloomed in my chest.
"I'm not spooning with Jacob,"
he said. "I think we can figure something out." I glanced over my shoulder at him. "Thanks, Riker. I need you all. To sleep. And every day, I needed every one of them, with their different personalities and gifts, and the different ways they challenged me and loved me. Even if, like I had said at dinner, some of them were assholes sometimes.
"Don't mention it,"
he said.
"Please, don't mention it in public."
But he followed me down the moonlit stairs, and as we crossed the downstairs, his shoulder bumped into mine. I leaned into him, wanting him close to me, and he leaned back into me, too. He glanced toward me, his lips arching up slightly, the corners of his eyes crinkling. My heart lifted slightly. My Riker, no matter what. 5. It took me a while to fall asleep. The room was brighter than I like, because the door to the hall was open and the hall lights were on. The noise of the machines on the other side of the room was hard for me to block out, but I kept my eyes closed, listening to the soft breathing of the boys around me, and waited for their peace to lull me to sleep. Softly, Riker said,
"Jake."
Jacob rolled over slightly. I could feel the movement of his body against mine, since he was close to me, his arms slung possessively over my waist.
"Yeah? I didn't know if you were awake." "Think so." "I just wanted to say, sorry if I was an asshole before. I'm glad you're back." "Don't worry about it,"
Jacob said.
"You were right. I was stupid." "Am I awake?"
Riker mused aloud.
"This feels like a dream." "Yep, I have definitely had this dream before." "See, now you're being an asshole." "I was really afraid we'd lost you, brother."
Riker's voice was husky and low.
"Can't lose me that easy,"
Jacob promised.
"I always come back."
I expected Riker to have some quick comeback. Instead, there was a long pause. Then Riker said, his voice low, the words quick, as if they made him uncomfortable.
"I'd count on that."
There was another pause between them. I bit down on my lip, resisting the urge to squirm. Their gruff boy dialogue made me restless when I knew what they were really trying to say. There was so much love between them, and they wouldn't just say it, not even when one of them almost died.
"How are you doing, anyway?"
Riker's voice had that false casual note I'd come to know well. Jacob groaned.
"Go back to sleep. You've been through hell, that's all I'm saying. There's a whole lot wrapped up in all I'm saying." "I'm pretty sure I'd be a mess,"
Riker said, his voice boyish and blunt in the dark.
"I don't know how you keep it together."
There was a pause for a second. Then Jacob said,
"I'm sure you'd figure it out. We're strong stock, you and me." "And Levi, despite the dog thing?"
I could hear the faint exhales of their breath as they smiled in the dark.
"I'm just saying, strong stock or not, you don't have to figure it all out on your own. You've got us." "Go to sleep,"
Jacob said.
"Jesus."
But there was no ire in his voice. Jacob rolled over, burying his face in my hair. I felt his warmth all along my body. Levi slept with one leg thrown over mine, as usual. Riker had insisted on slipping a mattress in at the top of the bed, and he slept there. As he fell asleep, he threw his arm out, and it fell against my arm. His fingers curled against my naked wrist, so that we, too, were touching in our sleep. And so, warm and safe with these rough angels of mine, I fell asleep. 6. The lute music haunted me in my dreams. It was strange that I could tell the lute apart from the guitar. I'd never heard a lute before. It was the Lilith in me who knew. who had heard Samael's quick fingers pluck the lute's many strings. The lute had a clear, sharp sound. It was brighter than the sound of a guitar being strummed, and every bar of melody seemed to strum some memory of mine, too. Samael when I loved him, walking ahead of me through the tall, waving green grass of an enormous field, where small animals chittered their greetings to us. His delight when he bit into a plum and then handed it to me so the fruit could burst open on my tongue in all its lush, sweet deliciousness. The way he used to play for me, the music floating in the still air of a summer night, as we lay naked and unafraid under the wide expanse of perfect golden stars. And then, of course, the rest of it. Samael's anger that seemed to vibrate between us. Samael turning his back on me to walk away through the garden for some slight I couldn't remember now. Samael straightening from the lush grass, and the rough edge of the rock in his palm that I saw without understanding what he would do next. My eyes snapped open in the dark. I felt sick with the memories, and I didn't know whether I should try to remember them, the precious secrets of the first woman who had lived since the dawn of time, or if I should do everything I could to leave behind the wispy fragments of my nightmares. The room was quiet around me. The boys were breathing softly. The machines were still pumping. And then I caught the faint strains of lute music, clear and bright, even at a distance. My heart beat too quickly in my chest, but at the same time, I knew it was Nimshi. Somehow. And I thought of Riker's promise to kill him when he saw him again. Gently, I eased up Jacob's arm and slipped out from underneath. I sat up carefully to avoid disturbing Riker's outstretched arm and slowly pulled my calf out from under Levi's. I scooted in careful, quiet inches across the bed, and then, moving quickly and quietly across the room, I stole out of the room. I could see down the hall, to Zane sleeping on the couch with one arm thrown over his face. I slipped my feet into Wendy's motorcycle boots before I hesitated. I had no intention of being stupid. If I hadn't been afraid of the boys' murderous intent, I never would have gone out there alone. I would have turned back to wake them and tell them I heard something strange. But I could feel a tug toward every one of the brothers I was fated for. More than anything, I feared that Riker or Jacob or Levi would make a terrible mistake, killing their own kin, and never be able to recover. We were supposed to be 5, and I wouldn't give up on any one of them quite that easily. Nimshi, who couldn't bear to hurt me in the demon's case, wasn't going to hurt me here either. I stepped onto the front porch, closing the door softly behind me. It was warm out here. A Virginia summer evening felt sweltering outside of air conditioning. "What do you want?" I asked. But I couldn't see Nimshi. The lute music seemed to be coming from the other side of the house. I crossed my arms over my chest. "Tell me this isn't a kidnapping attempt. I am in no mood for that nonsense today." The music turned ominous for a second, several plucked low strings vibrating like something in a horror movie, and then returned to playful, bubbly notes, as if to overrule my fear. I sighed out loud. Carefully opening the front door, afraid I'd be caught, I slipped inside and grabbed one of the swords. Then I set off in search of the music. I followed bright notes around the house, past the deck still lit with strings of twinkling lights, and down the running trail. The sword I carried was heavy in my hand, the scabbard brushing the smooth-packed dirt every now and then when I didn't notice a rise in the terrain. I bit down on my lip as I walked. Stupid Ellis. I had a hunch, but I shouldn't bet my life on a hunch. I took the left fork at the furthest point of the trail. We usually followed the trail as it bent to the right to head toward the graves, and then looped back home. The left fork was narrow. I had to duck beneath occasional untrimmed branches that had grown across the trail. Far overhead, high branches tangled together, casting spidery shadows onto the silver-lit ground. I emerged from the trail into a green clearing. In front of me was the shimmering waters of the boys' lake. I knew that somewhere on the other side, I had camped with Riker. The lute music broke off. Nimshi sat concealed in the shadows, with his back against a tree. When his eyes met mine, his face brightened. He stood quickly and carried the lute loosely by its neck as he ambled toward me.
"Thank you for coming, Ellis," he said. "I didn't trust those ruffians you live with."
"You shouldn't," I said. "They want to kill you. They have excellent instincts when it comes to people."
"Do they?"
He cocked his head slightly at me, a smile lighting his handsome face.
"You're here. You don't seem to share the same sense."
"I have a dangerous sense of curiosity," I said.
"I'm not trying to hurt you,"
he promised. His eyes fell to the sword in my hand, and he held his hands casually out to his sides, showing me he had no weapons.
"No kidnapping attempt. I just wanted to talk."
"And to show off your knowledge of ancient music."
"My father played the lute."
"Hedron, was it?" Nimshi nodded.
"I wanted to rescue him from hell. That was the deal I tried to make. But instead they zapped Samael up into that body."
I had so many questions, but I had to stick with the most pressing. "Why did you want to see me?"
"I need your help,"
he said. "I'm not sure how I could help a demon," I said.
"Half demon," he said. "And I also wanted to know how you were doing."
"A little less well than I was before being tortured in a demon's case. Thank you for asking." He shifted uncomfortably, crossing his arms in front of his chest.
"I didn't really torture you. Showed you things you didn't want to see, sure. But I didn't hurt you."
"I don't think you know how hurt works."
"I'm sorry."
"That doesn't really mean anything, coming from you."
"I hope it will," he said. "If you give me time. Get to know me."
"I'm a hunter now." I gestured between us with the tip of the sword. "I don't think my kind gets to know your kind." He nodded, his dark hair bobbing into his eyes, and then suddenly knelt in front of me, sinking to his knees in the dew-damp grass.
"Then kill me. If you don't want to get to know me, if you think you know exactly what I am, go ahead and kill me."
"You're being weird," I said flatly.
"Hell's freaks are on my heels," he said. "They'll come here eventually, too, looking for me, when they figure out where this is. I'm dead without you anyway. So it doesn't matter if you kill me now."
He began to unbutton his shirt, his fingers quick and nimble, exposing a leanly muscled, hairless chest. He wasn't much older than me, his frame smaller than the other brothers, even though he had a lean swimmer's body.
"I'll make it easy for you,"
he said, yanking his shirt down around his shoulders. I tried not to stare at Nimshi. He was not as broad-shouldered and muscular as my boys. Not yet. But his body was still chiseled. And there was always that damn magical lust thing. That must be what made it hard for me to drag my eyes away from his naked shoulders and the pendant hanging around his neck.
"Drive the blade right here."
He tapped a spot on his leanly muscled chest.
"If you want me dead, have your way."
"Put your shirt back on," I said. "You're giving me the worst case of secondhand embarrassment."
"I deserve to die, don't I?" he said. "For what I did to you? Or for what I am? Which is it?"
"I don't even know what the hell you are," I said. "But I really might kill you if you don't put your damn shirt back on." Nimshi stood easily from the ground, the knees of his jeans soaked dark from the dew. He grinned slightly to himself as he began to button his shirt back up. Clearly, that felt like victory to him. And I guess it was, because if it was a choice between hearing out the half-demon and murdering him, I'd listen to what he had to say.
"You wouldn't have come out here if you thought I was dangerous," he said. "You're not stupid."
"Well, that's a matter of some debate," I muttered.
"You must have questions for me. Before I get to the ask."
He sounded slightly chagrined, at least, that he had to ask me for anything. I had a million questions, but I started with something easy, something that was on my mind, since I kept thinking of Samael, and I hated thinking about Samael. "Why the lute?"
"Why not?"
He looked at the lute in his hand as if it were a friend. It had more strings than a guitar, the shape of the body like a bowl with a long, narrow neck.
"It was thrown over for the guitar, but I think the sound is better."
"I hate it," I said. "It reminds me of Samael." A frown crinkled between his brows.
"Samael plays the lute?"
"You don't care for him much either, huh?"
as evidenced by my bashing him to death with a shovel and getting myself cast out of the family. I was a black sheep before, but that really took it to a new level. Hedron used to play the lute, though, and he taught me. This beauty was his.
He glanced down admiringly at his lute, which was a beautiful instrument, deeply polished to a rich shade. If only the lute hadn't been tainted for me. Lute music reminds me of Samael, and that always leads to reminding me of how he beat me to death with a rock. It wasn't my best day.
You have memories of your time as the Lilith?
Yeah. Do you have angel memories? Any of your past lives? He cocked his head at me.
You really think I'm one of... yours?
I really do, I said. God help us all.
Indeed. He's never really been on my side before, though.
He swung his lute up lightly, taking the neck of the lute in both hands like a baseball bat, and slammed the lute into the trunk of a nearby tree. The bowl of the lute exploded in wooden shards, making me jump, and he slammed it into the tree again before stepping back, the ruined lute dangling from his fingers. Its strings hung loose, and only a few pieces of the bowl still clung to the neck.
Sorry for the ugly memories, sweetheart,
he said. Cocking his arm back, he threw the wooden wreckage toward the lake. The remnants of the lute turned end over end until it broke the smooth, clear water. There was a splash, and then silver ripples crossed the deep blue water. The two of us watched, silently, until the ripples faded away. I didn't trust him, but it was an interesting gesture, a touching one. I bit down on my lip, trying to steel myself. Don't believe him. Not so easily. He turned back to me and shoved his hands into his jeans pockets, his shoulders hunching slightly. My heart dropped. It was the same way Riker shoved his hands into his pockets. As if these two brothers, despite being raised far apart and being raised as bitter enemies, had more in common than they'd ever be able to see. I could never explain to Riker and the other guys how my heart, against all common sense, seemed to long for the half-demon. But then, they couldn't see the little things I saw, the things that made me feel like he was already one of them. I just had to wake all four of them up. They were brothers, no matter what.
I've been doing some research,
he said,
about the Lilith and the four brothers.
Yeah? I'd be interested in getting my hands on some demon books.
We keep everything digitally, sweetheart. It's a modern age. You really think those guys are my brothers?
He jerked his head, indicating the way back up the trail. I really do. It's why I won't let them kill you.
Well, thanks for that. I'm definitely team don't kill Nimshi.
I wouldn't say I'm definite.
How do I win you over?
His grin was cheeky. You're not going to betray us to your demon brethren? That would go a long way.
Like I said, I've been unfriended. In the big way.
What if they say, Nimshi, we want you back. Just give us that Lilith. I didn't know why I felt the need to press the issue, knowing he could just lie to me. But I watched his face intently, sure he would give himself away if he lied.
I'd say she's got some strange magic over me,
he said without hesitation.
I don't much care for it, to be honest. It seems to call on what there is of my better nature.
The magic grows on you, I promised him. I wasn't a fan either, at first. He glanced toward the house.
I don't know how much time we have left. Listen, I can't break the house wards to come all the way up, but I broke the wards here and there.
He stretched his arm to point down the lake, toward where the water turned and the faint edge of a metal bridge.
Make some excuse to get them back up. They'll stop most minion magic, too.
Are you the last demon?
There'll never be a last demon,
he said.
But there isn't another one on this coast. Not right now.
I'd like to keep it that way.
Believe me, so would I.
Why'd you come here?
I want you to help me get my soul back, he said.
Why?
I prefer my soulless state, he admitted. Until recently, I was free. Above emotion. Above compassion.
A shiver ran down my spine.
I feel different now, he said. The minute you walked into my life. You fucked up my happy existence, Ellis Landon.
Sorry you can't kill yoga teachers without a hint of remorse now. He had claimed in the demon's case that he killed a random yoga teacher on the street.
I didn't really, he said.
I knew, I said. I can tell when you're bullshitting me.
Am I bullshitting you now?
I hesitated. I wanted to believe him so much that I didn't trust my own instincts. His eyes met mine steadily.
If I get my soul back, I'll be a different man. The one I was before they took my soul. And maybe then, you'll be able to trust me. Maybe my brothers will be able to trust me.
And then we'll be one happy family? I asked tartly. For a second, there was a flash of pain across his face, before he was back to his usual cool, neutral expression. Oh, maybe he did want to be one of us.
I'm not hoping for happy. I'll take not dead, he said. Dealing with demons is trouble enough.
I didn't want him to see just how badly I wanted for his soul to change everything. My voice came out cool and cynical when I asked, "What's it going to take to get back your soul, Nimshi?" 7. The next morning, I couldn't remember if the night's visit with Nimshi had been a dream or not. Zane taught me how to monitor my sister's vitals and reposition her in bed regularly to keep her comfortable. I tried to focus on her and not on the nagging fog in the back of my mind that my dream had meant something. I wanted to slip out to the lake. I couldn't rest until I knew that my strange night was just a dream. Instead, Levi caught my shoulders as I came out of my sister's room and steered me down the hall. "I'm not hungry," I protested. "And it's weird you guys eat salad for breakfast."
"You're never going to grow into the badass you're meant to be if you don't eat your greens," he said.
"You're all bossy, every last one of you."
"And you love us for it."
He pushed me gently down into a chair. In front of me was a spread of omelets, arugula salad, strawberries, and cold brew iced coffee the boys had prepared. Once I was caught up in their banter, the night before felt even more surreal. I tried to remember what the lute music had sounded like, but I couldn't quite recall it.
"Dojo time,"
Jacob said, pushing back from the table. He quirked an eyebrow at me. An invitation. "I was thinking I want to go for a run, actually," I said. Right. Dream, vision, or weird reality. I needed to go down to the lake and see if I could find any traces of my time with Nimshi. "And check the wards like you guys usually do? Can someone teach me to do that?"
"I don't know if I'm up for a run yet,"
Jacob said. He had taken the worst of the beating in the demon's case. I raised an eyebrow back at him, trying to quietly smolder. I didn't want to say it at the table in front of the other guys, but I wanted him to get the message. I can heal you again. Jacob frowned back.
"Are you feeling okay?"
"I'm great," I said flatly, piling my glass on top of my plate and standing to take my dishes to the sink.
"I'll run with you,"
Levi offered. "Thanks." I smiled at him, and he didn't smile back, but the corners of his eyes crinkled back. He might just be my favorite right now, and it wasn't just for the hot bathtub sex. Riker reached over my shoulder and took the dishes out of my hands.
"Go on,"
he said, nodding.
"You need to get in shape. We can take care of things here."
"Thanks," I said dryly.
"You know what I mean,"
he said, his tone slightly exasperated.
"You look fantastic. Always have. Always will to us. But your endurance could use some work."
Endurance. On another day, I would have taken that as innuendo and attempted my smolder at him. But Riker and I weren't on smoldering terms. He cupped my chin for just a second, his gorgeous green eyes intent on mine.
"I'll look after your sister. Take some time off."
"Thanks." I touched his wrist with my fingertips, hesitating for a second. I wanted things to be normal between Riker and me again. There was no one else like him. I should really tell him that I was sorry, except that I might not be sorry for everything he thought I should be. I was sorry for some of it, though, like getting taken in by an evil wizard who sold us off to the demons. I would not make that particular mistake again. Riker would probably say that was too specific of a life lesson. He nodded and then shifted away, carrying dishes to the sink. I let my hand fall back by my side. I'd apologize. Another time. Soon. I ran upstairs and pulled on a pair of running shorts, a sports bra, and a tank top. Why did I bother buying real clothes when I was either in running clothes or in hunter leather all the time anyway? I glanced at myself in the mirror as I pulled my hair back into a low, smooth ponytail. I did look different than I had before I met the boys. Not just thinner, but stronger. My biceps were hard and defined, and my shoulders looked broader, my waist narrower. I had all the makings of a badass hunter, even if I wasn't there yet. I stuck my tongue out at my too-serious reflection in the mirror. I wasn't there yet by a long shot, as evidenced by my soft spots for bubble baths, sweet kisses, and questionable half-demons. I bounded back down the stairs and found Levi on the front porch already. He leaned against the porch railing, looking out at the pines that stretched away from the house to either side of the long driveway. His black t-shirt clung to his broad shoulders and fell away over his narrow waist, and he wore long gray shorts that hung below his knees, to the top of his muscular, slightly hairy calves. I rested my hand on his back as I joined him, wanting to touch him. He turned his head, his eyes brightening slightly at the sight of me, although his big-jawed face stayed as handsome and cool as ever.
Ready for that run?
His voice was always rich and deep, a storyteller's voice. Not really. I clattered down the porch steps anyway. I'm never ready. I still think running is stupid.
It's not stupid when you've got a Geist on your heels,
he promised me.
Maybe we should sign up for some 5Ks and stuff. Running's more fun when there's a point to it.
I always secretly wanted to run one of those Disney races, I said. Like the Disney Princess Half Marathon?
Disney Princess,
he repeated. I held my hands to either side playfully. I'm just testing how much you love me. He shook his head and broke into his usual long, loping, running stride. I hurried to catch up. I was already panting by the time we crossed behind the house and under the arch of trees. We settled into a rhythm, although he took one easy stride for every two of mine. Our feet set a steady beat down the running trail.
How's Jacob doing?
He asked me. You would know better than me, I said. He doesn't talk about his feelings with me.
Me either.
There was a pause between us, the only sounds the peepers chirping in the brush, the birds whistling, and me panting along like an overexcited puggle.
Riker said he was in bad shape,
Levi said carefully.
After he saw you guys in the case.
He was struggling, I said. He was in pretty good shape, considering. There was a sharpness in my tone, and he glanced over at me, concern in his eyes. Sorry, I said. I hadn't meant to snap.
We all love him, Ellis. It wasn't a criticism.
I know.
But not one of us has to be perfect. That's why we're a team. A family.
I thought of Nimshi, and the pain in his eyes when I'd asked if he wanted to be part of the family. I couldn't imagine how we'd get from here, with the boys intent on killing him, to bringing him into the fold. If Nimshi could even be trusted. If my memory, or dream, could even be trusted. The whole thing seemed strange and foggy now, and I was increasingly convinced it was an odd dream, maybe even a magic-tinged one. Had I really left my bed in the middle of the night chasing lute music? That was incredibly stupid. Also, I should have tried something concrete to see if it were a dream. They say you can't eat in dreams. I should have kissed Nimshi to see what would happen. Brain, no, don't go there. I could so easily imagine running my hands through his dark curls, those supernaturally bright green eyes intent on mine, his hands tightening on my waist as our lips met. Focus. It's a good family to be a part of, I said. I'm glad Jacob has you guys now. Finally, Levi flinched slightly. For a few long seconds, I was confused. And then I remembered Levi's sense of guilt that he'd been able to forget his older brother after Jacob was sent away. I hadn't meant to hurt Levi. I meant that I admired the way they loved each other. The weird, macho, non-communicative but earnest way they loved each other.
Yeah,
he said.
Finally.
I didn't mean...
It's all right. I'm glad you've gotten closer to Jacob. Gotten past the grouchy.
I wouldn't go that far. He's still grouchy.
But now you know there's more to him than that.
Yeah. I flashed back to his face when he was purposefully pissing off Samael to draw him away from me, even knowing what that would mean. even with the weight of weeks of torture as a kid on his shoulders. Yeah, I do.
I'm starting to remember a little more about when we were kids, I think,
Levi said. I glanced toward him, but his eyes were steady in front of us. He had only been 4 years old when Wendy took Jacob, who had just been rescued from the demons, to live in England. Then she had burned or hidden all the photos of Jacob and her journals that mentioned him. Childhood amnesia had set in. While all of us lose most of our memories of life before kindergarten, Levi had lost his brother. He had come to believe that he'd had an imaginary friend named Jacob, once upon a time. What happened when Jacob came back? I asked. Jacob had talked about finding his brothers, but I hadn't heard the story from their side yet.
He found us when we were out on the hunt, coming out all bloody from dealing with this vamp nest. We didn't even recognize him. He called me by name, and I was like, "Who the hell are you?"
He smiled slightly, ruefully. What did he say? Levi did a pretty decent imitation of Jacob's British drawl.
"I'm your brother, you goddamn idiot. Jacob Kerr."
Sounds like him.
The fact that he used our mother's maiden name, that threw us. We got cleaned up and went to a diner to talk, but I just couldn't believe that our mother had kept a secret like that from us.
I felt a pang, thinking of last night's sojourn with Nimshi. She must have thought she had a good reason.
Yeah, I love her. I want to believe that,
Levi said. He shook his head slightly.
But she took something from me that I'll never get back. Years with my brother. Even if we couldn't have seen him, just knowing he was out there, it would have mattered to me.
I felt an ache for all of them. Wendy trying to save her sons. Jacob growing up in hellish conditions, even though he'd been saved from the demons. And Levi and Riker here. They'd had the happy childhood, but it was one they would always feel guilty about because their brothers hadn't shared it. What do you think happened with Nimshi? I asked. We reached the fork, and he started to turn right automatically, but I reached out and caught his sleeve. I tugged him after me, and he turned and followed, ducking under a low-slung branch. Our pace slowed. Do you think Wendy really bargained to save Jacob?
I don't know.
Levi slowed to a quick walking pace, just for a second, to break off a branch that dangled in our way. He tossed it into the brush.
Even so, it was Wendy's bargain to make. Jacob shouldn't feel guilty about it.
I think he does, though. We emerged from the trail onto the expanse of green grass and rocks that led down to the edge of the lapping water. Levi frowned, reaching out his hand, as if he were feeling for rain. The black tattoos on his arms seemed to shimmer slightly. I blinked, wondering if it was just my eyes playing tricks on me. Sweat trickled into my eyes, and I wiped my forehead with my arm.
The wards are down out here,
he said.
Fuck, I wonder how long the wards have been down.
He looked at me sharply, as if he knew there was something strange about the timing of my request.
Did you have a dream about the wards?
Yeah, I nodded, relieved to have an out. I reached out and took his arm in my hands, studying the black runes that ran up and down his arms. Do these have something to do with the wards?
Home wards. We're linked to this place, and it's linked to us. When there are intruders, we feel it.
Maybe they usually did, but no one had woken up when Nimshi broke down their wards and strode onto their property, his lute hanging from his fingers, his cocky grin fixed on his face. But I couldn't say that. I quirked my lips to one side. Except for Nimshi, driving up to the front of the house?
Don't remind me,
he said dryly. You really want to kill him?
Yes,
he said without hesitation.
But that doesn't mean I will. It's easier to rebuild the wards than starting from nothing. The first thing we have to do is mark the ground.
Levi taught me how to rebuild the wards, a matter of marking the runes on the earth again and repeating the incantations. Unlike Jacob, he said his incantations in English. When we were done, he said,
Let's head down the bank and see how the other wards are holding up.
All right. Mind if I stay here and take a rest? I'll just slow you down.
Sure. Yell if you need me. I'll hear you.
I smiled at his protective look, and then he turned and jogged easily down the bank. I loved watching the way his tall, athletic body moved when he ran. all masculine grace. As soon as he was in the distance, framed between the trees and the water, I walked down the bank and found the tree where Nimshi had smashed his lute. I rested a hand on the rough bark, staring out at the lake, at the barely visible edge of the bridge where metal glinted under the sun. I hadn't dreamed all of this. I hadn't seen the lake from this angle before last night. I saw a glimmer of sunlight off rich wood, and then it was gone, lost in the tall blades of green grass. I knelt in the grass, searching, and finally found a chip of wood. It was rough and splintered. As I turned the splinter over in my hand, it sliced into my thumb. I gasped at the sudden sting. It had drawn blood, a thin line of red at first, and then the blood swelled over and dripped down my hand. I quickly dropped the chip of loot back in the grass. I straightened and wiped my aching thumb off on my running shorts. Last night, sure as hell hadn't been a dream. Now, just like the boy's mother, I was keeping a secret from them, a secret that wasn't mine to keep. I had to talk to them, no matter how much they wouldn't like what I had to say. 8. Back at the house, I took a long, hot shower, hoping that the steam would clear my brain. I had to talk to the boys. I couldn't be stupid, but I wanted to bring up, so I chatted with Nimshi in the best way possible, to minimize the yelling and angst and boy drama. When I'd dressed in leggings and a t-shirt, I headed down to train in the dojo next. I'd expected all of the boys to be down there, but when I stepped into the training room, it was empty except for Riker. He was practicing solo, going through routines that were a fluid combination of martial arts and swordplay. His sword held in one hand. He was naked except for white basketball shorts, his muscular body tanned and glowing under the bright lights of the dojo. He was so focused that he didn't notice me. His bare feet almost danced across the smooth wooden floorboards. Then he turned and threw himself toward the mats, tucking his head into a roll, his sword arm held out to one side, and rose easily onto his feet, his sword at the ready. "Hey, stalker," he said, his voice teasing, as he turned and began another routine. "Oh, so you're just showing off for me now?" "Depends." He turned, jumping onto one of the wooden crates we used for plyometric training and launching himself into a backflip. He landed lightly on his feet, his sword out to one side, and then raised it up smoothly as he stepped back into a fighting pose. "Are you impressed?" I feel like I can't answer that without incriminating myself. He grinned and ambled over to me, his eyes meeting mine. His broad chest heaved slightly from his efforts, and he glowed with sweat. But since he was Riker, he didn't smell bad. His fresh sweat carried his boy scent more strongly than usual, but it was the same good scent of clean aftershave and fresh-cut grass. "Levi and Jacob went to check the wards around the property, since some of them were down." His eyes studied my face carefully. "You know anything about that, Firestarter?" "I don't know anything about the wards," I pointed out, but I felt a pang at the lie of omission. Still, I wasn't about to blurt my whole story out to just one of the boys. I needed to tell them all. He ran a hand over the tattoos on the other arm, absent-mindedly. "We need to teach you to raise wards yourself, in case you're ever on your own for some reason." "I don't plan on it." I crinkled my nose at him. "Well, me either. Keeping you safe is kind of a thing for me." I could stand for it to be less of a thing, since maybe then he wouldn't feel so strongly about murdering his half-brother. I chewed on my bottom lip, studying his handsome face, those bright green eyes. His lips parted in a faint smile. "What?" "What do you mean, what?" "You're staring at me." He turned away, walking across the room for a towel thrown across one of the weights benches, and wiped the sweat off his face. The muscles in his back rippled with the motion. A bead of sweat trickled down his spine, down the dramatic taper of his waist. "You were staring at me." "Can't be helped." He picked up his t-shirt, pulling it over his head as he turned back to me. yanking the hem down to cover his abs.
Beauty draws the eye.
I quirked an eyebrow at him. That is an unusually sweet thing for you to say to me.
You know how I feel about you,
he said, his voice gruff, as if he were embarrassed.
You want to start with weights or magic?
I wanted to start by apologizing, I said in a rush, for the whole getting kidnapped thing.
It still blows my mind,
he said,
that Jacob would want to go, that you would want to let him, knowing it might mean we couldn't go into the far.
I bristled. Apparently, how idiotic I'd been was on his mind, since he hadn't even hesitated. We're down a brother anyway, aren't we? And you think we can manage fine without him?
Well, we don't have a choice.
Maybe we did. I didn't feel like I had a choice with Jacob either. It annoyed me that I had apologized, and Riker was still going on about how wrong I'd been, as if I didn't know. He shook his head.
Well, you won him over now.
Are you jealous? My voice came out tart.
Why would I be jealous? I always knew I'd have to share you.
He wiped his face again and tossed the towel back onto the bench.
My heart rate's falling. Let's get on the rowing machines.
I climbed onto the rowing machine next to his, settling my ass onto the narrow plastic seat, sliding my sneakers into the loops that held my feet stationary, and pulling out the handlebar attached to the cable. It let out a long, slow hiss as I pulled it back. Soon our machines were moving in rhythm, the low noise of the cable a constant.
And I don't mind sharing you,
he said, picking up where we'd left off.
You're feisty and enough for more than one guy.
Excuse me?
You know what I mean.
I damn well don't, Riker.
It's a compliment.
Sure, I said. Let's go with that. At least I'd apologized. For something. I'd probably have to apologize all over again for keeping Nimshi's visit a secret for even a second, for sneaking out of our bed to see the demon. Even as I told myself I had a damn good reason, I felt a rush of guilt that warmed my cheeks. There shouldn't be any lies, not even for just a morning, between me and the men I loved. I don't want to set the house on fire.
Wouldn't be the first time.
The smile Riker flashed me was pure mischief.
Come on, that's the whole point. You need to control your fire.
I didn't realize magic was going to be so much work, I said. Parrish said I could probably manipulate other kinds of matter. I thought I'd be, like, floating cars in the air and controlling the wind. And here I am.
And here you are.
He made a get-on-with-it gesture.
If you work, who knows where you can go from here?
I stared at my palm, trying to will a ball of fire into being. A small one. My fingers trembled, but my cupped palm remained empty.
I've got a fire extinguisher,
Riker said encouragingly. I can't get it, I said. He touched my elbow. His touch sent a jolt of warmth and energy through my body, the way it always did, and I looked up at him in surprise.
Maybe you're just depleted,
he said.
It's been a rough few weeks.
That's for sure. He was standing so close to me that I could breathe in the intoxicating scent of his tall, powerful body.
I didn't say it right earlier. I should have said something back when you apologized.
I felt my lips quirk up. You said plenty. His other hand found my jaw, and one finger tilted my chin up to his face.
Maybe you need a battery recharge.
Maybe I do. He leaned forward slightly, his eyes on mine, as if he were waiting for permission. I leaned into him, resting my palms on his broad chest. His lips pressed against mine, tender and searching, in stark contrast to the hardness of his jaw. I kissed him back uncertainly at first. Everything had become awkward between us, but when he kissed me, there was nothing awkward about it. Our lips fit together perfectly. My body thrilled to be so near his, and my lips became sure and confident. I kissed him back, feeling his lips part against mine. I swept my tongue over the inside of his lower lip. He tasted like coffee and strawberries. He kissed me again, a chaste peck on the center of my lips, and then kissed the corner of my lips as if he loved their little quirk. He groaned, wrapping his arms around me, and rested his forehead against mine.
What I said before, what I meant to say was, I love you.
I stared up at him, feeling my eyes widen.
Even when you do something stupid,
he finished, with that usual little Riker half-grin. On another day, I would have thought he just couldn't handle when things got too mushy between us. I wouldn't have been surprised if he answered me lightly like that when he apologized. But this time, he was saying he loved me. And at the same time, he didn't really look at me as an equal. I was still Ellis, to be protected from the demons and from herself. Yeah, I said, nodding, trying to smile. The light left Riker's face when he understood I wasn't going to say I love you back. My stomach twisted with guilt. He nodded, his face as cool and neutral as usual.
Let's get back to those fireballs. I know you can do it.
I didn't want to leave it like this. I was handling things all wrong between us. I was thinking I could use more of a charge-up, I said archly, trying to summon some smolder even though I felt like a train wreck. I ran my fingers up underneath his shirt, feeling his hard-angled abs contract slightly under my touch. He rested his hands on my shoulders, stilling me.
You're my favorite woman in the whole world, Ellis. And the sexiest, too.
I stared up at him, because it was so obvious there was a but.
You and I are not okay right now, he said, and I know we will be again. But not that. Not right now.
I was about to protest, to say maybe things would get better if we gave in to the constant hum of lust between us. But he leaned forward and kissed my forehead. His lips brushing, feather soft, over my forehead, carried such a sweetness and sense of promise. I should have said it back, but I couldn't say it now. 9. Jacob and Levi clattered down the stairs and into the dojo.
Show them,
Riker said, giving me an approving nod. No matter how freaking awkward things were between us now, we had continued training, because that was what hunters did. Feelings were a luxury. Fireballs were a necessity. He'd set up a metal drum on a stack of the plyometric crates, open like a big catcher's mitt. I held my hands out in front of me again, trying to pretend that I was alone, that there weren't 3 men watching me that I always wanted to impress. The magic was inside me, a tiny, furling flame, and yet it was so hard to capture that wisp of fire. The world outside was loud and distracting. I imagined myself in a dark room, all alone, my cupped hands blooming light in the darkness. I felt the heat on my palms, like a powerful ray of sunshine on my skin, and opened my eyes to see another fireball. It was tiny, a levitating pea of flame. As I grinned, the flames rose and magnified as if the fire had been blown up by the wind.
It doesn't burn you,
Levi observed. I shook my head. I can feel its heat, but when it's small like this, it's bearable. Of course, during earlier experiments, I'd learned that bigger fireballs, while more impressive-looking, were so hot that I sometimes dropped them. The scent of fire extinguisher foam still hung in the air.
Our girl's got a good arm,
Riker said, nodding at me. Well, no pressure. Still, my heart swelled at the compliment. At our girl. I cocked my arm back and threw the fireball at the drum. It flew straight, growing to the size of a baseball. When it hit the back of the metal drum, there was a hiss and pop of flame. Then it fell away into wisps of smoke.
She's getting faster,
Riker said, no doubt thinking back to our camping trip.
When she's not distracted, it only takes her a few seconds to grow a fireball.
When she's not distracted, Jacob mused, and we all understood his implication. In combat, we were all distracted, especially by the burden to look out for each other and protect each other. I made that fireball in the asylum, I said, when I was running on adrenaline.
That's good, Jacob said. "But we can't count on that. We have to perfect this stuff in training."
"Agreed," I said, feeling irritated. I wasn't mad at Jacob. Not really. I just felt exasperated because I wanted to be their equal, and my powers sucked. I didn't want to be protected and doted on. Well, okay, I did. I absolutely did want to be protected and doted on, but not all the time. And it was more irritating because I knew damn well I wasn't acting like their equal. Not when I was keeping secrets and sneaking around at night.
"Hey,"
Levi said.
"The rest of the wards were up still, but Jacob and I went out together to double-check the wards that went down." "They're down again?"
Riker asked.
"No, they're up. But Jacob, he caught a whiff of demon magic."
The boys all looked at me. 3 sets of skeptical boy eyes. 3 set jaws.
"You sure you don't know anything about this, Firestarter?"
Riker asked. That wasn't a very good segue into explaining what I knew. "I've got some stuff to tell you guys," I said.
"I can't wait,"
Jacob said, crossing his arms over his chest. 3 tall, imposing, hard-muscled guys staring me down made me feel uncomfortable, no matter how much they all loved me. I took a step back, crossing my arms over my chest myself. "I had a dream," I said. "I heard lute music, and so I followed it outside."
"When was this?"
Levi interrupted. Oh, man. Even Levi was annoyed. "Last night."
"Why didn't you wake one of us? We were right there. You had to climb over us to go off on your own."
Riker's jaw was set.
"She said it was a dream," Jacob said. "Let's hear her out."
"I thought maybe it was a dream," I clarified. Jacob groaned. I had to get through this. "Nimshi can't bring down the wards on the house, just the weaker outer wards. He was waiting for me out at the lake." Understanding washed over Levi's face as he pieced together our run to the lake. He turned away, raking his hands through his hair in exasperation. "Listen, I didn't want to keep a secret from you. As soon as I knew for sure it wasn't a dream, I wanted to tell you. But you want to kill him. I couldn't bring you out with me."
"Yes, you could have."
Jacob shook his head at me, his arms still crossed, in exasperation.
"So, what did the half-demon want?"
Riker asked.
"To tell you that he's a really good guy? It was just business when he tortured you and Jacob, and when he gave Jake a concussion in order to escape."
"It sure seemed like he needed to escape," I said.
"It makes the most sense to just kill him,"
Riker said.
"I never said I was tied to the plan. I'm not going to kill anyone, even anything, that's not an immediate threat." "But he pretty much is."
Jacob's eyes were still steady on my face. I looked up to meet his eyes, and the hurt in his molten gold eyes made me wish I hadn't.
"What does he want?"
Levi asked. "Yeah, let's talk about the plan going forward, not the many ways I've screwed up so far." "He wants us to help him get his soul back." I said it flatly, knowing exactly what would happen, and sure enough, the 3 of them all started yelling. At me, at each other. There was a lot of passion in the room. I winced. "I can't think when you're all yelling."
"We're not yelling,"
Jacob said.
"We're discussing. You can't think any time, apparently, Firestarter."
Riker snapped. Levi's cell rang, and he pulled it out of his jacket pocket, checking the collar before he said,
"Can you guys keep the rage to a dull roar, please?"
He turned away, answering the phone, but I watched his face in profile as it changed. He turned back to us.
"Load up. The hunter team watching Ellis's mom is under attack."
10. We passed Nash on our way out. He was burning down the road toward the boys' house in a sheriff's car, the lights and sirens blazing. Meanwhile, the 4 of us drove fast and hard for the house where I'd grown up.
"Nash will take care of your sister, no matter what happens,"
Levi promised me, twisting in his seat.
"It's going to be all right."
I'd been worrying about leaving her behind, but it was impossible to take her with us. It was hard to believe everything was going to be all right, but Levi said it so confidently that my rapid beating heart calmed a little. Riker drove, pushing the Range Rover to its maximum speed. Jacob was beside me, working through the go bag the guys kept ready. He slapped a magazine into a 9mm and then, checking that the safety was on, flipped it around, taking it by the barrel, and passed it up to Levi. I nodded, but my heart was racing so fast that I could barely breathe, afraid of what was happening at my mother's house. Levi's phone rang again, and he put it on speakerphone, holding it up over the center console so we could all hear.
"We're on our way." "Good. We're in the house. We saw the company men coming. They're stuck on some of the wards outside. They were going for surprise. Didn't work out for them. The, lady of the house is not very happy about it," the voice on the other end of the phone said. "This is going to be tough to explain, but not as tough as the bloodshed that's coming when they breach. It's only a matter of time."
He sounded grim. He didn't intend any of the bloodshed to be his.
"We're 20 minutes out,"
Levi said.
"Just hold on." "Will do, brother."
"Let me talk to my mom," I said, a second after they hung up. "I can tell her what's going on so she knows they're on her side."
"Are you sure that's a good idea?"
Levi asked.
"Your mom doesn't even know you're out of the asylum."
"She's sure as hell going to know something changed when I show up at her door with a sword in my hand," I said. Levi considered that.
"I'll call him back."
He had a brief conversation with the guy on the other end of the line.
"They're busy,"
he said, glancing up from the phone.
"Sorry, Ellis. They're watching the windows, raising more magic. They can't babysit your mom. She might call 911 if they leave her with a phone. We can't bring civilians into this."
"She's not going to hang up on me to call 911, I said. "I'll tell her help's on the way." Levi shook his head.
"Sorry, sweet girl."
"Do not tell me I can't talk to my mom and then call me sweet girl in the same breath."
"Would you stop being stupid?"
Riker demanded.
"I'm about done right now, Ellis."
My cheeks flushed hot, and I leaned forward in the back seat, feeling my jaw set.
"Let's take it easy,"
Jacob said.
"Yeah,"
Levi nodded.
"We're all tense. Emotions are high. We need to be focused on what happens when we arrive in—"
He glanced at the clock and the dash.
17 minutes. Let's talk through the plan."
"Okay," I agreed.
"Makes sense,"
Riker said. His tone suggested he wouldn't have said that to any suggestion I made. But then he said, almost under his breath,
"Sorry."
I ignored his apology. We had more important things to talk about. When we got there, we would stop on the street behind my house. I knew which yard connected with mine. Jacob and I would get into position, and Riker and Levi would drive around the front of the house to take out the team in front. Jacob and I would attack from the rear.
"I wish I had my helicopter,"
Jacob said.
"No place to land in suburbia,"
Riker said.
"It still scares people,"
Jacob said.
"The company has their own helicopter,"
Riker reminded us all. "You think this is because of Ash?" I asked.
"Maybe your demon friend set this all off,"
Riker said. "He's not my friend."
"No? You go out and listen to him serenade you."
"He smashed his loot."
"He smashed his loot,"
Riker repeated.
"Well, he must be a good guy then." "Let's stay on track,"
Jacob said sharply.
"One team."
"What if they aren't just going after my mom?" I asked. "What if they go after my sister too?"
"Nash is there. Olivia and Zane should be on their way too. Today is all hands on deck,"
Riker told me. Levi was watching the clock.
5 minutes.
Jacob unlatched his seatbelt and eased forward, sliding the harness for his sword over his shoulders. He adjusted the buckles quickly and then held my sword harness out for me. I shrugged the leather loops over my shoulders. I felt the weight of it through my shoulders, the long metal scabbard, cold and awkward, canted against my spine in the confines of the car. Jacob holstered his 9mm off his belt. "I wish I weren't wearing active wear," I grumbled. None of us had taken the time to change.
"Me too,"
Riker promised me.
"Basketball shorts wouldn't be my outfit of choice. But hey, you're wearing clothes today. That's a step up from usual."
"It's not my fault I always seem to end up in my bra when someone kidnaps me," I said.
"But it is awesome,"
he said. The banter actually made some of the tension in my chest ease. There was something comforting about Riker acting so typically Riker.
"No getting kidnapped this time,"
Levi said.
"The company wants your mom to get to you. The other best way to get to you is just to take you.
Thanks for the upbeat reminder.
2 minutes.
My legs were jittery, the rush of adrenaline making them restless, aching. Jacob rested his palm on my thigh, stilling my leg.
It's going to be okay. We won't let anything happen to your mom.
I know. Or at least, I knew they would try, with everything they had. I was afraid they would get hurt, too. I leaned forward, my stomach aching with the tension. This turn. This is the street behind mine. Riker took a hard right. We swayed against our seatbelts. He came to a stop at the house I pointed to. My hand, outstretched between the seats to point out the windshield, shook slightly, but no one said anything. I unclasped my seatbelt and got out of the car. My legs felt weak and jittery, and I waited for the warrior to kick in. I didn't feel it. Not today. Levi jumped out of the car, surprising me. He cupped my shoulders with his hands, speaking urgently.
Wait 5 minutes to let us get around and start bringing down those wards.
I know, I said.
Ellis,
he said.
You're our family. Your mom is too. We will protect her with everything we have.
I know, I said again, but those words meant so little compared to how I felt. I knew he meant it. He nodded and jumped back into the car. Riker did a quick turn in the cul-de-sac, and they rocketed back down the street. Jacob rested his hand on my shoulder, squeezing it quickly and comfortingly, before he pushed me gently forward.
Let's take over.
The two of us skirted the edge of the house and headed for a shed at the back of the property. But when we reached the backyard, I caught movement out of the corner of my eye. The man smoking a cigarette and drinking his coffee on the porch jumped to his feet at the sight of us. His mouth opened. Jacob stretched out his hand.
Sleep.
The man stared at him, confused, and then Jacob leapt forward, catching him as he tumbled forward. Jacob gently laid him down on the deck, then picked up his cigarette and put it out on the cement strip of patio, before tossing it into the trash bucket. I stared at him. I didn't know you could do that.
My gift is control, he said. You knew that, technically.
But you don't...
I don't use it for 100 reasons, he said, rubbing the back of his shoulder, wincing slightly. The primary reason being I wouldn't want anyone to do it to me. Move now. Talk later, princess.
Together, the two of us ran to the shed. Jacob knelt behind the edge of the shed, where he could glance out and see the narrow band of young trees that separated my yard from the neighbors. Propping his raw-boned wrist on one knee, he watched the time. I paced behind the shed, out of sight, unable to contain my restless energy.
When we go, stay behind me,
he said softly. Maybe you should stay behind me, I whispered. I throw the fireballs.
Let's not set the neighborhood on fire, he said. Your skill set's a little limited.
It would help if people would stop trying to kidnap me long enough for me to study up. Jacob nodded slightly.
I'm going to teach you everything I know, and so will Riker and Levi. We'll get your outsides caught up with your badass inner self. Don't worry.
Ha, I said. Jacob straightened, drawing his sword slowly, so that it barely made a whisper of metal on leather as he eased it out. He turned, wrapping an arm around my waist to pull me toward him.
I meant when I said in the demon's case,
he whispered, his breath in my hair.
You're already everything you need to be. You are a badass, even if your hands shake.
I stared at him. He was right. Or at least, he could be. I could do this. No matter how scared I was born to protect the innocent and to love these men. I nodded, because I couldn't tell him thank you for saying just what I needed to hear. If I made this any cheesier, Jacob might never talk to me again.
Even if I worry you're going to cut yourself,
he said, reaching behind me to draw my sword. I breathed in his scent of coffee and spice when he was this close to me. I flipped the sword around, holding the blade lightly so it wouldn't cut him, and offered me the hilt. You can never just be nice, can you?
I'm not a nice guy, princess. Luckily,
You have Levi for that." He checked his watch again, then looked up at me, those golden eyes cool and dispassionate.
"Let's go kill some company men."
11. Jacob and I stayed within a few yards of each other as we made a run through the trees. I felt some vine catch around my ankle, its thorns ripping my skin as I tore my foot away. I was moving too quickly to do anything but trip forward and run on. My momentum carried me now. The adrenaline coursing through my body took over. The jittery weakness in my legs and arms turned into energy. The world around me was a blur of action and light as we burst out of the trees for the back porch of the house. There were 2 company men there, one of them incanting to take down the wards. They had etched runes with a knife into my mother's beloved porch. The man held his arms up in the air, praying steadily. The other man saw us coming, knelt behind what cover the porch railing had to offer, and drew on us. He braced his gun in his outstretched hands, and I saw it kick up in slow motion as he fired, before I even heard the pop of the round. The noise was distant through the hum of blood in my ears.
"Get down,"
Jacob said, shoving me forward. The 2 of us hit the ground hard, and I felt the force of it knock the air out of my lungs.
Up, before he gets a bead on us. Hope he's a fucking stormtrooper. I need to get within 20 feet of them."
I stumbled up, running as fast as I could, but Jacob pulled away ahead of me, his long legs sprinting across the grass. He hit the ground hard, just as the gun went off again, and then I saw him get back on his feet and run again. "Fireball," I said softly as I ran behind him, hoping the words would help me summon the magic faster than I ever had in training. I hit the ground again, knowing that it was our best chance to evade a bullet. As I pushed off the grass, I felt the flicker of warmth in the palm of my hand, like an itch. Jacob was nearing the porch, but that meant he was dangerously close to the handgun's range. I saw the glint of the metal barrel, focusing on Jacob. I hurled the fireball over his head. Jacob ducked as if he realized it was coming. He turned to look over his shoulder with dismay written across his face, like he didn't trust me not to singe him. The fireball blazed hot and bright as it tumbled end over end. It smashed into the shirt of the man with the gun in a burst and crackle of flame. He screamed as his shirt went up, catching fire. The man incanting suddenly realized how dire things were and broke off, grabbing for the gun the other man had just dropped.
"Sleep,"
Jacob said, holding out his hand. The man reaching for the gun staggered to his knees, holding out the gun, and then dropped it. He slumped forward. The man who was running around trying to beat out the flames on his shirt, though, didn't pay Jacob's suggestion any mind.
"Or die,"
Jacob said, jumping onto the porch and running the man through with his sword.
"Makes no difference to me."
"You really aren't a nice guy." I leaned down, smacking out the last of the flames before they could set the place on fire. It would be too ironic to burst back into my mother's life and set her house on fire, like she'd feared I would do before she sent me away. I stepped over the body. Jacob held up his hand toward the back door, his eyes on those shimmering black tattoos marking his forearms.
"Wards are down. Let's go."
I tried the doorknob. "It's locked." Jacob nodded and took a step back, bracing his hands on the porch railing. He threw himself forward, kicking hard into the door, and it flew open.
"I'm usually a little more subtle than that when I break into a house," he told me. "Stay behind me."
"Stop saying that," I said, exasperated.
"Stop not listening."
It was weird to follow Jacob into my own house, a place I hadn't been since my mother locked me out, giving me up to the company. The hallway was quiet and still. I could see down the length of the hallway to the foyer, where the crystal chandelier seemed to sway above the hardwood floor, rocked by the energy of battle outside. I could hear gunfire in the front yard.
"Cops should be here soon," Jacob said. "We need to get your mom, break contact, and get out of here. Where would you shelter in this house?"
"The master bedroom, probably. You could escape onto the roof if you needed to, or hunker down in the windowless closet." Jacob nodded.
"You get your way this time, Princess. Lead on."
As we ran up the stairs,
he called out. "Tyson, Neil, it's Jacob Kerr. Hold your fire."
"That makes me feel less happy about being the lead," I muttered.
"You asked."
He steered me to one side with his hand on my shoulder as I reached the top of the stairs, angling his body in front of mine. I'd just been bantering. I hadn't intended for him to shield me, even though I knew by now that was his nature.
"It's Jacob Kerr,"
he called again. He scratched his tattoos with his sword hand, just for a second, wincing.
"And you put up the wrong fucking wards, you assholes." "Sorry."
The master bedroom door opened. A hunter, a middle-aged man who was heavily muscled with dark hair and a sawed-off shotgun, stood in the doorway.
"Looks like we've got backup,"
he said over his shoulder. A woman, slight with a blonde pixie cut, emerged beside him. "If you two can hold here," she said softly, "we'll help with the fight in the front."
"Got it,"
Jacob said. The two of them passed him, moving down the stairs, as he muttered,
"Of course, I'll be here in freaking agony. Alice, I can't go much further than this unless you need me. Desperately. Go check on your mom."
"Going," I said. I ran down the hallway, past the closed doors to my childhood bedroom and Ash's. My mom had closed Ash's door, preserving the room the way it was the night we left the house for prom. Her jeans and sweatshirt thrown over the foot of the bed, a haphazard pile of paperbacks on the nightstand, a secret stash of Hershey Kisses under the bed. I wondered if Mom had done the same for my room, giving me up for dead when she gave up on me, but keeping my room sacred for the memories. I wondered if she ever went in there, missing me. I'd seen her kneeling next to Ash's bed so many times, her eyes red and swollen. If our eyes met as I passed the open doorway, she'd flash me a look that was pure anger. Just the memory of it felt like a physical ache. I walked into my mother's room, and it took me a second to find her. Her room looked almost the way it had before, sending a wave of nostalgia over me. Her four-poster bed made up with a fluffy white duvet, the TV over the long, white, antique French dresser. The three of us used to squeeze into her bed for movie nights, with my mother grumbling when Ash and I dropped popcorn in her sheets. The only thing that had changed was the wall covered in tacked-up papers. The faintest motion caught my eye, over by the door to the closet. My mother jerking her head, the little bit that she could. The good guys had tied her to a chair, and there was duct tape over her mouth. Well, I could understand that impulse. "Mom," I said, running to her. Her eyes widened even further when she saw me. I didn't know how to take that. Was she angry? Scared? I mean, I was standing there with a sword in my hand. The normal Ellis she knew had obviously left the building. Her wrists were taped to the arms of the chair. "I'll be careful," I promised her as I worked the blade between the tape and the arm of the chair. I made sure to direct the force of the blade away from her. I cut her wrists, and then as she reached up to get the tape off her mouth, I stepped back. She ripped the tape away, wincing. The skin around her lips was red. I expected her first words to be, "What the hell's going on?" Instead, she threw herself at me and hugged me tight. "Alice, Alice," she said softly. For a second, it sounded like she was too choked up to speak. "I thought I'd never see you again." I hugged her back, a second belatedly. My mother's scent of Chanel No. 5, the same as when I was a kid, washed over me. I struggled to reconcile this hug with how she'd deserted me a few weeks before, afraid my magic would burn the house down and kill her, too. No, most of all, she had been afraid that I had killed Ash. Slowly, my eyes focused on the wall behind her. She'd taped newspaper clippings and photos and printouts to the wall. I could see my mother's neat handwriting and arrows connecting things across the wall. "You never let me hang anything on my wall," I said. "I even had to put my posters in frames. It was weird." I could feel her shoulders heave, and I looked at her in panic, afraid I'd made her cry. But then I realized her red mouth was parted in laughter. "You never change," she said fondly. I wouldn't have expected my mother to say that fondly. "You sent me away expecting that I would, didn't you?" I asked. She froze. For a second, I could see pain written across her face. "Alice, I have a lot to tell you, but right now, we have to get out of here. I'm keenly aware of that, I promised her. My guys are taking out the company.
Alice,
Jacob called from down the hall, his voice rough.
You sure about your plan going across the roof?
I'm wearing my sneakers, I called back.
Just talk to Riker. They left the keys in the Rover, if no one stole it.
It's a nice neighborhood, Jake.
That's exactly where you go to steal. Ask me how I know. Take your mom and get out. We'll hold them off and meet you at the house.
I'm not going without you.
I thought we talked about you fucking listening sometimes, Princess.
I thought we talked about you not being so fucking bossy.
I can't go out that way, he said. They put up wards that block out the uninvited, including anyone with angel or demon blood. I guess they think no one wants us.
Aw, I want you, Jakey.
Would you go?
I glanced at my mom, expecting her to be horrified by the angels and demons talk, but she was rubbing her wrists and seemed nonplussed. Why don't we all go out the back door? Take a drive together, I asked Jacob.
The company has reinforcements on the way. There's a company battle mage blocking the back. We've all got to fall back. But first, we have to get you and your mom out of here. Go, Ellis. We'll keep them busy.
1 second, I told my mom, squeezing her forearm. I'll be right back. I glanced over her outfit. She'd been tied up in pearls and a blazer. Put on something sporty.
I've got a great feeling about this,
my mother said, because I come by my cynicism naturally. I ran down the hall, my feet pounding down the hall. Jacob stood in the hall, his sword braced in front of him easily. His tall, lean frame twisted when he heard me coming, and he quirked his lips at me.
No goodbyes, Alice,
he said, but he shifted his sword to one hand and pressed his palm to my cheek, like it was a goodbye.
I'll see you at the house tonight. You can do this on your own.
I know, I said. I threw my arms around his neck, squeezed him for just a second, and I felt his hard-muscled forearm catch me around the waist, squeezing me back. I couldn't have handled this on my own a few weeks before, but I was changed already by these men and their love. And my training hadn't hurt either. See you on the other side, I said. He kissed my forehead, his soft lips skimming my hairline. He squeezed me one last time, and then I felt him pull away, straightening. There was a blast downstairs, the back door being breached.
Get out of here, Princess. I've got your back.
He always did. They always did. 12. I'm not criticizing, my mother said, flinging her leg over the window jamb. But how exactly do you know it's an easy path to the ground from here? I wouldn't have snuck out of your room, Mom. I balanced carefully on the roof tiles, taking a seat, and then reached back up to offer her my hand to steady her. That just isn't practical. She climbed out beside me and sat down heavily. She stared down the pitch of the roof, although we were sheltered here from the view of the front yard. For a second, I didn't hear any gunfire, but the quiet didn't calm my rapid beating heart. What was going on with my boys out there? Let's move, I said briskly, pushing down my fears for them. I began to sidle along the roof, keeping my heels braced in front of me, digging them down into the tile so I wouldn't slip. The two of us made our way along the roof to where it met the garage. This is where it gets wild, I told Mom. She sighed. You did this at least once, didn't you? This isn't just something you're making up as you go along. Are you really going to be happy with either answer? I leaned back, feeling the roughness of the roof through the thin material of my t-shirt. Now, we just have to slide on down, and then it's easy to slip onto the garage roof. From there, it's an easy jump to the ground. I leaned back, wanting as much of my body against the roof as possible to slow my descent, and then let myself start to slide. I controlled the slide carefully with my heels. I could still feel myself accelerate more than I wanted, sliding fast, just out of control. My elbow slammed into the roof. The skin peeled off my elbow against the rough roof tiles. I bit down hard on my lip, stifling a cry as my skin burned away. I couldn't afford to draw attention to us. When I was close to the edge, I threw my head back and my arms out, using every bit of my body to stop my motion. My feet rocked against the rain gutter, but the gutter held. I scrambled back up slightly, getting myself securely on the edge of the roof with my feet planted. From here, I could see the edge of the chimney that more or less blocked us from view, and I could see massed black vans and trucks that lied FBI. Because, that was definitely how the FBI rolled. How stupid did they think the neighbors were? I looked back up for my mom, ready to gesture her down, but she was already sliding. Her stiff blonde blowout was blown back by the breeze as she slid, and her teeth were gritted, as if in pain. I reached out to stop her momentum. I slammed my arm across her chest the same way she used to throw an arm up if she had to stop suddenly when she was driving. "You never did this before, did you?" she hissed. I was a good girl, but I thought about it a lot. I swiveled my body, ready to make the jump onto the roof, and glanced back. No one seemed to have sighted us. So I let my feet dangle for just 1 second over the garage roof before I planted my feet against the siding to give myself more momentum. Before my common sense and my fears could kick in, I jumped. The garage roof was almost flat, and I almost stuck the landing. I went down hard on one knee, but I scrambled to my feet immediately. I turned around to check on my mom, shaking off the pain. I could feel how it had jarred all the way up my kneecap through my thigh. I knew that tonight it would be sore, and one of the boys would kiss it tenderly until all the pain faded away. So I backed away stiffly and gestured my mom forward. She jumped down. For a second, she was suspended in the air, all grace, like I thought of my mom. Then she landed hard and stumbled forward. I dove forward to catch her. "Thank you," she said, as I held her by the elbows, steadying her on the roof. There was wonder on her face when her eyes met mine. "What did they teach you at that school, anyway?" "Not much," I said, already turning to make my way across the roof. We had one more jump to make, and then the run for the car ahead of us. But that wasn't true. At the asylum, I'd discovered who I was meant to be. Even if it took longer for me to grow into the Lilith, even if I still hadn't finished growing, as evidenced by how many things I'd fucked up lately with the Nimshi situation. This jump was going to be ugly with my knee. I winced as I jumped, knowing it was going to hurt when I came down. I twisted in midair, taking the impact more heavily on my left leg. I landed awkwardly and sat down abruptly in the grass. Pain arched through my knee, but I was already pushing myself up on my feet again, turning to check on my mom. She jumped down next to me, stumbled forward, but caught herself. I grabbed her hand in mine. Together, the two of us took off running through the neighbor's yard. I heard someone shout behind us, but we were turning around the neighbor's house. I could hear my mom's breathing, fast and shallow, beside me as we ran for the Rover. We reached it just as one of the company men burst into the yard behind us. "Get in!" I yelled at my mom. I turned back. "Fire, fire, fire!" I told myself frantically. I could feel equally frantic bursts of heat against my palms, but when I raised them to attack, the wisps of fire seemed to puff out. I saw the barrel of a gun pointed my way, but then, suddenly, it was gone. A second company man knocked the gun sideways.
"We have to take her alive."
Right, that good old tactical advantage. I closed my eyes as they ran toward me, imagining a dark room, a boy's lips on my throat, the flicker of a flame on the nightstand, the sweet scent of fresh grass, or sawdust, or sour wine. My boys. And my hands were full of flame. I threw the fireballs, one after the other, straight and hard. One of the men jerked hard to one side, falling to the ground. The other fireball lit up the other man's shirt, and he screamed, trying to beat down the flames. I threw myself into the driver's side of the car, slamming my door shut before they could get themselves together again. My mom had already climbed into the passenger seat, and she was already leaning over to twist the key in the ignition. "Get us out of here, Ellis," she said. "You never liked how fast I drive," I said, putting the car into drive, pressing my foot against the ignition. I felt the force of our momentum push me into the back of my seat. The back of the car fishtailed. "I'll give you a pass today," she said. "Listen, There's one thing I need to tell you in case, God help us, we don't get another chance to talk. We will, I said. I have it on good authority God is on my side. In some grand overarching sense, anyway. Even if he never helps me find my keys, not once. What happened to Ash isn't your fault, she said. It was mine. I just didn't know it then. My lips parted in surprise. I didn't know what to say to that, so I just said, I've got to get us to the highway. That was what I wanted to hear most in my life since my sister died. It isn't your fault. I should have known the company would come after you too, she said. I was stupid. I should have run with you, fast and far. I thought I could keep you safe. Mom? What are you talking about? I took our turn too hard, and as I swayed forward, desperately hanging onto the steering wheel, I realized I should really put my seatbelt on. Seatbelt? Mom reminded me sternly, pulling her own seatbelt across her chest. She glanced in the rearview mirror, and her eyes widened. We've got company. Literally, I said. I yanked my seatbelt across my lap, clipping in. What's going on, Mom? I took another right, and then realized that in the blur of adrenaline, I'd taken the wrong turn. We were heading toward the park, not the on-ramp for the highway. There was a black FBI van right on our bumper. I stomped on the accelerator. The car's speed climbed to its max, the needle at the far right. The world was a wild blur around me. We just had to get through the park, and then I could take a left out onto a main street, and we would be within a mile of the highway. The tires popped. The noise was incredibly loud in my ears, and then the car began to slide sideways, out of my control. Hang on, I told my mom. At the same time, she said, Hang on. We glanced at each other for one long second. There was nothing else to do, anyway, as the car began to roll, sliding down the embankment to our right. A grove of trees seemed to loom large ahead of us through the window. I've got bad luck for car accidents, I said. You're still alive, Mom said. Can't be all bad. Let's hope. The car tipped over to one side and then rolled. I squeezed my eyes shut, determined not to black out this time. I had to protect my mom. I had to get on the run again. If the company took me, I would fight them. I would never give Mr. Joseph what he wanted. But if they captured my mom, it was a different story. I wouldn't stand to see her tortured if I could help it, just like I would never have let anything happen to Jacob if I'd been able to prevent it. I held onto the steering wheel so tightly that my hands ached, and I felt my body tumble back and forth in the seat helplessly, thrown against my seatbelt. My head was heavy, and my neck ached. I think I screamed. But if I did, I don't think my mom could hear me over the sound of her own screams. Just stay awake. Just keep breathing. Just hope you're still God's unlikely favorite, the one he won't let die easily. 13. When the car came to a stop, we were upside down. The belt against my lap and chest hurt, since all my body weight was suspended by it. I could feel the space between my ass and the seat as I hung forward. Knowing the fall was going to hurt, I reached down, fumbling along the seatbelt until I found the buckle. I pushed it down. My angle was awkward, and I had to try again, wrapping my hand around the buckle and pressing the button with more force. The seatbelt fell away from me. I slammed into the fabric ceiling of the car. I felt like a tumble of limbs as I tried to get my door open, but it was bent in and crumpled. No matter how frantically I pushed, I couldn't get it open. Mom groaned as she reached for the door handle. She pulled on it and then pushed, and I saw the door give slightly. "Undo your seatbelt," I said, reached over the center console to try to help her. I unbuckled the clasp. She threw her hands out to try to catch herself on the ceiling below, but fell on the side of her neck with her legs against the window. She groaned again, and, since her legs were on the window, she kicked the door open. "They'll be right behind us," I said. "We've got to move." "How did they get ahead of us?" she asked, already crawling out of the car. I crawled behind her. "I think they used magic to pop the tires." "Magic," she repeated. "I'll catch you up and you can tell me all about how Ash wasn't my fault," I promised her. In the meantime, I glanced over my shoulder. A black FBI van parked at the edge of the street, and the doors flew open. I reached out and grabbed her arm. Together, the two of us limped desperately for the cover of the woods. The highly flammable woods. I was terrified of setting my hometown ablaze, but I couldn't think of anything to do besides hunker down while we waited for the boys to come to our rescue. And, in the meantime, to turn anyone who threatened us into barbecue. We crossed a long yellow-green field, the waving grass up to our knees. I looked back over my shoulder, trying to keep moving, and saw a handful of men fanning out behind us, guns drawn. Their FBI jackets looked pretty convincing from here. "You're going to be the talk of the town," I told Mom. "All the neighbors will want to know what you were doing in that house. Go ahead of me. They won't shoot me." She looked at me in alarm, so I grabbed her shoulder and gently nudged her forward slightly, putting my own body between her and the men chasing us. I was slow anyway. My knee was stiff, but adrenaline kept the pain at bay. I kept tripping on the rough terrain, my knee locking up on me every time as red-hot pain ripped up my thigh. Eventually, this knee was going to bring me down to the ground. But hopefully, I could get us some cover before that. We reached the tree line, where evergreens and maples intermingled, the maples in full green bloom. We ran into the woods, and when I looked back, all I could see was the tangle of tree limbs and seemingly endless tree trunks. But I knew they were there. "Help should be on the way," I told my mom, even though I didn't know what kind of state the boys were in. Terrible things flashed through my mind. How lucky did they have to be to all come through a battle like that unscathed? The thought made my chest tighten. I reached out to knock on a tree trunk, even though I've never been superstitious. "What kind of help?" Mom asked. "As far as I could tell, that was bad guys versus worse." "Sorry they tied you to a chair." "They duct-taped me. That's a step below tying." "Well, you haven't changed either. Always a customer service complaint." I grabbed her elbow and tugged her along with me to one side, where an old stone wall had crumbled into disrepair. Quickly, we loped along it, finding the place where the wall was tallest, almost up to my waist. We couldn't keep running. I could barely stay up on this knee. I turned and caught her elbow, ducking low to hide behind the fence and pulling her down to hide with me. "We'll take a stand here." "Take a stand," she repeated. "I shouldn't have let you watch all those action movies." I hunkered down behind the wall and watched the quiet woods in front of us. The wind rustled the leaves of the trees. "How do I help?" Mom asked. "Just trust me," I said. I felt a pang, thinking about my mom throwing me out of the house for the same powers I was using now. "And then don't disown me." She winced. "Alice, I'm sorry." "It's all right, Mom." I didn't know if it was or not, really. I felt so much having my mom hug me again, but I didn't have the time to process any of it. Let's just say it's all right for now, and survive to figure out the feelings later. I heard a twig break out in the woods, a sharp crack, like it had snapped under someone's boot. "Get down," I mouthed to my mom. She ducked beneath the line of the stones. I ducked too, holding my hands out in front of me with my palms up. I closed my eyes so I could shut out my mother watching me, and my own worries about what she would think. But in the darkness behind my eyelids, images of what could be happening to the boys right now bloomed. I shook my head to myself, trying to clear away my fears. Worrying wouldn't help them right now. I thought of the fire pit behind their house, crackling away, throwing orange sparks into the night air. My boys sitting around it, drinking beer out of amber bottles, bantering with each other. So much love, and so little of it said between them. But still, the warmth was always there. And the warmth was in my palms, too. Mom gasped. I opened my eyes. "I hardly ever set things on fire by accident now," I whispered. "But sometimes, I do it on purpose." I knelt, favoring my right knee, and popped my head back up over the wall, just in time to see the first man step out from behind a tree, only 20 feet away from me. I cocked my arm back just as his eyes found me. His eyes grew wide. He ducked to one side, but it was too late. I'd already launched the fireball through the air. He began screaming. Suddenly, 2 men launched themselves through the woods toward us, running at breakneck speed. I threw my second fireball and it caught one man's jeans, sending them ablaze. But I didn't have time to make a third fireball. I knelt again, hiding behind the wall. Fire. Fire. The heat was in my hands. He launched himself over the wall, tackling me. Something metal dug into my side, and I felt a buzz that turned into a burst of agony. My muscles contracted, jittering out of my control, cramping and tightening. Mom shoved him away from me. Her eyes were wide when they met mine, but I tried to push myself up to my feet, even though my muscles were still loopy and weak. My toes caught in the dirt, and I launched myself up and at him, but my legs wouldn't hold me. I landed heavily on my knees. From my peripheral vision, I saw 2 more men running toward us. I glanced at them quickly, hoping like hell it was my guys. Nope. Company men.
"I don't have to keep both of you alive,"
he said, drawing his gun from the holster inside his jacket. I raised my hand toward him. Fire. And suddenly, the woods were ablaze. For a second, I thought it was my fault. The man who had just drawn his gun on us froze, looking toward the flames. And despite myself, despite knowing I should attack him while he was distracted, I found myself turning to look, too. It was eerie. It felt as if I were compelled to turn. There was a man on fire, but he wasn't a company man. He stood tall and resolute, unfazed by the flames that licked across his skin and surrounded his glowing head. No, he wasn't on fire. He was fire. He stood tall, at least as tall as Jacob, and the sword in his hand was on fire, too. He looked at me, his eyes ablaze, and then turned and strode toward the man who still held a gun on me. The man who had intended to kill my mother stared at him slack-jawed for a beat too long, and then suddenly realized he was in lethal danger. He turned the gun on the man on fire instead. He pulled the trigger frantically, the gun bucking with the recoil in his hand as he squeezed off the rounds as quickly as he could. They resounded in the woods, but the man on fire didn't even acknowledge them. The man on fire ran him through with the sword. As the man who had threatened us slid off the sword into a pile on the ground, the man on fire looked to me. "What are you?" I couldn't make sense of what he was, although I was thankful he seemed to be on our side.
"I'm an angel, you idiot child,"
he said. An angel, like Jacob's father. And not just an angel, but a cranky asshole angel. It gave me pause. Could I imagine this man on fire running his hands over Wendy's tattooed arms as they kissed? The company men had stopped, staring at him. He took one step toward them, and they began to flee, running back through the woods. For a second, I thought he was going to let them run. Then he launched himself after them, a thread of flame through the woods. His passage left the leaves and branches untouched. The foliage not only didn't catch fire, they seemed not to move in his wake, as if his touch on this world were as light as a feather. Except for the men screaming in the woods. "We have to run," Mom said, offering me her hand up. "Angels are never good news." "They aren't all bad." I put my hand in hers, letting her help me up. My muscles still ached, my knee sore as ever. "Where are those men of mine?" My mother's eyebrows lifted. "Excuse me?" "We'll catch up later," I promised her. Together we limped out of the woods, trying to skirt the area where the angel was massacring the company's men. We were almost to the clearing when I heard the slow beating of wings behind us. The angel hung above the earth, his sword still in his hand, his fiery wings folding back toward his body. By the time his bare feet touched the ground, the wings were gone. The flames blinked out, too. Now, in front of us was a handsome man. His face was untouched by age, unwrinkled, his skin flawless. Despite the fresh skin, his features looked like a mature, grown man's, with a wide jaw, and a perfectly symmetrical face. He looked unnaturally beautiful. His eyes were like molten gold, bright and ever-shifting, and surely not a human's eyes. He still gripped the sword in one hand. He stared at us without speaking. A shiver ran up my spine. "Thanks for the save." He inclined his head slightly.
"You're welcome. But nothing is free. So tell me, where is your demon?"
"My demon?" I repeated. "I mean, I'm still pretty screwed up about losing my sister. And I do love hard lemonade, but I don't like to talk about that in front of my mom. Overall, I could probably use therapy, but I think my demons are under control." He took a slow step toward us.
"Your demon. The one you consort with."
"I wouldn't call it consorting. Whatever the hell that means. It wasn't something I was doing with Nimshi." He took another step forward, and even though he was no longer ablaze, I felt the heat off his body from here.
"I have no fight with you, but I intend to have that demon."
"I don't know where he is."
"I don't believe you, child."
He took another step toward me, but somehow it brought him impossibly close to me. He towered over both my mom and me.
"Get away from her."
It was Riker's voice, low and harsh. I glanced past the terrifying angel to see my Riker. The quick flash of joy and relief I felt seeing him alive was overwhelmed by fear as he staggered. He had one arm tucked across his bloody chest, his sword held low in the other hand. The angel turned to face him.
"More idiot children,"
he muttered. More loudly, he said,
"My quarrel is not with you, child of woman. I seek—" "I know,"
Riker interrupted the angel.
"You're looking for Nimshi, the half-demon? Trust me, I'd give him to you. But I don't know where he is."
Riker came to a stop. I could see he was weak with blood loss, but even so, he looked past the angel to me. When our eyes met, he winked.
"Everything's going to be okay, Firestarter,"
Riker promised.
"I appreciate your optimism,"
the angel said. He turned to me.
"Call your demon."
"He's a half-demon," I said. "Half-human. And he's not mine."
"You give yourself away,"
the angel said.
"You care for him."
Levi broke out of the trees, breathing hard, and came to an abrupt stop. He had his sword in one hand and his gun in the other, but he skid to a stop, staring at the angel. Then he looked at me. His eyes were shrewd and calculating, as if he were gauging just what it would take to get me out of there safely and away from this angel. "It's nothing personal," I said. "I'm just a cuddly Care Bear kind of human being. Now, we're going to walk out of here, and you're going to watch us go." Golden eyes met mine evenly.
"No."
"I'm God's special project, remember?" I said. "I don't think he'd appreciate you threatening me very much." He cocked his head slightly to one side.
"God abandoned us both a long time ago, Lilith."
"I don't believe that," I said.
"If you won't call the demon,"
he said,
"you are no use to me."
"Zoriel!"
Jacob called from the edge of the clearing, his voice rough. He, too, held his bloodied sword lightly, out to one side at the ready. In his free hand, he held a fireball like mine, but it was a bright blue. Zuriel turned to face Jacob.
"Is that how you greet your father? With a threat?"
His lips quirked up just slightly, taking in the blue fireball.
"And an ineffectual one at that."
"I knew it," I muttered.
"Let them go,"
Jacob said.
"She doesn't know how to summon the demon. She has nothing to do with him."
"You've all sullied yourselves,"
Zuriel said.
"Leaving him alive. How any son of mine—"
"I'm no son of yours,"
Jacob interrupted. These men of mine were apparently pretty fearless about being rude to powerful beings.
"True,"
Zuriel said.
"You're nothing to me."
Jacob watched his father, his eyes full of hate. The fireball blazed in his hand. Zuriel's eyes turned back to me, his gaze cold.
Call your demon, or I'll start with him.
Nothing doing. Alice, my mom hissed. Apparently she was on Team Humor the Scary Angel. The angel was gone in a second, and cool air swept over my skin. For the first time, I realized just how much heat he had thrown off. Jacob whirled, throwing the blue flame at him. The angel moved so quickly, I could see nothing but a shiver of gold through the trees. Then, Zuriel's sword was at Jacob's throat. Zuriel winced. His sleeve seemed to be on fire with blue flame, but he shook it off, the flames dying down as if they were nothing but an inconvenience.
Call your demon,
Zuriel said again, because apparently he was a bad listener and hadn't heard me say that Nimshi was neither mine nor holy demon.
Or this time, I will not falter.
I don't know how to do what you're asking me to do, and I don't know where he is. I do, said a new voice. Nimshi was behind Zuriel. I hadn't even seen him move, too distracted by the bright blade at Jacob's throat. Zuriel twisted to see Nimshi, too, just as Nimshi drove a dagger into his side. The angel's mouth twisted in anger. He reached out for Nimshi. That meant the sword dropped from Jacob's throat. Nimshi ducked under Zuriel's arm, already pushing Jacob ahead of him. Together, the two of them raced toward Riker and Levi. I grabbed my mom's arm, all of us running for the clearing as the angel took one step and landed heavily on his knees. Behind us, I heard the angel roar in frustration as he wrestled with the dagger in his side, trying to draw it out. It's poisoned, Nimshi said shortly, but it won't hold him long. It gives us just a few minutes.
Demon magic,
Jacob said, his jaw set. You shouldn't be complaining, Nimshi said. The six of us loped across the field toward the FBI van. Its doors still stood open. A dead man lay halfway between the trees and the van.
This is all a colossal disaster,
Riker said. He kept falling behind slightly, and Levi stayed with him, urging him onto the truck.
I hope the company has a cleanup crew ready. I think maybe we killed them all,
Jacob said.
Between us and him. There are always more mercs,
Riker said. As we reached the FBI van, Levi threw himself into the driver's seat. Jacob glanced back at the tree line and then dug into the side of the van with his sword, scratching a rune into the metal, frantically muttering in Latin. Riker groaned as he climbed up into the van, but that didn't stop him from turning to offer a hand back to my mom, who climbed in behind him, looking dazed. Smart, Nimshi said, watching what Jacob was doing for just a second. He caught me with a hand on my wrist. You can always summon me, you know. Call my name, and I'll come find you. My wrist burned under his touch. I jerked it away, turning my wrist over to find a still smoking tattoo. A single Hebrew letter. N. You're not my demon, despite what that demented angel thought, I said heatedly. And I'm not yours. Take it off. He shook his head. I want to make sure you're safe. If you won't call when you need me. Jacob finished the incantation and glanced back toward the tree line. Zuriel hadn't burst out after us yet, but we all expected it soon.
Argue in the van. Let's move.
I'm never going to need you, I said. My wrist still burned. I just wanted to protect you from them and from the angel because... Nimshi grinned as if I'd admitted more than I said. Because why? Because I want to kill you myself, I said, even though I didn't mean it. And he knew it damn well, because he was still smirking at me. Once again, sorry for the trouble, sweetheart. Jacob swung into the car.
Let's move,
he said again impatiently. Zuriel flew out of the tree line, a golden blur zooming over the grass. Jacob grabbed my wrist, yanking me into the car.
Let's not die today, princess.
I'll hold him off, Nimshi promised, just before he slammed the van door shut. Levi slammed down on the accelerator, and we took off, fishtailing through the field and back toward the road. We can't leave him, I shouted. I found myself sprawling across the floor as the van took a hard turn.
Demon might as well make himself useful,
Riker muttered. He's your brother, I said. Riker shook his head slightly. Behind us, blue arched across the field. I got my sore knee underneath me, launching myself off the floor and to the door. Just as I got my fingers around the handle, Jacob tackled me. I struggled against his powerful arms folded around me, kicking and fighting him as he dragged me up into a seat with him. He held me tight against his hard chest.
"We would all die for you,"
he said, his voice low and sure in my ear.
"It seems it's no different for him. Don't waste the one gift he could give you."
It wasn't a gift that I wanted, not from any of my boys. 14. Can you get it off? I demanded of Jacob, holding out my wrist to show him. His brows knit together as he stared down at the tattoo. He rubbed his thumb over it, as if he couldn't believe it were there. My skin was red and sore where the mark was, and I winced at his gentle touch.
"I can try."
Not yet, I said, pulling my wrist out of his grip. I do want to call him. Once. To make sure he survived.
"I thought you wanted to help him,"
Jacob said, cocking his head to one side. I think if we can help him redeem his soul, we should.
"You send a hell of a mixed message, Firestarter,"
Riker said.
"Since you just threatened to kill him back there. Which, I have to say, that's my girl."
I threatened him because he tattooed me without my consent, I said. Maybe with a soul, he wouldn't be such an asshole.
"Look around you,"
Levi said, his eyes still on the road.
"I wouldn't hold out high hopes."
My mom cleared her throat loudly. She sat on one of the van's benches, properly seatbelted in, and as prim as ever. Her sneakers and knees were both pressed together demurely, her hands folded in her lap, the way she had taught me to sit. Or tried to, anyway. "Mom," I said, "these are my hunters. Levi is the one driving. The broken one is Riker." I reached out and slapped Riker on the shoulder. He grunted faintly. I guessed that hurt. "And this is Jacob." "The angel's son." My mother repeated it like she was still trying to come to terms with the idea.
"I'd hardly call myself his son,"
Jacob said.
"But I suppose he is the reason I'm the best-looking and most powerful brother."
With that divine modesty, too. I quirked an eyebrow at him. "Don't you ever tackle me again."
"I promise only to tackle you when you're trying to do something idiotic,"
Jacob said.
"So it's all up to you, really."
It was the wrong thing to do, leaving him. I looked back through the rear window. There was a quiet road behind us.
"Zoriel shouldn't be able to follow us,"
Jacob said.
"Angels can track people. They have a stronger version of Riker's projection, but he can't track us as long as the ward on the car holds. The house is warded, too."
I flashed back to his agony in my mom's house, when the wards that were up impacted him, too. "But that means you—"
"I can live without some of my powers at the house,"
Jacob said.
"I'm still the most badass." "You're still the most annoying,"
Riker muttered. Jacob leaned forward between the seats, looking Riker over closely. Even from here, I could see that Riker was pale and sweating.
"Go away,"
Riker said, shoving Jacob back. Or trying to, anyway. He didn't succeed in doing anything more than making Jacob raise an eyebrow.
"He needs you,"
Jacob said, turning back to me.
"I'm fine,"
Riker said.
"Don't try to be a hero,"
Jacob said.
"You're losing a lot of blood. Alice will be fine. I can charge her up if she needs it. I didn't take much damage back there." "It's weird,"
Riker muttered.
"Her mom is here."
"Well, don't die for awkward," Levi said.
"Come on, I can sew you up back here if Levi promises not to slam on the brakes."
Jake gestured Riker into the back of the van.
"Then Alice can work her magic." "I'm not getting sewn up in the back of a moving van,"
Riker grumbled.
"Give me the quick clot and leave me alone."
"Your abs will still look cute," Levi said.
"Alice, tell him."
Jacob, grumbling, searched through the medical kit. He handed Riker a white packet. Riker ripped it open. Riker gritted his teeth before dumping it into the wound. A chemical scent, almost like burning flesh, filled the car. he hissed out loud in pain.
Great, Jacob deadpanned. Now get in the back and let Ellis do a thing.
I bit down on my lip, feeling the flush in my cheeks. Of course I wanted to help Riker, but the thought of kissing a boy while my mom tried to stare out the window and ignore us was agonizing. Jacob met my eyes, his eyes widening, jerking his head to one side to indicate Riker. I shook my head. I would do anything for Riker, but he didn't want my kisses now. Just thinking about the way I'd embarrassed myself in the dojo, with my hands on his belt buckle and his gentle rejection, made heat rise to my cheeks. Jacob's eyes were on mine as he said,
Ellis's mom, can we talk frankly?
No, I answered for her. This is a long conversation that's best held back at the house.
Your daughter is a reincarnated Lilith. That's why everyone wants to kill her,
Jacob began. I thought of my mom's posters and printouts hanging all over her bedroom wall, and I knew she knew something. But I didn't know what she'd put together. I was dying to find out. I wanted to know how she knew that Ash's death wasn't my fault.
So, anyway, as part of the reincarnated Lilith deal, we're her team, her guys. We would all die to protect her. We all love her fiercely, even if some of our manners are a little lacking.
Jacob clapped his hand on Riker's shoulder.
And she can heal us, but it takes contact. Would it bother you terribly if she kept Riker from bleeding to death? It's a nice van. It would be a shame to ruin the seats.
My mother's lips parted, and then closed, as if there was nothing she could say to that. She said, with effort, I don't mind. Do whatever you need to do, Ellis. I groaned. Riker, get back here.
Nope.
Why are you so stubborn? I demanded.
Because you two are obnoxious soulmates, Levi said. Mirror images of irritating, stubborn, know-it-all arrogance.
Hey, I said. You were in the number 1 slot for a while there. Don't ruin it.
I'm just being honest, Levi said. The two of you are fighting because you're so alike, and it would be comical, except I'm worried my brother is going to die from blood loss. So do what you do, crazy girl.
I would prefer to talk through my relationship woes with just Riker, and not an audience. This was like the worst kind of marriage therapy. God damn it, I murmured. Then I threw my leg over the center console, leaning in between Riker and Levi.
What are you doing?
Riker demanded as I straddled his lap. I'm being the less irritating, stubborn know-it-all. I tried to shift my ass back on his knees so that I wouldn't put any pressure on the wound in his side, which was sealed now, a black powder mixed with his blood. His abs seemed to flutter with effort. So I win. Riker parted his lips to protest. I rested one hand on his broad, naked shoulder, steadying myself, and touched the fingertips of my other hand gently to the side of his wound. I kissed him before he could say one more thing. Despite himself, his lips parted under mine. I kissed that plush lower lip that always welcomed me, no matter how much we annoyed each other. His hands wrapped around my waist, his warm, firm grip holding me tight. Straddling his lap like this, I felt my core tighten, desiring him despite myself. My hair fell around us both, blocking out the rest of the van, as my lips met his again and again. We peppered sweet kisses over each other's lips, reacquainting ourselves with the quirks, the corners, the shape of bows. Then his tongue swept over the inside of my lower lip. I ground down on his knee, hoping no one could notice how much I wanted this man who made me so freaking crazy. In every way. My tongue mingled with his, and he groaned into my mouth. His hand gripped the back of my head. I could feel his fingers through my hair as he held me tightly against him. I broke away from his kiss, sliding back under the dashboard so I could kneel between his legs.
Jesus,
Levi said, glancing away from the wheel for just a second.
I don't think that's necessary.
It's his wound, I said, blushing harder. I leaned forward, pressing my lips tenderly to his side, feeling his hard-angled ab contract under my mouth. The corners of the gaping tear in his side seemed to mend together, just a little. Riker groaned. The healing must be painful. I'm glad it hurts, I said. You deserve it.
It's cool,
Riker said, closing his eyes.
It's not like I was shot making sure you got to have a family reunion. Don't feel like you should be appreciative or anything.
I kissed the other side, watching as his skin seemed to shimmer as it healed together again. We shouldn't have left Nimshi.
Don't need to bring him along to kill him myself,
Riker said. No one's killing anyone. I pressed another kiss to his newly healed skin, watching as the flesh knit together more, as if invisible fingers were sewing his wound shut.
That is amazing,
Jacob said softly. What would be amazing is if you guys were able to forgive, I said. Give Nimshi the second chance you would want if you'd been brought up by demons.
Nimshi grew up in Connecticut,
Levi said.
I don't know what you're talking about.
I felt exhausted, and I rested my elbows on Riker's thighs. He still wore his workout shorts, and I could feel his hard-muscled thighs quivering with the pain and effort of healing. I wasn't really glad he was in pain. I didn't know why I said the things I did sometimes. I just wanted to be quippy, and I was furious at him. For Nimshi, for hurting my feelings back at the house when he turned me down, for being so damn inscrutable and not quite mine. He ran his fingers through my hair, the gesture quick and fond, even though his eyelashes fluttered like he could barely keep his eyes open.
It's all right, Firestarter. It's enough.
Nah, I said. I took his hard hips in my hands, leaning forward again. I have every intention of fixing you, Riker, no matter how impossible it seems right now.
Yeah,
he said, clearly taking that just how it was intended.
Well, ditto.
Levi sighed heavily from the driver's seat.
You two are exasperating.
15. As we turned up the long drive, passing under the pines that swayed above us, hiding the house from the road, I tried to think of how to prepare my mom to see Ash again. I've got something to tell you, I said softly. The people who we dealt with tonight.
You guys call them the company,
my mom said.
I know.
What do you know about them? Jacob reached over and squeezed my knee as the van came to a stop.
We're going to make sure Riker doesn't have any internal bleeding we missed, and then we're going to check the wards. See you inside.
See you, I said distractedly. My hand rested on his for just a second, drawing strength from his casual touch. Then the guys climbed out of the van.
I know that they have been experimenting
on people, she said.
I know that they did something with you, and maybe your sister. Or maybe she was some kind of control. Maybe that's why you survived, and she didn't.
I glanced after the guys, curious to see what they would make of this information. Was the company trying to control who became the Lilith, not just tracking us? But they were already gone. Riker and Jacob loped toward the house. Riker still had his elbow pressed against his side protectively, but he looked a lot better than he had before. Jacob said something to him, and I saw Riker's shoulders shake, trying not to laugh when he was so sore. He reached out and punched Jacob in the shoulder. Jacob grinned, shaking his head. Levi was already coming back down the stairs from the front porch, a rifle slung over his shoulder and his sword in his hand, going out to check the wards. About Ash, I said carefully. She didn't exactly survive, but she didn't exactly die either. I didn't want to give her false hope. The company tried to resuscitate her and put her on life support. Mom's eyes widened.
What?
She's in the house, I said, but she's not. We don't think she can make it without the machines. Hope flickered across my mother's face. Her lips parted in surprise, and the tension in her features that I hadn't noticed before eased slightly. I felt like I had to get her to accept the worst case. I didn't want her to think she could have Ash back, only to have her hopes dashed. I wondered if that was how Riker had felt with me, if he had seen my emotions flash across my face, my eyes light up at the thought of saving my sister. Maybe he had been afraid of how devastated I would be to lose my sister all over again, if she came back from the far, tied to a demon. but I didn't know what to say to temper my mother's hope. I climbed out of the van and turned to face her, swiveling on my heels in the gravel. I rubbed my still sore knee absently. "Let's go see her." Mom followed me eagerly into the house, her walk brisk, as if she was about to break into a run. I felt my heart sink as I opened the French doors to the living room, afraid that she would be sad seeing Ash like this. "Oh, Ash!" Mom slipped past me. She stroked Ash's hair back from her forehead, covering her cool cheeks in kisses. When my mother began to cry, I rested my hand on her shoulder, wishing I knew how to comfort her. To my surprise, Mom turned and hugged me. I breathed in her perfume, Chanel No. 5, and the scent of her shampoo as she hugged me so hard I could barely draw a breath. Her hair was against my face, scratchy and irritating, and I didn't mind at all. I hugged her back just as hard. "You have to know," she said through her tears. "I worked for the company." I felt my grip loosen slightly in my surprise. "What?" "I still do, technically, but I've always worked in accounting. I didn't know." I took a step back, and she dug through her purse. Only my mom could hang on to her purse through the day we'd had, to pull out a tissue. She wiped her eyes. "I had been married, unhappily, and divorced before you were born. I wanted a baby so much, and people knew about that, and so I found myself talking to the CEO at a company picnic. He told me he knew about twins coming up for adoption, and that he would help me." "Mom," I didn't know what to say. I had grown up hearing about how awful it had been carrying twins, how Ash had been born first. My mom joked that I had probably pushed her out, and with people complimenting my mother on how she'd gotten her figure back after carrying 2 babies. I knew it wasn't how it was supposed to work. I suspected that the company had some kind of stake in you, because the CEO just called me up to his office one day, and there were the 2 of you. His secretary was holding Ash, and he was holding you. These 2 men in suits cradling the tiniest little babies in their arms. I was so happy. I cried. But I said I didn't have anything I needed. He took me down to the garage, where there was a brand-new minivan with 2 car seats, and when I got home, these men arrived with cribs and dressers, mobiles and diapers, and turned the guest room into your nursery. "Company men," I said flatly. "Company men hung the mobile over my crib and brought you formula." "I didn't know," she said. "I just wanted to take care of you." "There was always obviously something wrong with that scenario, Mom. No one gives you anything for free, not even that crappy minivan." "Well, now I know they didn't give me anything. It was just a loan. And when they came to collect, you gave me to them." The bitterness came out in my voice. I flashed back to the cool morning where I'd banged on the front door, desperate to get inside to safety, as the white panel van rolled down our street to collect me. I'd launched myself over the side of the porch, running through the yard where I used to play, frantic with fear, with Burly and Beefy on my heels. So much for the happy reunion. "Ellis, I'm sorry for what happened. I was scared by your powers." Part of me gave as my mother stared at me with wide, shiny eyes, but my voice came out flat. "Yeah, I was too. But now I realize it was the company who gave you those powers, and it was the company who triggered them. That accident was no accident. They did that to you." I nodded, but I felt exhausted. All I wanted to do was curl up with the boys and go to sleep. "Look after Ash," I said. "I want to go talk to the guys." She smiled faintly. "I hope you'll tell me all about what's going on here soon." "I will," I said. I took a step toward the door, but stopped and turned. There had been a piece to my puzzle that I'd asked 100 times growing up, but now I wondered if the answer might be different. "What about my father?" "I still don't know who your father was," she said. "I felt like I could love you enough for 2 people. I wasn't worried about him." Her eyes met mine, steady and warm with affection. "I still love you enough for 2 people." That's hard to believe when you abandoned me right when I needed you most." My voice came out as a whisper. I wasn't sure if she could even hear me. "I know," she said. "There was something special about you. I should have run with you when I could." I nodded. Even when she said the right thing, words between us seemed so insufficient. But she was still my mother. I watched as she turned her back on me, leaning over Ash. Her fingers trembled with emotion as she touched Ash's face. I wanted to believe I could have everything, that my mother and I could love each other easily again, instead of everything feeling tainted, that my sister could giggle over the guys with me, that I could have my family back, and still have my new family, my men who I was coming to love so much. I wanted to believe. 16.
"Get some rest. We've got the wards,"
Jacob told Riker. I could hear the low, warm rumble of their voices in the kitchen.
"I don't need rest,"
Riker said, rifling through the fridge.
"Ellis fixed me up, but I am starving."
Jacob sighed.
"Ellis started your healing and sealed the wound, but you still aren't done. Zane'll back me up." "Fine,"
Riker said, grabbing a bag out of the pantry.
"I'll go watch TV and eat chips. Doctor's orders."
Jacob opened his mouth, no doubt to make fun of Riker's eating habits, but then his eyes met mine as I stood in the doorway. I ducked back behind the doorway as Riker turned.
"Okay,"
Jacob said, his voice troubled.
"I'll go help Levi with the wards. Thanks, brother."
From this angle, I would be exposed if Riker looked back, but he didn't. He winced slightly as he headed toward the couch, his elbow braced against his side no matter what he said. He had thrown on a new shirt, a flannel button-down that was fitted across his broad shoulders and hung loose over his tapered waist, and the jeans that hung low on his hips. I flashed back to the way we had kissed in the van, his hands tangled in my hair like he needed me, and I felt myself blush, embarrassed that I was hiding from him now. Jacob loomed in front of me. I'd been too focused on my Riker situation to notice him. He took my elbows in his hands, gently pushing me back down the hall, away from the kitchen. When we were both out of sight of the living room, he leaned forward. His breath tickled my ear.
"You're acting exceptionally weird right now, Princess. What's up?"
"Will you do me a favor?" I whispered back. I breathed in his scent of black coffee and spicy soap.
"Probably not. What is it?"
"I want to call Nimshi and see if he's safe. I need you to keep watch and make sure your brothers don't go blood crazy on me." He pulled back slightly, his beautiful golden eyes steady on mine, like I was a puzzle he was trying to put together.
"And you think I'm the one to ask? You know how I feel about demons."
"I do," I said. He quirked an eyebrow at me. "But I trust you," I said. "You're always on my side, no matter what you say."
"You know damn well that sometimes I'm on your side, and I still don't agree with you."
I stared up at him. He tried to protect us both. Jacob swiped a hand through his curls.
"It could have been an act."
"An act where he told us to run while he held off Zuriel?"
"Who knows if he tried to or not?"
he asked. I hesitated, then took his hand in mine. My fingers tangled with his, feeling the long, slender fingers, the warm, broad palm. I loved Jacob's artist's hands, even though they were scarred and damaged like a warrior's. His eyebrows arched up slightly, but I could see the smile lines around his eyes.
"You aren't going to charm me into doing your bidding,"
he said, tilting my chin up possessively in that way he had, so that our eyes met.
"But I'll do it anyway. I'm curious too."
I nodded, knowing I should stop while I was ahead, but I had taken his hand, planning to ask him a personal question. I wanted to keep him from running away. "What's the story with Zuriel?" His face darkened slightly.
"Apparently, Wendy had intimate relations with an angel, which is not supposed to happen. He came back to kill me when I was a kid, but he couldn't do it."
He shrugged, as if he were letting the weight of this admission fall off his shoulders.
"Everyone hates a Nephilim."
"That's how you met your father?" He tried to kill you? I'm going to stop complaining about not knowing mine.
There's no point in complaining about any of it, Alice. We play the cards we're dealt.
He leaned in and kissed my lips, his mouth tender. I melted into his touch, relieved that he wasn't mad at my prying. I kissed that lush lower lip I loved so much, and as his mouth pulled away from mine as he straightened up, he murmured,
"And we even make it look sexy."
He sure as hell did. I squeezed his hand in mine. "You'll help me?"
"Stupidly," he said. "Yes."
The two of us headed down to the lake.
"I'm not sure how strong this magic is,"
Jacob warned me, nodding toward the new tattoo on my wrist.
"So if he can't hear you through the wards, that's it. I'm not lowering any of our wards when Zuriel's on our tail too."
I scratched the tattoo absently. My skin still felt faintly sore. Sometimes magic burns. "Okay," I agreed. "We'll see what Nimshi can do." Jacob swore faintly under his breath.
"God help me, seeing what a demon can do."
"He's a half-demon," I said. "Half human." Cool golden eyes swiveled over to regard me as we walked through the ever-shifting light under the trees.
"Are you trying to make me think of Nimshi and I as alike? Two brothers, both half-human?"
"No," I said.
"Yes. You really think you have a sense for him, huh? That there's a better nature to the guy who locked us in a demon's case and tortured us?"
"He killed Samael."
"Who wouldn't? That lute-playing hulk is incredibly annoying, even for a demon."
"To protect us, knowing what it would cost him."
"You're trying to build a case for him,"
Jacob said, swinging our hands between us playfully, as if we were going to the fair and not to summon a demon.
"But I don't think it's the evidence that's convinced you."
"I have a feeling about him, the same way I had a feeling about each of you." His eyebrows rose slightly, the way it always did when his head was full of innuendo.
"Oh, I'm not sure wanting to."
"Don't be dirty," I interrupted. "It's always been more than that. Even when you were acting like a complete jerk."
"Jerk face. I prefer the full title you bestowed on me."
"I could still tell you were more than that." I chewed on my lower lip. "That you were this good, kind man." Jacob raised his other hand.
"Let me stop you right there. I'm afraid you've confused me with someone else. From day one."
His voice was warm with amusement, and even though he was embarrassed, he also seemed slightly pleased. Despite his interruption, I continued, mischief in my own voice. "Who wouldn't summarily execute a demon that I invited?"
"You're impossible, Princess."
"And you love it." We emerged from the shadows of the trees onto the bank of the lake. The deep blue waters shimmering in front of us always calmed my soul a little. When nature was so beautiful, it was hard to believe that the world was such a dark and strange place. Jacob glanced back at the trees.
"I've got lookout."
"Thanks." I rubbed my fingers over the still sore tattoo, looking out over the lake. The sun reflecting off the water made me squint. "Nimshi, I'm not a big fan of your tattoo. Come explain yourself to me."
"Technically,"
a mischievous voice said in my ear,
"it's more like a brand than a tattoo."
I twisted, looking for him, but there was no one there. "Where are you?"
"I'm on my way,"
he promised me.
"But we can communicate like this."
"How handy. They should really invent something like this. They could call it a cell phone, and no one would need a brand."
"I think it's stylish."
"So you survived," I said.
"Yeah. I guess I should have mentioned there were two kinds of poison on the dagger. One fast-acting, one with a bit more punch that takes a little longer to develop."
"Is Zuriel dead?" That might be good news for us, since Lord knew we already had enough enemies. But I worried how Jacob would take it. He glanced toward me, his face that determinedly neutral expression that I knew too well, and then returned to looking at the woods.
"I wish," he said. "I was going to kill him when he went down, but he realized what was happening and zoomed out of there in a blaze of fiery angel showmanship, like they do."
"Why does Zuriel want you so badly?" I asked.
"The angels want to wipe out the demons." "Can't imagine why,"
Jacob muttered. "You can hear him too?" I asked.
"He's a loud talker. I can hear him all the way from here."
Jacob shook his head.
Guess he and Rika certainly are brothers.
I thought maybe his voice was just in my head, I said.
Ellis, I'm hoping I can come for a visit, Nimshi said. Zuriel did get a hit in, and I'm having a bad day out here. It's not going to be a better day here, Jacob warned. And yet, Nimshi said, Jacob's the one that suffered in the demon's case. Why are the other two taking this so personally?
There's this whole thing where they're brothers, I said.
What am I then? A demon, Jacob said. That's all you are to us. Why is he there anyway? Nimshi asked. Ellis, help me.
I'm trying, I said. And Jacob is helping too. He's keeping an eye out for...
Levi,
Jacob said urgently. He came over to me, slinging an arm over my shoulders and squeezing me into his side.
Hey!
Levi waved to us from down the bank. He must have come out to check the wards. He walked up the hill to us.
What are you guys doing out here? Came to check the wards,
Jacob lied smoothly.
But obviously, you already got them all. You're slow,
Levi said. We were worse than slow. The three of us headed up the bank together. Jacob leaned back slightly to give me a look behind Levi's back, a raised eyebrow and a quick shake of the head. He wasn't happy he'd just had to lie for me. Nimshi just kept making trouble for us. 17.
Thanks for everything,
Riker said to Zane as the two stood on the front porch.
You going to stay for dinner?
I'll stay a while, but I've got to head out soon. I've got a date,
Zane said. He grinned at me as I climbed the stairs.
We're not all lucky enough to have a fated soulmate.
Ask Riker how lucky he feels right now. I crinkled my nose at him. Zane laughed like I hadn't meant it.
I'm always lucky,
Riker said. He slid his arm around my waist, squeezing me gently, and I wasn't sure if he had missed me or if he just didn't want any outsider to see the cracks in our relationship.
What's for dinner?
Levi asked as we headed into the house.
Lasagna, salad, broccoli for Jacob so he doesn't cry about warrior food,
Riker said.
Fat hunters can't outrun the vamps and geists,
Jacob said.
I don't run,
Riker shot back. Levi and Jacob headed down the hall to the kitchen, but Riker stopped, turning to face me.
I am always lucky, you know. Thanks for fixing me up back there.
No problem, I said. It's what we do. The smallest grin played over Riker's handsome mouth, making me think of the many other things we did.
How are you doing?
He asked me softly.
With your mom and Ash.
Fine, I said. It's weird, but I'm fine.
Pretty much the story of our lives. It's all weird, but we'll make it.
He pressed a kiss to the top of my head, quick and chaste.
Together.
I cocked my head, staring into his sparkling green eyes, a bit bemused. I wanted to tease him about being sweet to me, but I also didn't want him to stop.
Go tell your mom dinner is ready. It's hot out. We can eat in the dining room.
Sounds good, I said. Riker nodded and let go of me. I felt cool in the air conditioning without his arm around me, and I shivered slightly as I opened the French doors. Mom sat beside the bed, leaning forward. She was reading to Ash from a paperback. She always did faintly different voices for each character when she read dialogue. Her voice a rich, rolling cadence, like a natural storyteller, and it reminded me of when I was a kid. She'd read us every Harry Potter book. Once on summer vacation, she'd even read her slightly risque beach read out loud to us when we were teenagers, all of us giggling over the awkward bits. She glanced up at me, holding her place in the book with her finger.
Do you know how hard it is to find a normal book in this place?
I pulled a face. I can imagine. I think they're all in Jacob's room. She sighed, setting the book on the nightstand.
That nice EMS boy came in. He doesn't seem optimistic that Ash will ever come out of this coma on her own. That she could ever breathe on her own, anyway.
Yeah, I said. I have this fear now that even if we could bring her back, she would try to breathe and wouldn't, and we would just watch her die all over again.
Bring her back?
Mom repeated carefully.
You think you have a way to wake her from her coma?
I sighed. It was a big subject, and I wasn't sure how to find all the right words. I started to tell her. Ash hasn't gone into heaven yet. Her spirit is still in the far. My voice broke, surprising me. I hadn't cried much lately. I'd found myself tougher than I ever used to be. My mom was up in a second, crossing the room to hug me.
It's going to be okay, Ellis, but I have so many questions.
Me too, I said, but I told her what answers I had. An hour later, with dinner plates pushed aside, I could almost feel Riker's despair. My mother was fixed on what our next steps were to bring Ash back from the far and resuscitate her body. She was relentless. Suddenly, I realized just how annoying I might be.
It's not that simple,
Riker protested.
It's the simplest thing there is, Mom said. You have the opportunity to save my daughter, to save Alice's sister, and you're choosing not to take it. Simple.
Well, apparently mother and daughter are similarly difficult,
Riker said. He tried to catch my eye, but I found myself looking down at the table, feeling embarrassed. I wanted my guys and my mom to like each other. The two most important parts of my life weren't getting along.
I'm going for a walk,
Riker said, standing from the table.
You don't want pie?
Jacob asked. Riker always wanted pie. Riker exited the dining room without answering.
It's apple,
Jacob said, to no one in particular.
I'll take his share,
Zane said.
Aren't you going to eat on your date?
Levi asked.
What's your point?
Zane asked. I'm going after him, I said, getting up too. I can't. By the time I reached the hallway, the front door slammed shut. I ran after Riker. I had no idea what I was going to say. Every time I said something, it just seemed to make things worse anyway. But I had to try. 18. I slipped out the front door and almost bumped into Riker, who stood planted on the front porch. He held out an arm, glancing over his shoulder at me.
Go back in the house, Ellis.
No, I said softly. We need to talk.
Go back in the house,
he said urgently. My heart dropped, afraid that the angel had found us. I looked over his shoulder. A man staggered down our driveway. His head was low, so I could only see his dark curls, not his face. His tall, narrow body was bent over, and he wound back and forth as he walked. At first, I thought he was drunk, and then I realized he was injured. Nimshi, I pushed past Riker, intent on Nimshi, only to have Riker grab me around the waist.
Not a chance, he said. He must have taken down our wards. He's no friend of ours. Go back in the house. Get the others.
You get the others. I stomped on his toes. It wasn't my nature to hurt him, and I would apologize later, but desperate times called for desperate measures. But his grip on me barely loosened. He dragged me back toward the house just as Nimshi took one more step, looked up, and fell. For just a second, his eyes met mine, dark and desperate. Then he sprawled across the gravel. But I heard his voice in my ear.
Alice.
Riker jerked back. His eyes searched mine, as if he were trying to make sense of what he'd just overheard, as if I might be keeping yet another secret from him. Guilty. Might as well compound my sins. I finally managed to jerk out of his grip and ran down the stairs. Riker threw the front door open and shouted,
Levi! Jacob!
Then he bounded down the stairs after me. I was already racing down the driveway to where Nimshi had fallen. He'd been cut deeply across the shoulder. He had bandaged himself roughly, but there was blood seeping through the bandage. He lay with his head in the gravel, and I tried to get his head up onto my lap, turning him over so he would be more comfortable. In the process, my hands were covered in his blood.
I'll bring him inside,
Riker said roughly. He was already leaning over us both, and he grabbed Nimshi under his arms, throwing him easily over his shoulder. Don't hurt him, I said, scrambling to my feet. Levi and Jacob were on the porch, swords in hand.
I'll go put the wards up,
Jacob said, already realizing what must have happened.
I've got some questions for you later,"
Riker said to him, his voice harsh. Jacob merely rolled his eyes before jumping off the porch and sprinting. We had to get those wards back up before Zuriel found his way here. My mom came out the front door, curious, and gasped as she saw the blood on my shirt and my hands.
"It's not hers,"
Levi assured her. I'm not sure that was as comforting for her as Levi intended it to be. "Not in the cell," I barked after Riker. "He's hurt."
"You choose, Firestarter,"
Riker said.
"Hurt in the cell or dead on the lawn."
I was about to run after Riker, but Levi rested a hand on my shoulder.
"Look, I don't like this, but Riker won't hurt him, and neither will I. It's not how we operate."
"This seems like a pretty one-off situation," I said.
"We'll get him patched up,"
Levi promised me.
"We didn't hurt him last time, did we?"
"And look how that turned out,"
Riker shouted back over his shoulder. He turned down the stairs to the basement.
"I'm going to go help him,"
Levi said, even though we all knew he really meant he was going to go help Riker find his better self. "Who is that?" Mom asked. I couldn't easily sum that one up. The guy who tortured Jacob, half demon, possibly in search of redemption. Their brother, the fourth member of my harem, who we needed to go into the far. So I just said, "Nimshi." 19. I followed Riker's powerful back down the stairs. Nimshi hung limply over his shoulder, and as they went down the stairs, his hands almost brushed the steps. Riker carried him past the dojo and into the hidden room. Riker ducked to enter the lower, barred ceiling of the cell, which stood in one corner. Riker carefully slung him off his back, rolling him out onto the mattress in the room. He knelt next to him. Zane pushed his way past me.
"Want me to check him out?"
"Thanks," Riker said. He stood up to one side. Zane looked up, his fingers pressing over Nimshi's throat to take his vitals.
"You guys inviting demons in now? It's a strange new world,"
Riker said grimly, glancing at me.
"We do things differently now." "Stupidly,"
Zane said. I crossed my arms over my chest, staring them both down, even though they ignored me.
"He'll live. Demons are hardy,"
Zane said, straightening.
"Unfortunately, you need to get that blood loss stopped. That wound's still oozing. He's going to lose too much blood to be any use to you."
Riker raised his eyebrows.
"You going to help, or are you heading off on that date you were talking about earlier?" "I'm a hunter,"
Zane said.
"There's only one way I get a demon's blood on my hands. You're on your own."
His shoulder slammed into me as he strode past, studiously ignoring me. The girl who was covered in that demon's blood. There was a quick clatter on the stairs of his feet going up, leaving us all behind as fast as he could. "I like your friends," I said.
"Yeah, I'm sure I'd like yours too,"
Riker said.
"Get me the med kit."
I headed back into the office, where a row of monitors hung from the ceiling, and chairs were pushed neatly into the tables we sometimes used for brainstorming a plan. Along with rows of weaponry hanging from a pegboard, an expansive medical kit in an oversized bag hung from the wall. There were more supplies in here, too, from the many times the guys had to patch each other up after a hunt. I slung the bag over my shoulder and carried it back in. Riker was already cutting away what remained of Nimshi's shirt. "I'll help him," I said. "You don't have to." Riker shook his head. "Aren't you worried about getting a demon's blood on your hands for anything but killing?" I asked tartly.
"I'm not in this to win Hunter of the Year, Ellis,"
Riker said shortly.
"I'm trying to keep you and my brothers alive, find our way on our fucked up, divine mission. So, no, I don't care about getting his blood on my hands, however that has to happen. Give me the quick clot."
I unzipped the bag and handed over one of the bags of quick clot to him. He ripped it open, spilling some on his hand in the process. I saw him wince as it burned his skin, but without hesitating, he poured it into Nimshi's wound.
"Can you thread a needle for me? I'll get him sewn up."
Riker pressed his fingers to Nimshi's throat, looking for his pulse. He left bloody fingerprints behind as he swore.
"Zane could have mentioned that he seems to be going into shock."
"I'll get an IV started,"
Levi said from behind us. He came and knelt next to me, grabbing Nimshi's wrist.
Gotta get his blood type.
How did you guys learn all this stuff? They always amazed me, usually in a good way.
The joys of being a hunter,
Levi said. I took a step back, out of the way, as they worked over their long-lost and unwanted half-brother. Levi bit down on his lower lip, his long blonde hair brushing his shoulders as he carefully inserted the heplock into Nimshi's arm and taped it down. He ran out of the room and came back in carrying a bag of blood and an IV stand. He hung the IV bag and then attached it to the heplock. Meanwhile, Riker sewed Nimshi's shoulder up. However he felt about Nimshi, his stitches were small and careful. When he was done, he covered the wound with a pad and wrapped it in gauze. "You know, I could help," I said.
"I'm not watching you make out with the unconscious demon,"
Riker said.
"That's weird even for us. And I'm not leaving you alone with him."
"Riker, come on."
"He's going to be fine,"
Riker promised me.
"We'll get to talk to him. I'm sure curious what he's going to have to say."
"I'm not leaving him," I said. "Just like I wouldn't leave you."
"Just like you wouldn't leave me?"
There was heat in Riker's voice.
"Well, thanks, Ellis. It's nice to know you wouldn't leave me. It's not like I spent months imprisoned in an asylum with abusive guards so that I'd be there as your welcome committee. It's not like we've fought our way through plenty of shit together. It's not like you owe me anything more than you owe the demon who tortured you. Totally equal footing here."
"I don't owe you anything," I shot back. "Stop," Levi said, his tone commanding.
"I'm done with both of you. You two go talk it out. I'll stay here with Nimshi."
"There's nothing to talk out," I said.
"Go up to bed together,"
Levi said.
"I care about you both too much to watch you keep having the same goddamn stupid fight. You can figure it out. You just need to put the time in. We fundamentally disagree on a few things,"
Riker said.
"I'm with Levi,"
Jacob said from the door.
"Oldest brother here. We all know I'm in charge."
"Huh," I said. Jacob's lips quirked up slightly.
"We've talked about my quirks. Go ahead and test me."
I tossed my hair back, pursing my lips at him, even though deep down part of me absolutely did want to test him and see what happened, if I liked it. But tonight was definitely not the night for that. Jacob clapped Riker on the shoulder.
"Go take a shower and get cleaned up. We've got this."
To me, Levi promised.
"When he wakes up, I'll come get you."
Riker headed out of the room. He was already pulling his bloodied t-shirt over his head.
"Go,"
Jacob told me, resting his hands on my shoulder.
"Be the grown-up for both of you. Make him talk."
I sighed, but I went. 20. When I pushed open the door to Riker's room, I could hear the shower running. I turned to close the door, feeling awkward as hell. As I pushed the door shut, I heard the click, then a whisper in Latin, and a strange faint hum in the doorframe. I tried to pull the door open again, but it stuck. "I wish I knew how to say 'you're insufferable' in Latin," I said in the general direction of the door.
"Tu impeccabile,"
Jacob said from the other side.
"You'll thank me later."
Doubtful. I turned around, now that I was locked in, and took in Riker's room. It was neat as always. His blue quilt was smooth, and there was a stack of books on his nightstand. What the boys were reading always gave something away to me. I had known I could love Jacob from the first time I saw him reading a romance novel, and so I sat on the edge of Riker's bed to look at the books. But these were all heavy, leather-bound hunter's tomes. A field guide to demons, case studies in raising the dead, myths and reality in the far. A slender book asked, "Can any supernatural be saved?" Little bits of paper stuck out of the books, where Riker had marked his place. He'd been trying to figure out if Nimshi could be helped, if my sister could be rescued. But clearly, he hadn't liked what he had read. The shower cut off. Riker had left the door open, and steam curled out of the bathroom. I stacked his books back up on the nightstand. That drew my eye to the photo of Riker and Levi with their mom, Wendy. The boys were just teenagers, already tattooed across far more muscular forearms than any boy I'd known in high school. Wendy's sleeves were pushed up, revealing her own dark tattoos, and she looked buff and kick-ass, even as a blonde. I would have liked to have known her. I didn't really have any role model for how to be the kind of woman I was called upon to be now. Riker walked out of the bathroom behind me, yawning, and I turned to say hi. And he was naked. His broad pecs and biceps were covered in elaborate black runes. The wound across his abs was nothing but a red, angry welt now, and even the welt couldn't take away from the perfection of his chiseled abs that made my fingers ache to trace over each one. His lower abs were tight, too, and they ended in a dark blonde happy trail that my fingers also wouldn't mind racing down. Oh, God! I shaded my eyes with my hand, looking down at his quilt. Oh, hi.
What the hell are you doing in here?
I glanced up again, assuming he might have grabbed a towel. He had emphatically not grabbed a towel. Instead, he set his hands on his narrow hips. That did not make his body any less distracting. If anything, the motion made his cock bob up and down slightly with the movement, waving in front of his hard, lower abs in a way that made me bite down hard on my lower lip. Don't be distracted by the pretty man, Ellis. I came to have a serious talk with you, I said. Speaking of which, could you maybe put on a shirt? Pants?
I didn't expect you to invade my privacy, he said, or I would have.
I'm invading your privacy now? I thought you liked finding me on your bed. But saying that just made me smart over how he'd turned me down the other day. Of course, he'd been hurt because I hadn't said I love you back. But to be fair, it had been a half-assed I love you. I love you even though you're an idiot does not carry the same weight to reciprocate. No matter how hurt he had looked when I didn't say it back to him. He crossed the room to his dresser and pulled out a pair of boxers. He turned his back to me. I stared unabashedly at his tight ass as he stepped into them. His back muscles rippled as he pulled a t-shirt on over his head. He finally turned back to me.
Happy?
Let's be honest, I was never happier when Riker wore a shirt. Thanks, I said. I'd like to state for the record that this isn't my idea. I was bossed to talk it out with you. Apparently, you aren't the only bossy one. And Jacob locked us in here with a spell.
Because Jacob is a jackass,
Riker said, loudly enough to be heard in the hall. A jackass who cares about us both, I said, in his own manipulative, psychopathic way.
Or maybe they're just tired of hearing us argue, Riker said. I know I'm tired of it.
Me too. I meant to sound glib, but my voice came out small. He threw himself down on the bed beside me, landing on his back. I swayed toward him as the mattress dipped, but I planted my hands on the side of the bed, stopping myself from touching him. I could still feel his body heat, because he was only an inch away from me. Our bodies were so close, and yet so far apart.
So how do we stop fighting when we don't agree? He asked. We're never going to agree.
I swiveled so I could lay down next to him. I let myself sink into his bed, even though I couldn't let myself roll into his body the way I wanted to. I longed to nestle my head on his shoulder and pull his tattooed arm over my waist. Well, I've studied the Lilith verses exhaustively, and I think I've figured it out.
Oh?
You just give me what I want. He tossed a pillow gently over my face.
Brat.
I'd do anything for you, I said, to save your brothers. It doesn't make me feel very good that you won't help me when it's my sister. For a second, he was quiet.
It's not about your sister. It's about not wrecking the world, Ellis. You know damn well how much trouble a demon in a human body is.
They're also not that hard to kill.
Yeah.
He ran his hand through his hair.
I'm sure that relationship would just go on without a hiccup, huh? Whichever one of us it was, Jacob, Levi, me, had to run your sister through to kill the demon.
I'll do it myself. The words had sounded better in my head than when I said them out loud, where they sounded thin and unconvincing. I just want a chance to save her.
The demon's spirit would drag her to hell right with it.
Then I'll go get her. Isn't that how it works? The Lilith can walk into heaven and hell?
We don't even know if we can make it into the far.
We'll have Nimshi.
That's a whole different argument. Maybe we should stick with one.
I sighed. I don't know what we're going to do, I said softly.
Me either.
His knuckles brushed against mine. I slid my palm over his. His hand closed around mine.
You know I love you anyway,
he said, his voice casual. I froze. My heart seemed to beat too fast. I know. I tried for a glib, cocky tone. I probably succeeded a bit too well. He shook his head. I turned my head to look at him, but his eyes drifted shut. His jaw was set in that way that always made my heart lurch. He looked angry. But I knew Riker well enough by now to know that anger was his default setting for any emotion he couldn't handle. I'd hurt his feelings, once again. Riker, I said.
What?
His voice was cool. I'm sorry.
Don't be. I've said it twice. You aren't ready to say it back. That's clear. That's fine.
He didn't sound like he meant that's fine. It's just, not right now.
Maybe you'll never be ready,
he said. He sat up, twisting so his back was to me.
That's fine too. I've had a lot more time to get used to this than you have.
It's not about that. Those words vibrated in my soul. Maybe you'll never be ready. I knew I would be. I already loved him.
Maybe you'll say it to your demon friend.
Now you're just being jealous. I felt anger flare up, and it felt a whole lot better than the guilt I'd felt for hurting him.
I shouldn't have to be jealous of a demon. I'm not jealous of Levi or Jacob. But for you to put him above the rest of us...
You aren't jealous? Are you sure? My voice came out arch, skeptical. Riker said, loudly for the audience in the hall, if there still was one.
This is going great. Great plan, guys.
I'm the Lilith, I said. I'm the one who knows the four of you. All four of you. So when I say Nimshi can be redeemed, you should trust me.
You didn't know us. You got to know us.
I always had a feeling about you.
Yeah, I would hope the fact that I stayed at the asylum for you, that I fought for you, that I was there for you in your nightmares contributed to that feeling. But Nimshi tortures you and magic roofies you and you're like, seems like a good guy.
You think God made a mistake when he made the four this time around?
Yep.
We should just go to bed.
Fine.
He pulled the blankets aside, sliding in beside me. I went into the bathroom to unhook my bra and slide off my jeans, folding them and leaving them on the sink. I'm using your toothbrush since we're locked in.
I'm pretty sure shared toothbrushes are reserved for people who love each other.
Riker muttered. You want me to have bad breath? We're supposed to be destined for each other, but I don't want to risk breaking the magic.
Yeah,
Riker muttered.
You already tried that with Jacob, remember? Not that you ever talked it over with me.
His toothbrush was in my mouth, so my protest might have been garbled. I already said I was sorry. I thought we were past that.
Yeah, well, I'm in the mood to hold a grudge.
I glanced at the other door out of the bathroom, the one that led to Levi's room. As I brushed, I tried the doorknob, but it was locked.
Not happening,
Levi called from the other side of the door.
Although I'm about to start researching magic to cure stubbornness, for the both of you.
Maybe you can find the spell next to the one for nosiness. I could hear the grin in Levi's voice.
We just love you both too much to let you keep being so... you. It's painful to watch when the trouble is you two are so much alike.
Too impedibly, I told him. My Latin was bad anyway, but it certainly sounded worse when I was brushing my teeth. I rinsed my mouth and washed my face with Riker's sandalwood-scented soap. When I walked back into the bedroom, Riker was lying on his back, his muscular arms tucked beneath his head. He stared up at the ceiling. I'm borrowing one of your shirts. I crossed over to his dresser and began to rifle through it.
Help yourself.
He glanced over at me as I pulled a shirt out.
Not Led Zeppelin. You haven't earned Led Zeppelin.
I'm wearing it. I faced away from him, pulling my own shirt over my head, and dropped it on the floor.
Do you know where the laundry basket is?
He asked. I could feel his gaze on me.
It's literally 1 foot away from that spot on my floor. You're a terrible roommate.
You're a terrible soulmate.
You're also terrible at holding up your end of a healthy, productive argument.
This hasn't been a healthy, productive argument. I pulled his favorite t-shirt over my head, breathing in the scent of Tide and fabric softener. The shirt fell loose over my body, soft and cozy, and I pulled my hair out from the collar, sweeping it over my shoulder.
No kidding.
I just want you to trust me, to see me as an equal, like Jacob or Levi. His lush lips pursed up.
I don't want to see you like I see Jacob and Levi.
You know what I mean? I don't just want lust between us. I want trust, respect.
I do trust you and respect you.
His voice was confident, clear, and I wished I felt the same. Unspoken, but there in his words was that, and I love you. But I didn't expect to hear that again anytime soon. The thought made me ache. I knew I would be gutted if I told him that I loved him and he didn't say it back. But no matter how much I ached, I was still angry. You trust me, but not to make a decision about Nimshi or about my sister.
Well, that goes two ways, right? You could trust me about Nimshi or your sister.
He cocked his head slightly to one side. I am so sure about this, Riker.
So am I.
I got into bed and pulled the blankets over my head.
Very mature.
His voice was soft, even without being muted by the blankets I hid under. I felt the bed shift beneath us as he rolled over. 21. I knew I was having a nightmare, but that didn't mean I could escape from it. Wake up, I said out loud to myself, turning in a slow circle. I knew this garden. I had dreamed it before. Ash ran past me. She had cut most of the skirt away from her prom dress, so her long, brown legs flashed as she ran. The last bit of sapphire satin and tulle whipped past me. She ran from the garden to the forest ahead of her. I tried to scream for her to stop. It was in the woods that everything always burned. If she would stay here in the garden, if she would talk to me, we could fix all of this. But I couldn't hear my own voice. Not once I saw Ash. I shook my head to try to clear my ears. The world seemed unnaturally silent. I tried to scream. My ears popped, but nothing happened. And then, like always, I ran after Ash. There had to be some way to get through to her. She came and talked to me when she wanted. In my nightmares, why was she unreachable? She turned her head over her shoulder, her wide eyes meeting mine. She looked terrified. Then she tripped because she was looking back. She tried to regain her balance, her arms windmilling wide in front of her. She just barely managed to stumble on. I caught the hem of her skirt just as she tried to run away. She jerked away from me. When she looked back, her face full of fear and fury, I realized that it was me she was running from. I had thought we were both running from something, but I was the monster that dogged her heels. I stopped dead. Time sped up. Sound returned. The low sound of birds singing in the distance and the wind rustling the trees. Ash stopped, a few dozen feet away, and hesitated. She held herself lightly, as if she were ready to run again. "Did you ever ask me?" Ash said. "What do you mean?" "Did you ever ask me if I want to come back?" "All right," I said. "Ash, do you want to come back?" But she was gone. The garden was empty except for the swaying tiger lilies in front of me. Maybe I should take that as an answer. "Ash," I called, walking slowly after her. "Mom is here. Do you think you could ghost back for her? She's been sitting with you. She's sleeping in your room now. She misses you so much." And even knowing that my grief was apparently terrifying to my sister, I added, "I miss you so much. I need you, Ash." The tiger lilies bobbed their bright orange heads in the breeze. The garden should have been beautiful. Instead, it terrified me. It was so lonely and off here. I rubbed my fingers over my tattoo, tempted to call Nimshi, just for company. but I hoped that he was resting. I wished Riker would realize I was dreaming and come to me. I almost felt nostalgic for the time I'd nearly set the asylum on fire, when Riker had talked me out of my nightmares. I'd barely known him then, but when his confident voice broke into my nightmares, I'd felt like I could trust him. There had been something about Riker that drew me in from the beginning, and it wasn't just that he was built like a Greek god and handsome as hell. Those deep green eyes of his, the way one corner of his mouth quirked up, the way he carried his tall, broad-shouldered body with dangerous confidence. Everything about him made me melt, when he wasn't driving me mad. I stared ahead of me at the forest, where the trees swayed. The sun seemed far away, a distant white ball in a pale sky, as if this world was twisted and distorted. I wasn't going to chase my sister into the forest again today, the place where we both always burned. I turned and walked away. She didn't want me to follow her anymore. The garden stretched out in front of me, a labyrinth of lush green walls. I walked forward into the maze, my fingers trailing over the green edges of the bushes. I always made left turns so that I could find my way back out. Every few turns, I came across a pocket in the garden with some small mystery, a fountain burbling, a statue. At first, I thought it was all beautiful, something I would have enjoyed in another time. I could wake up any time. There was nothing to be afraid of. I turned a corner and stopped dead in the gravel, staring up at the largest statue yet. An angel and a man, carved of stone, locked in mortal combat. The angel's beating wings were frozen in midair, extended wider than I was tall. The angel looked fearsome, the handsome, cold face familiar. Zuriel. And the man struggling in his arms was familiar, too. Curls fell into his face, which was twisted in pain and fear as the blade slipped in under his ribs. Nimshi. My first instinct was to turn and run, because this was a strange thing to find here. And yet, curiosity grew me closer. It was just a dream. And Nimshi and Zuriel were my puzzles to solve, if I was going to protect my mother and my sister and my men. I took another step forward. My foot crunched over the gravel, a loud sound in the quiet of the garden. The statues came to life. The angel's wings beat, slowly and powerfully. The air from its wings slapped me across the face. I felt my hair blow back with the force of those wings. Nimshi cried out as the blade slid in the rest of the way, hilt deep. I screamed, but neither saw me. Zuriel let go of Nimshi's body, which crumpled to the ground in front of me. Nimshi's face fell to one side, slack. Zuriel turned to me, his eyes gray stone like his body, eerie and unearthly.
You cannot change what comes for you.
The statues shimmered, and then, quicker than my eyes could make sense of them, reversed themselves. Nimshi leaped off the ground and back to being locked in combat with Zuriel, whose outstretched foot came back to earth, his wings beating one last time to return to being outstretched in the air. The two of them froze, locked into combat again. "Fucking watch me," I said, furious. There was no point in being the Lilith if I couldn't change the course of the world. The guys and I had tried to puzzle out our purpose, reading the Lilith verses, but ultimately, I didn't believe this was just God's mighty self-improvement project for the reincarnated Lilith. I was put here to work, and I would save my half-demon from himself and from anyone else. If I believed in who I was, in what I was meant to be, then I couldn't believe he was a mistake either. I walked on, even though I kept expecting the sound of stone grating over stone behind me, the statues coming to life again. I couldn't stop whirling around. Every time, the landscape behind me was still, just rows of tidy green hedges that I couldn't see past or above. But I couldn't shake the feeling that things were moving behind me. Maybe the walls, maybe more figures. I turned again and again, following seemingly endless green curves. The hedges seemed to grow even taller as I walked. What was ahead of me was a mystery, a terrible mystery. I turned another corner into the largest pocket I'd come across yet in the labyrinth. The green walls stretched far away from me, leaving a space as large as a football field. The next doorway was on the far side. At the center of the field was an enormous, complicated statue carved of stone, with many figures engaged in combat. Even from here, I could see that those distant figures were fighting the angel who hung suspended in the air. The angel's sword sliced down toward a tall, broad-shouldered man who was frozen, stumbling back, his sword up defensively. Levi. Riker was poised on the balls of his feet, leaning toward the angel, caught in the midst of running to save his brother from what looked to be a fatal blow. Jacob was on the ground, his teeth gritted, obviously wounded. He was crawling to his sword, his arm outstretched, his fingers grasping but not reaching the hilt. Nimshi was frozen in midair, as if Zuriel had thrown him. His outstretched hand was reaching after his sword, which was flying away from him. Where was I in this nightmare diorama? This could not be our future. I would do whatever it took to protect them from Zuriel. I walked closer, and as my viewpoint shifted, I saw the two frozen company men, hunkered down in the grass. One was sighted in on the boys, holding a rifle with scope pressed to his shoulder. The other held the trigger of a machine gun on a tripod. Hell? No. I didn't want to watch this battle. Even from the slice of what I saw ahead of me, I could feel the hopelessness of this battle in my bones. And yet, if I watched, I might learn something that would help me stop it. I straightened my spine. I held myself tall and took a deep breath, trying to slow my frantic breathing. My heart thumped wildly in my chest. I walked forward to the battle ahead. The statues came to life. Jacob dragged his body forward painfully on his elbows and reached for the sword again. His fingers wrapped around the hilt, and he tried to raise himself to his knees. His body jerked as bullets sprayed through his body before he fell, still and lifeless. Nimshi hit the ground hard and tumbled end over end, but he rose again, racing back toward Zuriel and Levi. Riker realized he was going to be too late and raised his sword above his head, throwing it toward Zuriel. But Zuriel's sword was already sweeping down, and Levi's sword flew out of his hands. Zuriel raised his arm for a second blow that fell as Levi raised his hand defensively, desperately. Levi's sword pierced Zuriel's side, but he still drove down the second blow that struck deep into Levi's neck, separating his head from his body. "No!" I screamed. The flame was in my hand before I realized it, and I launched it at Zuriel. Blue flame. I didn't even know how to make blue flame yet, but I knew it was more powerful on angels than simple fire. Zuriel looked at me unfazed. Of course he did. He was made of stone. But the fire was in my hands, burning my palms now, and I threw the other fireballs before I could burn up myself.
"You are the one who destroys it all,"
Zuriel said. The statues froze and reversed themselves. Riker was at my side, the real Riker, in living color.
"Ellis, calm down,"
he said urgently. He put his hand over mine, but my hands were on fire, the balls of flame in my palm blazing hot. "I'm trying," I said, trying to shake the flames out. I could feel tears on my face from the heat of the fire and my own desperation. "Oh my God, did I set the house on fire?"
"It's fine,"
he said, his voice low and tender.
"I'm here. We're all here for you. With fire extinguishers."
Riker cracking a joke right now eased my panic. "I can't make it stop."
"You own the flames,"
he said.
"Just breathe. Just trust yourself."
"Did you hear what he said?" He put his hands over mine, even though he wasn't really there. His palms hovered above mine, the flames leaping through his skin and bones without burning them.
"Never trust a talking statue,"
Riker said.
"Calm down, Firestarter. You're still in my bed. Safe. Loved. Probably drooling on my pillow.
I tried to imagine the flames dying down, but they just blazed higher. It hurts. I saw the briefest flash of panic cross Riker's face as he struggled to help me, but it turned into resolve. He turned his palms over, offering them to me.
Give it to me.
I can't, I shook my head. It'll hurt you.
When you can't carry what you have to carry anymore, I'll always be here, Firestarter.
He leaned in close to me, his lips near my ear.
And I know you'll carry me when I need you. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, too. I bit my lip, trying to hold down the scream that wanted to tear through my body. My hands were in agony. I let you down.
Never.
His breath teased against my hair. I stared back at him, my eyes widening. You're really here. He put his palms over mine, wincing in pain, trying to take the fire out of my hands, and the flames blinked out between the two of us. Suddenly, there was nothing there in the garden but he and I, our hands joined together. I cried then, my hands throbbing in pain. His hands were tender on my raw, burnt skin. He raised my palms to his hands to kiss them. His lips were soft and tender. New, itchy skin bloomed across the burns on my hands. I bit my lip at the fresh pain of healing skin, letting my eyes drift shut, trying to endure. He lowered my healed hands to my side, still holding my wrists. His thumbs stroked the inside of my wrists, finding a tender erogenous zone that made me feel a throb of something besides agony. His lips met mine, warm and firm. I felt my lips part against his. How are you here? I whispered when we separated, our lips still just a breath apart.
I don't know, he said. I can't always parse the magic between us. But when you need me, I'll always be there.
Did you mean it? I asked. When you said you'd let me carry you when you need it. He hesitated, as if there were a smart-ass comment on his lips, and then said,
Yes, even though I don't care much for the idea.
That's all I want, I said. To be your equal. He nodded, but I found myself pulling a face. As ridiculous as that sounds when I just almost set your house on fire in my nightmare.
This isn't a nightmare.
He nodded at the frozen statue in the center of the labyrinth.
It's a vision of the far.
This is what we have to look forward to?
And so much more,
he said.
Come on, let's go see the rest.
We're going to come here on purpose, I said. Well, that seems like a terrible idea right now.
Yep,
he said. Hand in hand, we skirted the far edges of the field, trying to stay away from the statue. I didn't need to relive that all over again, and headed toward the entrance to the rest of the labyrinth. We took another turn in the labyrinth and came into the next pocket. Within the hedge walls were tall stone walls. The pocket was small and claustrophobic. When I turned back, it seemed that the opening we'd just come through had closed between us. But there was no statue here, just a tall stone slab that stood upright on its end. Just then, 2 statues dashed in. Like us, they held hands. A small boy, no older than 4 or 5, and a tall, broad-shouldered man with the face of an angel.
If I don't open the door in a few minutes,
the man promised the boy,
someone will come to rescue you. Don't be afraid.
I'll help you fight them, the boy said. The man smiled faintly.
I love your spirit, son, but this isn't your fight. Don't ever forget that I love you.
I love you too. The little boy threw his arms around the neck of the man. The man squeezed him gently, burying his face in the boy's hair, and carried him the last few steps. He squeezed the boy tightly as he set him down on the slab. Then he pulled away, taking a quick step back. He raised his hand, and the slab turned, closing between him and the boy. The boy curled up with his back against the slab, hugging his knees, his face twisted with fear and sadness, on the verge of tears. The man turned his back on the slab. 2 statues stood in the gap of the wall across from us. A woman with a sword in her hand. The tattoos etched into her gray arms looked like wounds. Next to her stood a boy who reached her shoulder, and he, too, held a sword, his face set and determined. It took me a second to recognize the man I knew in the little boy. Levi.
"Where is he, Hedron?"
she asked.
"I thought you wanted me to protect him,"
Hedron said.
"I can't leave you alive," she said. "Now it's my only chance at saving the kid." "The Hunters' Council put a bounty on us both, and you came to collect?"
Hedron asked.
"I'm not going to hurt you, love. They're your enemy now, not me."
"Good," she said. "That will make this easier." When she swung at him, he sidestepped, ducking low under the blade. The 2 of them fought, locked in combat. Levi edged around, his sword held at the ready, looking for his chance to strike a blow.
"I'm not your enemy,"
Hedron roared at Wendy.
"You told them where to find my firstborn." "I didn't betray you,"
Hedron said.
"Look within your own circle."
He looked down. Levi had struck him through, and the sword stuck out of his side. Wendy began to incant. Hedron's body fell.
"Mom?"
Levi said. He leaned down, pulling his sword out of Hedron's side with effort.
"Don't pay any attention to him,"
she said.
"You can never trust a demon."
She rested her hand on the stone door, and then cursed.
"Demon magic. I don't know how to break this. We have to get help."
On our side of the wall, Nimshi's shoulders shook with tears. And then the statues froze. Reversed. They moved backward out of the picture, the slab twisting again. For a second, the sound of scraping stone was loud, and then it faded away into the quiet of the garden. "No," I said. "What happened after that? Did your mom rescue Nimshi?"
"I don't know."
He stared at the figures, his eyes troubled.
"I didn't know about any of this. I don't think she told Levi what she
made him a part of," I finished, because he couldn't. "That Levi killed Nimshi's father."
"In a manner of speaking,"
Riker hedged.
"The demons don't really die. He got sent back to hell."
"Which is why Nimshi wanted to rescue his father," I said, remembering what he had said in the demon's case about trying to bring his father back. He'd been forced to break down a human body for Samael to enter instead. Hedron didn't seem... I trailed off.
"It's a trick,"
Riker said confidently.
"What we saw before, it didn't happen yet. It won't happen. Maybe this didn't happen either."
"You said this was a vision."
"Visions are notoriously unreliable,"
Riker said. "You're an expert on visions now?"
"And you are?"
"Well, it is my vision."
"Maybe Nimshi's controlling it somehow, trying to convince you demons aren't all bad."
"Riker," I said, No. I'm asking you to trust me. Finally." He stared back at me, his eyes troubled. He cupped my cheek with his hand.
"I don't like this, Firestarter."
"It wouldn't be trusting me if it was what you wanted to do, Dreamstalker." Riker cursed under his breath.
"Fine,"
he said. He leaned forward, sealing his promise with a kiss. I wrapped my hands around his shoulders, feeling their power under my hands, kissing him back passionately. The garden fell away from us. We were in his bed, and I could feel him shift, his arm around my lower back. In the distance, I heard Levi say,
"She's back. Let's get out of here."
There was a clunk as fire extinguishers were set on the ground. I could smell smoke and the chemical scent of fire extinguisher foam. Distantly, the door clicked shut. Riker murmured, his lips against mine so that his words tickled my lips.
"God, I've missed you."
"I've missed you so much," I said. I pressed a kiss to the corner of his mouth. I was going to be worthy of the faith he had in me, even though I knew that I hadn't lived up to it before. No more lies or half-truths. No more secrets. I pulled back from him. He groaned as his hands slid down my shoulders, his fingers skating over my skin and raising goosebumps. I straddled his hips as I pulled the Led Zeppelin t-shirt over my head. His seeking palm cupped my breast, tweaking my nipple roughly, and this time we both groaned in unison. His thumb rubbed across my nipple, his fingers sliding beneath the curve of my breast to weigh it in his hand. The rhythmic motion of his thumb made me grind down on his hips. "You missed these," I teased him. He wrapped his hand around the back of my neck and pulled me down roughly so we were nose to nose. My hair fell in a wild tangle around us both, blocking out the rest of the world.
"No," he said, his voice rough with longing. "I missed every goddamn thing about you while you haven't been mine. The way you taste, the way you laugh, the way you smell like burnt sugar and lemons."
"I smell like lemon bars to you?" His fingers tangled in my hair as he kissed me. It was probably a better choice than answering that question. He suddenly rolled, pinning me beneath his body for a second before he pushed up, his hands braced on either side of my body. He kissed my belly. I writhed under his lips as he slowly traced his way down toward my hips. He slid a finger under the waistband of my panties and then yanked them down my thighs. There was a faint ripping sound. I didn't care. His hand delved between my thighs. His thumb strummed me, surely as if he were playing the guitar, and I gasped out loud.
"Lemon bars,"
he confirmed, as his lips pressed between my thighs, just above his thumb. His fingers worked inside me as his thumb stroked my clit. My legs began to tremble, my knees falling open, welcoming him in. Deep green eyes met mine, watching my every move as I trembled with my desire for him. His hand worked steadily as he turned his face to kiss the inside of my thigh. He looked up at me, his eyes mischievous, before he nipped the tender inside of my leg. I jerked away, but the string sent yet another thrum of lust through my body. My hips tried to buck away, but he pinned my thighs down with his hard forearms and, without preamble, licked between my thighs. My lips parted, my head rolling back in his pillows, as his tongue seemed to set my body on fire. He took his time, alternating licks and kisses that left my clit exposed and cool and sensitive to every movement of air in the room. Then, when I thought I would orgasm from that alone, his tongue slipped inside me. It seemed as if he thrust his pink tongue straight to my G-spot. My knees tried to close, but he held them apart. It was almost too much to bear. He brought me to the very brink of shuddering orgasm, the point where the pleasure became almost unbearable, and then he abruptly pulled away. He threw himself next to me on the bed, one arm around my waist, drawing me toward him. I threw my naked leg over his legs, wanting to press myself against him. He kissed me, and I tasted the citrus and smoke scent of myself on his lips. I rested my hand on his beard-stubbled jaw possessively, kissing him hard, licking that flavor from his lips and tongue. He grabbed my hips in his hands and yanked me on top of him. I could feel his hard cock even through his boxers, and he popped his hips up. I scrambled to get my footing on the bed, but he had one hand hard around my hip, steadying me as he kicked off his boxers. "You definitely do not need those." I reached between his thighs as the two of us settled back down onto the bed and drew his cock over my swollen, aching clit. His eyelashes fluttered with desire, and when he couldn't bear it anymore, his thumbs hooked into my hips and he yanked me down hard onto his cock. He filled me up, wide and deep, and I gasped at the sensation.
"Too much?"
he asked. Suddenly it wasn't just heat in his eyes. There was concern for me, too. "Never," I said fervently. "I want it like this."
"Like what?"
His voice was low and husky. "Rough." My voice came out in a whisper. His fingers, tangled in my hair, pulled my head down to his. My forehead met his. His deep green eyes smoldered as he kissed me hard, holding me there. Then his hips began to move. With his hands on my hips, he pushed into me again and again, driving up, and I bounced on my knees, pushing him deep into me every time, feeling him fill me until my throbbing clit could take no more. My core tightened around him, and I leaned forward into his arms, gasping with the power of my orgasm. He wrapped his arms around me, as tight as a hug, his lips against my hair, as he came too. Our bodies relaxed together, and I felt myself give into his arms as all the fight, all the tension, went out of my body. His voice near my ear was mischievous when he said, "Good night, Alice." "Good night." I glanced at his bedside clock. It was the small hours of the morning. The smart thing to do would be to go back to bed. But then, Riker had pointed out recently that I didn't always think things through. "I'm not that interested in sleep," I said. "I'm not a fan of my dreams." I just meant that I wanted to have sex again, but Riker's eyes sharpened on mine. I'd said something that was true by accident, when I'd meant to be glib. I rested my head on his shoulder, his cock still buried deep inside me, and his arm protective and comforting across my lower back.
"Let's give you something better to remember in your dreams,"
he said, his voice low and rough. 22. When I reached the bottom of the basement stairs, Jacob came out of the room with the cage. "Morning," I said. I handed him one of the 2 mugs of steaming black coffee that I carried. "Thanks for making sure my mom was comfortable last night."
"And for locking you in with Riker."
"Let's not get carried away."
"It looked like you two were making up."
"Don't be a jerk or I'll take back the caffeine."
"Scary girl,"
Jacob said, before taking a long sip. I raised my mug in the general direction of Nimshi. "How's he doing? Is he awake now?"
"Yeah, and he won't shut up. Just what we needed, another brother who's a talker."
I frowned up at him. "None of you talk enough. You're bossy. That's not the same as talkative."
"I've tried to be an open book with you lately," he said.
"An open book? Maybe if that book were written in Latin." He spread his hands apart as if he were offended. The look of innocent surprise on his face made me smile. I set my cup of coffee on the table and bobbed up on my toes, resting my hands on his shoulders. "You know I love you even though you're a difficult, tight-lipped, stubborn,
handsome, charming rake with the face of a god,"
he finished for me. I cocked my head to one side, as if I were considering it, and then shook my head. I had a different set of adjectives. His hands closed around my waist, drawing me close to him. Through his jeans, I could feel him respond to the nearness of my body.
"I can offer you some adjectives as well, princess."
"Freaking adorable?"
"Desperately in need of a spanking."
I rolled my eyes. "I'll consider exploring your weird kinky side once we've got that kind of free time." His lips were close to my ear, his voice low and husky when he said,
"Oh, it won't take long for me to reduce you to a quivering ball of orgasm. We can find the time."
"Promises, I broke off as his teeth sank teasingly into my neck, sending an arch of desire through my body.
"Test me,"
he whispered, his voice rough with lust. "You are maddening," I said, my hips pushed against his, my back arching slightly against his hard-muscled forearm that held me close to him. My body responded to him, no matter how cool my words were.
"Idem."
I looked that up, you know. It meant same. But because he was maddening, he couldn't just say that. He had to complain to me in Latin.
"Good. I've got to get you to do your homework somehow."
I rolled my eyes. I do try to do my homework when we aren't desperately busy. Right now, it seems like we're all headed for our doom at the hands of an angel, so maybe the foreign language courses can wait a while. Jacob's grip on me loosened. Apparently, that was what you say when you want to kill the mood. I felt disappointed, even though it wasn't exactly practical for the two of us to have rough sex on one of the tables right now, no matter how much I wanted to.
"I have a crazy idea,"
Jacob said. "That's the scariest thing I've heard in the last 48 hours, and they have been a ride." He hugged me and released me, patting my ass almost absently.
"Did you come down here to see Nimshi?"
"Are you going to go all Riker possessive on me?"
"Just stay on this side of the bars,"
he told me.
I heard that.
Riker leaned in the doorway. I pulled a face as I looked past Jacob, who grinned at my discomfort. Riker had his arms crossed over his chest, leaning in his usual J. Crew pose. At least he didn't look annoyed. He just looked like he was enjoying my suffering. You can't deny it, I said.
Nope,
He said.
protective asshole. I'll own it.
He straightened from the wall and strode past us, holding the door to the cell room open for me.
I meant what I said. I'll trust your judgment. But if he hurts you, I'll kill him.
Noted, I said. I walked past him, even though coming this close to him in the doorway meant that I breathed in his scent that I loved so much, all warm grass and sunshine on fresh peaches and wood smoke. I still throbbed with desire for Jacob, and I couldn't be this close to Riker without feeling a jolt of both raw lust and deep affection. Nimshi was on his back, on the mattress at the back of the cell. He had his arms tucked under his head, staring up at the ceiling. I had a second of déjà vu thinking of how Riker had stared at the ceiling when we were fighting the night before. Well, there was an observation I couldn't share without making them both feisty. Morning, I said. He turned his head to look at me. His face was handsome, like Jacob's, as if he were a Greek god brought to life with his chiseled features. Riker and Levi had rougher, testosterone-filled good looks, with their big jaws and powerful bodies. But the Nephilim and half-demon were almost beautiful, with their angelic features. For once, Nimshi didn't have his trademark smirk.
Morning, Ellis. How long am I in for?
I wasn't about to get into that question. I hadn't had my coffee yet. What happened to you?
Hellhounds. I knew they were coming. Hell doesn't tolerate disobedient children.
Hellhounds are a thing?
They begin life as just dogs. Then they're possessed. Lassie and Benji, determined to tear me from limb to limb.
I put my hands over my ears. I love dogs. Please don't ruin my favorite movies from childhood.
Well, yesterday sure ruined my love of dogs. Was it yesterday?
He sat up on his elbows and then paused, closing his eyes as if his head was swimming. Just yesterday, I said. I'm glad you made it here.
That makes one of us.
Sorry for the guys, I said. They're protective.
By protective, do you mean homicidal?
Yeah, probably. But they won't hurt you. They're good guys.
And they don't trust demons.
He sat the rest of the way up, pulling his knees in so that he sat cross-legged, resting his elbows on his knees with his head in his hands.
I wouldn't either.
You're not just a demon. I ran my fingers over the cool metal of the elaborate lock on the door. It was both metal and magic that sealed him in there, and I didn't know how to open it. Are you?
I'm not much more without my soul.
If you cared about your soul, why did you keep working for them once they took it from you? I thought of how Samael had said the vessel he'd occupied had given himself willingly. Or did you give it to them yourself, to prove your loyalty?
No.
Nimshi's lips twisted slightly.
It was a little late to prove my loyalty once I dared to meet my mother.
My heart dropped. Wendy again, twisting her way through all our lives, even though she had long since left this earth, leaving behind mysteries and broken hearts, both of which were mine to figure out. Tell me about her, I said, because I wanted to make sure we were on the same page.
She was a hunter. Still no idea how she ended up banging a demon, but I guess it's dark at night.
He held up his hand just below his shoulder.
She stood about yay high. Blonde hair, tattoos. Definitely not welcome at the country club. Stupid-sounding name for someone so dangerous.
Wendy?
Named after the worst fast food place.
I always think of Peter Pan. Wendy and her lost boys. He groaned.
That's just embarrassing.
There was a knock on the door behind us. Riker leaned in the doorway.
You two want to come up for breakfast? You're letting me loose?
Nimshi asked skeptically.
Don't look at me like you're getting any bright ideas, or no biscuits for you.
Riker flipped a baton over in his hands.
Non-lethal. Just because I like you, Ellis.
Downgraded. No love. No fire starter. Despite everything that I thought had been healed between us last night, the consequences of our decisions still rippled. Thanks, I said, pretending not to notice.
I want to stay here, Nimshi said. Out there I've got Zuriel on my heels, and those hellhounds.
I don't think there's anywhere you can go that someone won't want to kill you.
Riker rested his hand on my shoulder as he slipped around me to work the lock.
You just have one of those personalities.
Wendy said I reminded her of you,
Nimshi said. Riker stopped dead, his jaw working once, and then continued opening the lock.
Funny, she never mentioned you. Guess she wasn't particularly proud.
No, I bet she wasn't,
Nimshi said. Riker stepped back as the door clicked open. He flicked the baton open, and it shimmered faintly with blue magic at its tip.
I see you're still using your borrowed demon magic.
Nimshi stood from the bench.
You're welcome.
Your kind can be useful when it comes to pain and mayhem,
Riker said. Nimshi raised his hands, palms out, in a gesture of peace as Riker took another step back, letting him head for the door.
I'm not going to try to escape,
Nimshi said.
I don't really care for what's waiting out there for me. I'd rather take a chance on my long-lost brothers.
Don't,
Riker said roughly. Nimshi shook his head slightly, the faintest smile on his lips, as if he enjoyed antagonizing Riker. It certainly seemed to be easy right now. Riker fell in behind Nimshi, watching him carefully as they crossed to the stairs. I headed up behind them both. I couldn't help thinking about the version of Nimshi I'd seen in the far, the little boy losing the only family he'd had in a bloody battle. Did he know it was his own mother who had killed his father? I had to keep what I'd seen to myself. I wanted to know everything I could about Nimshi in hopes he could be redeemed, but I was afraid I'd slip up. I've never been any good at keeping secrets, and this one weighed on me. I longed to talk about what had happened with Levi. Jacob and Levi waited in the dining room. On the table was a heaping pile of golden biscuits in a basket and a cast-iron pan of sausage gravy, along with a carafe of coffee and a glass bowl of fruit salad.
I still don't think he deserves biscuits,
Riker said.
You know my position,
Jacob said.
I don't think any of you deserve biscuits. They're not warrior food.
This promised to be a relaxing meal. Nimshi took a seat. He patted the table next to him, looking to me, but Riker slid into the seat next to Nimshi.
Just who I wanted to hang out with.
Nimshi smiled. I bit into a soft, delicious biscuit. I welcomed the chance to not be a part of this conversation. I was anxious for Nim to make a good impression on his brothers, and at the same time, I didn't hold out high hopes. My mom came in just then. Like me when I first arrived, she'd ended up digging in the old closets for something to wear. It was strange to see my mom in leather pants, a t-shirt, and a ponytail, as if she were a hunter. But she rocked the look. There were smile lines around her eyes as she said good morning, casting a meaningful look at Nimshi.
Good morning, ma'am,
Nimshi said. He said ma'am with enough devilish mischief to make it sound anything but preppy. Riker leaned back, crossing his arms over his chest. This is my mom, I told Nimshi. Mom, this is my friend, Nim. Nimshi was such a weird name. It's nice to meet you. Mom leaned over the table, offering her slender hand to shake. Nimshi looked up, shaking the curls back out of his eyes, and shook her hand.
Nice to meet you, too. I'm a big fan of your daughter, and now I see where she gets her good looks from.
She shook her head. You seem like a dangerous young man. My mom had meant it lightly. She didn't trust anyone quite as charming as Nimshi. But for a second, the table froze. I'd heard her use the word dangerous in a joking way many times, and it still took me a second to manage a frozen smile.
You have no idea,
Jacob said. He looked to Nimshi.
But you can make it up to me.
Nimshi's eyebrows arched up skeptically.
I can't imagine how.
I would like to learn a bit more demon magic, Jacob said.
Most of your kind aren't too helpful. Especially not when you make a habit of murdering them after they answer your questions.
I don't have any plans to hurt you, Jacob said. I want you to know that. We're kin.
Nim looked as if he were lost for words. His lips parted, but for once, he had nothing to say.
Besides, I can always turn you out and let them hurt you."
Jacob jerked a thumb in the general direction of the outside world, full of demented lassies and angry angels.
"But I won't, unless you give us good reason." "He won't,"
Riker grumbled.
"We won't,"
Jacob corrected. He shot Riker a look. That big brother look. Nimshi glanced between Riker and Jacob.
"Well, this is interesting."
It certainly was. Jacob had the most reason to hate Nimshi, and yet he seemed forgiving, at least by Jacob's standards. Riker's lips parted, the expression on his face slightly sullen, and Jacob raised his hand to silence him.
"Oldest brother. That's not fair," Riker said. "We make decisions as a team. When I got here," Jacob said to me confidentially, "they settled any serious disagreements with rock, paper, scissors. Do we burn down this Geist house or fight our way through it? I know. Let's resort to the ultimate negotiation tactic. Rock, paper, scissors. I guess they didn't have that in England," Riker said. "Like they don't have anything fun."
Levi reached over and poured me a cup of coffee. The look on his face was of patient endurance, as if his brothers all exasperated him. It made me grin. When he set down the carafe, I grabbed his hand and squeezed. He squeezed back and winked at me, as if we were the only sane ones at the table.
"We should go for a visit to the UK sometime," Jacob said, "once we've cleaned up the Zuriel situation and rescued Ash."
I glanced at Jacob. His eyes met mine as if he sensed my surprise, and he half shrugged with one shoulder. I was desperate to know more about why he was interested in going back to England, when he'd said before that his version was all tea and ghosts and child abuse.
"Oh, come on,"
Riker said.
"Rescued Ash," Nim said. "You're going into the Far?"
Riker groaned. I'd been worried that I would give too much information to Nimshi, and I felt almost relieved that it was someone else who had spilled.
"There's no point keeping it a secret," Levi said. "We need him if we're going to try it." "We don't," Riker said. "I say we lock him up and see if we can go in on our own, if Ellis is having visions of the Far."
Riker had left the words dangling, and Levi quirked an eyebrow up.
"Then what?" "Then maybe the veil is thin."
Jacob shook his head at the veil.
"He's just throwing stuff out to see if it sticks." "So we're all Team Demon now?"
Riker said, glancing around. His eyes met mine, and then those bottle green eyes softened slightly, as if he were remembering his promise.
"Look, we can try going into the Far with him once he's got his soul back. But in the meantime, why not try on our own?" "Why not?"
Levi shrugged.
"So you're in?"
Nimshi asked. He seemed like he couldn't quite believe it.
"You're going to help me get my soul back?" "Let's not get ahead of ourselves,"
Riker grumbled. He split open a steaming biscuit and ladled gravy over it.
"He won't be so grouchy once he's full of carbs,"
Levi told Nimshi. I took my plate and cup and headed for the kitchen. My mom rose from her seat and followed me. As my plate clinked into the sink, my mom touched my elbow.
"What the hell is going on around here?"
"It's a crazy world," I said, "and I think we might be the craziest part of it." 23. After breakfast, Riker said,
"Back to the cell."
My mother asked from the doorway, "What cell?" The guys all leaped from the table to their feet, as if they'd been caught doing something they shouldn't, except for Nim, who ducked his head to hide his smirk. She glanced between them, the look on her face pure mom, even if these guys were all hulking and dangerous. Impatiently, she demanded, "What's this about a cell?"
"He's a half-demon,"
Riker said shortly.
"Why would you even have a cell in your house? What is wrong with you people?"
My mother demanded. To Riker, she said,
"He saved our lives." "It's not always that simple,"
Riker said, because it had gone so well when he used that line with my mother before. "Also," Mom continued, as if Riker hadn't said anything, "I have some questions about demons."
"And I have some questions about angels."
Jacob touched my elbow, nodding at the door.
"I need to borrow Ellis before we go into the Far. I'll leave this to you all."
I thought you were the expert on angels, I said, as Jacob and I left the dining room. He turned and closed French doors behind us, giving us some small amount of privacy in the kitchen.
No,
he said shortly.
After all, I didn't grow up with angels around. The only other time I met Zuriel, he had a sword in his hands and murder in his eyes.
I don't have a glib response to that.
He certainly took deadbeat Dad a step further,
Jacob said. How did you get away from him?
He didn't have it in him to kill me. I'd rather not gamble on that much.
Me either.
But I'd like to gamble on it a little.
He hesitated.
Ellis, it's a terrible time for me to leave you guys, which is why I wanted to talk to you first.
About your crazy idea? He nodded.
I thought maybe I could go see Zuriel. Find out what it's going to take to get him off our heels. Brilliant idea, definitely. He held a sword to your throat.
It was a heated moment. I raked my hand through my hair. It's a terrifying plan. Also, I kind of need you if we're going to steal back Nim's soul. Jacob leaned against the counter, crossing his arms over his chest.
I do love a good heist.
So you're in?
I thought the decision was already made from the sounds of the conversation over breakfast.
Which still blows my mind, since you were all ready to kill him. Jacob smiled faintly.
I trust you.
And that is why I adore you. I rested my hands on his shoulders, smiling slightly to undercut those ridiculous words. He wrapped his hands around my waist. Softly, I said, I miss you lately.
Because we're not trapped in a demon's case together with all of the time in the world to chat.
I crinkled my nose at him. When you say it like that, it sounds ridiculous.
I miss you too, he said. Once I get this Zuriel situation figured out, once no one's trying to kill us. Date?
Yes, please. I cocked my head at him. You know you don't have to figure out Zuriel all on your own, just because he's your father, right?
I know, he said, a little too quickly. We're a team.
I bit down on my lip. I don't like it. If things go south, there's no way you can take Zuriel on your own.
Thanks for the vote of confidence.
He's just terrifying.
That's why I'm working on Demon Magic 101. Demons and angels go to war all the time. Humans don't have much in the way of magic to defend from angels. I learned what I could when I was just a kid. But...
He shrugged. Do angels rarely attack humans?
Generally speaking, angels are the good guys.
He hooked his thumbs through my belt loops.
And when they aren't, humans usually just die. So they don't come back with much useful information.
You're not making me feel better about this. He leaned forward and kissed my forehead.
In the end, Ellis, I'm not asking. I'm going to do whatever it takes. To protect you, and to protect my brothers.
Rock, paper, scissors doesn't sound so bad in comparison, I said. Let me come with you.
When we're going up against something you described, absolutely accurately, as terrifying, it does not make me want to bring you along, Jacob said. My whole mission in life is to protect you.
I rolled my eyes, and he said,
literally, my entire God-given mission in life. Or so I've been told.
What's my mission as the Lilith, then? Because I want to protect you. I nodded toward the dining room. And them.
I know you do,
he said. He didn't say it as if it were a good thing. But he did tilt my chin up and kiss me again, his lips soft and tender on mine. When our lips parted, I said, I'm coming with you.
You trust Riker and Nimshi here alone without you?
Maybe they'll bond.
Doubtful. Well, I'll be glad for the company, Princess.
I know. He rolled his eyes, but he kissed me again anyway. 24. While my mother kept Nimshi company, something that made me a bit nervous, the four of us settled onto the floor in the library.
Can we do this without Parrish's guided meditation?
Riker said. I didn't want to think about Parrish, which made me think of the video she had shown us of a Lilith and her hunters dying in the far.
We get in, Jacob said. We verify that we can do it, and then we get out. No moseying around the far. I've got no interest in moseying, Riker said. I got enough of that shithole last night.
You think the afterlife is a shithole?
Levi asked.
Definitely,
Riker said.
Yeah, I haven't seen heaven yet, but the far? More demons, no donuts, no coffee, no pie. It's no place for us.
Why is there a far? I asked. Why not just heaven and hell?
We don't know for sure,
Levi said.
But reading mythos, I think it's unjust to send people to the afterlife based on what they did before they knew the complete picture. Most people have already picked their path before they reach the far, but they get the chance to change direction, especially the people who find themselves in the middle ground, which is more like purgatory.
So why wouldn't everyone just reverse direction if they find themselves near the hot place? I asked.
People don't change that easy, Ellis,
Riker said. I guess people don't, I said. Given how often he had called Nimshi a demon, I added. But hopefully half demons do.
Of course, he's going to be on our side right now,
Riker said.
Until he gets a better offer.
Well, we'll see what he's like with his soul plugged back in.
Can't wait.
Many people either feel they deserve hell or are so twisted they don't even realize what they're choosing,
Levi said.
Hell's not hurting for residents.
Great, I said.
And one day, we'll get visitor passes to hell.
Jacob leaned forward, his t-shirt straining across his broad shoulders, and lit the candles in the bowl between us all.
But for now, just the far, in and out, no gab.
I swiveled on the floor, my back to the candles in the bowl and to the guys, and then lay down. The room was supposed to be serene, but my mind raced as Jacob got up and flipped off the lights. The memory rose of the first time I brushed up against the far, in the sensory deprivation tank, and my chest tightened with the memory of my panic. I had been weightless and free 1 second, and the next I was flailing in the water wildly, unable to draw a breath, my lungs frozen. I wondered if my breath in the room seemed loud and ragged to anyone else. I was not in an om meditating kind of mood. The room was dark, except for the faint flicker of the candles behind us, which cast strange shadows on the wall. Each of us put our arms up, joining hands. I found Jacob's long fingers and Riker's calloused ones. As we lay there soundlessly, trying to let go of the thoughts that spooled through our brains, I took in details about the room around me. The air smelled faintly of old books. The room was cool. There was a faint ticking from a clock in the corner of the room, and the soft sounds of the men breathing around me. My own breath seemed loud in my ears, even though it was slow and even.
Together, Jacob said, hands linked, family. We stand in the darkness, at the edge of the far.
Well, this felt awkward, but we had to imagine the same vision at the same time to ease into the far together. I couldn't help picturing the world I'd seen the night before, filled with green hedges and freakish statues. I squeezed my eyes shut tighter. Don't think about the hedges. Just look into the black. My chest squeezed with panic. Oh God, don't think about the perfect pitch blackness of the deprivation tank either, though. Just darkness. Imagine darkness. The world shifted. I stood between Jacob and Riker, their hands cool and firm in mine, and listened to their faint breathing, the only sound.
We all hear the wind rustle in the trees. As we watch, the darkness turns to gray, and it begins to grow light at the horizon, as if the sun is rising. The first rays of the sun carry the shadows of distant trees. You look down at the grass beneath our feet. When we look up again, the world is bright. We look out at a sweep of oak trees with tangled limbs. Open your eyes.
I opened my eyes, but there was nothing above me but the ceiling. Without thinking, I squeezed the boy's hands in mine tighter, afraid I would lose them. Are you guys here or there?
Here.
Jacob pulled away, sitting up. He swore, and then swiveled around, sitting cross-legged.
All right, we're not making it in together. Everyone tell me what you imagined. We've got to get on the same page.
I groaned. So just like every other bit of magic.
This is a pain in the ass,
Riker finished.
Yep.
Jacob clapped his hands together.
Come on, one vision, everyone focused. We can do this.
We tried for hours. I would think I felt grass beneath my feet, but as I opened my eyes, the sensation fell away. There was nothing but the library around me.
So close,
Jacob sighed, raking his hand through his hair. He glanced over at Riker.
I wonder what would happen if we tried it with Nimshi. Not a chance,
Riker said.
Not without his soul. That world is full of demons and his kind of magic. One trick and... I know,
Jacob interrupted.
So let's get the kid his soul back,
Levi said.
He's no kid,
said a gruff voice from the stairs. Riker and Levi jumped to their feet. Jacob lay back on the ground, closing his eyes and crossing his arms over his chest, as if he would rather continue the pointless meditation.
Hey, Dad,
Riker said gruffly. 25. Riker and Levi hugged their dad. It was the same kind of quick, manly hug they'd exchanged with the other Hunter family, leaning in with their shoulders touching, a quick clap on the back. I wondered how close they were to him.
It's been a long time since I've been in this house,
Duncan said, stepping back. His salt and pepper hair was cut military short, but he had a few days' beard growth across his craggy, handsome face. He looked like an aging action hero. His brown leather jacket was cracked with age. When he shifted, I saw a glint of metal. He was carrying a weapon. Even here, in our house. Duncan nodded in Jacob's general direction.
Jacob? Hi, Duncan.
Jacob finally climbed up off the floor. He knelt to blow out the candles and gathered up the bowl.
This is Ellis.
Levi rested his hand on my shoulder.
The infamous Ellis.
Duncan held his hand out to me. His fingers were slightly crooked, as if he'd broken them more than once. I shook his hand. Infamous, huh?
I didn't mean anything by it,
Duncan said, which was exactly what someone would say who meant something by it. I glanced at Riker and Levi. Levi had his hands stuffed in his pockets, his shoulders slightly hunched. Riker crossed his arms over his chest and forced a faint smile to his face. They looked as uncomfortable as I felt.
What brings you here, Dad?
Riker asked. I knew him well enough by now to hear the false note in his easygoing tone.
I've got to talk to you boys,
Duncan said.
Great.
Riker glanced at his watch.
We should break for lunch anyway.
Duncan wandered across the basement, heading toward the cell room. The cell was once again hidden by the moving wall of books. Riker and Levi exchanged a glance and headed quickly after him.
Dad?
Levi said.
Is this where you've got your demon?
Duncan's rough hands danced over the bookshelves, as if he had forgotten where the release was for the door. Then there was a soft click. He pulled the shelves aside. Mom and Nimshi looked up in surprise. Mom had her paperback open, and Nimshi was lying on the mattress. Were you reading to him? I asked, perplexed. Everyone enjoys being read to, dear, Mom said, carefully bookmarking her place.
And there's no TV down here,
Nim pointed out.
Sorry, we don't offer the plushest accommodations,
Riker said.
At least you've got him locked up,
Duncan said.
From the way it sounded when I heard it, sounded like you were breaking bread and tucking him in at night. We leave the tucking in to Ellis's mom,
Riker said. Levi mouthed at him.
You're making things weird.
Actually, that didn't make things any less weird.
You know what I mean,
Riker said, gesturing toward my mother and her ridiculous paperback and her innocent expression.
Because bedtime stories, whatever. Breaking bread?
Nimshi swiveled, planting his feet on the ground. For the first time, he looked like he was enjoying himself, a faint smirk playing on his lips.
Not bread. Biscuits, though.
Duncan stared at him. Nimshi stood and sauntered across the floor, his hands in his pockets.
Time for lunch?
Riker glanced at my mother and then picked up the baton from the corner of the room.
Time for lunch.
Is that really necessary? Mom asked. Riker didn't bother to answer her. He stood with his back blocking her as he keyed in the combination and released the magic on the lock.
Who'd you hear it from?
Levi asked Duncan. His tone was low and deceptively casual.
Doesn't matter,
Duncan said.
Matters to me.
Levi crossed his arms over his chest. I'll go finish up lunch, Mom said. I made myself at home in your kitchen, started some chicken brining for fried chicken. You never make me fried chicken, I said. I'm making you fried chicken now, Mom said. I raised an eyebrow at her. She was not making me fried chicken. She was making my boyfriend's fried chicken. I'd only ever gotten fried chicken on my birthday. Of course, she did have a birthday to make up to me. The birthday that, as far as she knew, I'd spent locked in an asylum with the company's demented guards. But in reality, I'd spent my birthday celebrating my newfound connections with Riker and Levi. Mom leaned in toward me. I leaned forward, expecting that she had a secret. Instead, she whispered, "Why are you blushing?" I shook my head. Family was exasperating. Both the family I'd been born into and the family the boys had been born into. Come to think of it, I was already thinking of the boys as my family, and they were pretty goddamn exasperating too. As we took our places around the dining room table, Duncan said,
"Never thought I'd see my sons entertaining a demon. Never thought we'd find out Mom used to entertain one,"
Riker said.
"Watch it,"
Jacob warned him. Levi drew my chair back for me before he slid into his own seat beside me. I caught Duncan's eyes on us, noticing, his gaze intent. I wondered why Jacob felt so possessive of his mother. Riker routinely referred to her as a demon-hunting trollop, fondly as he said it, and Jacob had never minded before. And then my heart dropped as I remembered Jacob guessing that Nimshi had been the price for Jacob's freedom. I had never seen Jacob look so stricken. I had to talk to him, but I certainly couldn't talk to him now.
"Who did you think was the fourth, Dad?"
Riker asked.
"I've never known who it was. It never came up. Hey, Wendy, I noticed that you got pregnant again while we were still married, but we were getting divorced by then."
I thought of what the boys had said once before, about how hunters tattooed themselves when they married, forever marked for one marriage. But then, Jacob said they didn't usually live long enough for second marriages.
"But weren't you curious? Your mom had gone undercover for the council,"
Duncan said, his tone impatient, as if this should be the end of the conversation.
"Apparently she went deep undercover."
"She really never said anything to you?" Jacob asked, his voice low. Levi's eyes flashed over to him, and I knew Levi was taking in more than he let on. As usual, Levi always figured the rest of us out.
"She really never did. After all, unlike the rest of you, she wasn't a big talker."
Yes, the trouble with my boys was definitely that they talked too much. If Duncan thought they were too in touch with their feelings, I was surprised he was able to communicate in more than growls and grunts himself. My mom came in just then, bearing a platter of fried chicken. Riker jumped up and went to help her in the kitchen. I quirked an eyebrow at Jacob, wondering why Riker was suddenly worried about making a good impression on my mom. I wanted her to embrace the idea of my 3, possibly 4, boyfriends. She was taking things pretty well in stride, anyway. I was still surprised by how she had fit into the house in just a day, and was momming it up, cooking and getting to know the boys. I didn't know what Riker said to my mom in the kitchen, but they came out of the kitchen both smiling. Riker carried a bowl of coleslaw in one hand and a jug of sweet tea in the other. Jacob, for once, did not complain about a lack of warrior food, perhaps because he wanted to stay on my mother's good side. The delicious aroma of the food filled the air. For a few minutes, everyone, whether demon, angel, or human, stuffed their faces in companionable silence. It had been a long time since my mom cooked for me, since before Ash died. I tore into a pile of succulent fried chicken and the sweet, tangy coleslaw. I saw Levi smile faintly, ducking his head, And I stopped, wiping my hands on a napkin. Levi brushed a crumb off my cheek with his napkin.
You are adorable.
I raised my eyebrows. I'm not convinced you mean that.
You are.
He glanced across the table, suddenly embarrassed by the others listening in, and leaned in close to me.
It's nice to see you eat, to see you happy. Ish.
And, as if on cue, Duncan asked,
What's the story with Sleeping Beauty, anyway? You poked through our house,
Jacob said.
Nice. I was looking for you all. I doubt you were looking for us all,
Jacob muttered. Duncan ignored him. It's my sister, I said, cutting off Riker and Levi, who had both started to speak. The company killed her and then brought her back, more or less.
Looks like some pretty powerful magic on her,
Duncan said. Do you know how to fix it? My mother asked quickly.
I don't know.
He shrugged.
Your best bet is to find whoever put the magic on her. That's great. We'll just add that to our to-do list,
Riker muttered.
What else is on that list?
Duncan said. Riker glanced over to me.
Just trying to master our abilities so we can go into the far.
Duncan dropped bones onto his plate and leaned back in his chair.
That's not happening, son. I've been looking into the mythos, since you couldn't find the fourth. We were too.
Levi leaned back in his chair, his posture mirroring his father's, and crossed his arms over his chest.
There's no going into the far down one,
Duncan said. That was hard to argue with, given how our morning had gone.
Well, luckily, I'm here now.
Nimshi waved flashily. Duncan shook his head faintly, but whatever he had to say, he held back for later. I had every intention of making sure I dogged his heels until he left the house, because I could just tell he intended to slip me to talk to his two sons alone. And I didn't like Duncan. Jacob didn't like Duncan, and that told me everything I needed to know. So, what is the plan? My mom asked brightly.
We'll talk about it later, Jacob said. No sense ruining lunch with business. It's delicious, by the way. Thank you.
I mouthed across the table at Jacob. You're being polite. He mouthed back.
And you're making it weird.
Because it is weird, I mouthed back. So, Nimshi, that's such an unusual name. Where does it come from?
It means mischievous in Hebrew,
Nimshi said. Do all the demons have Hebrew names? I asked.
Usually. Demons and angels both.
Nimshi winked at me.
Hebrew names, powerful magic, devilish good looks. It's not that powerful of magic, Riker said, given that most of you can't touch the earth. And yet we convince you weird little humans to do our bidding anyway,
Nimshi said. Levi shot him a warning look, his eyes flickering to Duncan. Levi didn't trust his father. I'd like to hear about this Hunter Council, I said. Wendy went undercover for them? What was she working on?
Annihilating the demons,
Levi said.
No offense, Nimshi. It makes things a little weird,
Nimshi said, to no one in particular. I flashed back to the scene in the garden, to Wendy saying that killing Hedron was her one chance at saving her son.
Hunters have tried many times throughout the centuries to wipe out all demons, but it's never worked before, because there was no ability to make a united global effort. So, say Western Europe managed to wipe out every demon, there would still be demons hiding out elsewhere. They migrate. They keep trying to make more demons, and eventually, they repopulate.
Levi explained. But if you wipe out all the demons at once, then there wouldn't be any way for them to enter the world again. I understood what they were saying.
It's a great idea,
Nimshi said dryly.
Maybe we could save it a generation, though? I'm not all bad. One person versus thousands of lives saved,
Duncan said.
Well, this family reunion just keeps getting better,
Jacob said to no one in particular. He nodded to my mother as he stood.
Thanks for making us lunch, Miss Landon.
You already said that, I said. Jacob quirked an eyebrow at me, but he stacked his plates and carried them into the kitchen without comment. I knew exactly what adjectives he had in mind for me from that look anyway. So, how does the Hunter Council work? Is it like being elected class president? I glanced between Riker and Levi. I was being lighthearted, but I desperately wanted to understand this new facet of my world. Which one of the boys would have a better chance of winning?
Neither,
Duncan said shortly.
You'll all be outcasts now. No hunter will help you.
26.
I wanted to talk to you boys,
Duncan said, clapping Levi on the shoulder.
Let's go for a walk.
Great, I said. I took a step back, glancing through the doors to the kitchen. Jacob, can you keep an eye on Nimshi?
Babysitting duty?
Jacob picked up the dish towel from the side of the sink and wiped his hands.
On my way.
Nim rolled his eyes.
Didn't we already establish that I am firmly on Team Ellis, given that my alternatives are all Team Kill Nimshi?
I still don't trust you skulking around, I said. Nimshi turned away from Duncan and the boys. His piercing eyes caught mine.
But do you trust me to go into the far with you?
I crossed my arms over my chest. There was something about the way he asked, the note of genuine hopefulness, no matter how light his voice was, that struck my heart hard. I don't much care for the far, I said.
But we still have to go. You have to talk to your sister.
How do you know that? I asked, suddenly horrified by the thought that he knew something about my dream, or that he had somehow made me have that dream.
You've got this whole plan, but you've missed a few steps, haven't you?
Behind me, the guys were leaving the dining room. I didn't want to be left behind, so I hissed at Nimshi. We'll talk more later. The cockiest smirk made just one corner of his mouth tilt up.
Looking forward to it, sweetheart.
I heard the front door click shut, and I hesitated. I had so many questions for Nimshi, but I wanted to hear what Duncan had to say. I couldn't stop thinking about how Ash had spoken to me in the far. You never asked me what I wanted. I hadn't. But how could she choose death, chasing demons in the far, over coming back to life, to me and our mom? What I had seen in the far had to be some sort of trick, especially if Nimshi knew. Unless it was so obvious to anyone that wasn't tangled up emotionally that bringing my sister back to life was a dicey proposition. Jacob joined us in the dining room and nodded to me that he was on demon watch. I turned on my heel, avoiding the look Nimshi gave me. Something complicated, not just mischievous and smirky, but knowing, and hurried after the guys. I passed Ash's room, where the French doors stood open. My mom sat on the edge of the bed, telling her something in low, fond tones. I stepped in, just for a second. My mom was telling her the recipe for fried chicken. Brine and buttermilk and Old Bay? I asked. Do you think that's going to pull her out of her coma?
It's a great recipe,
my mom said with dignity.
But more importantly, she just needs to hear our voices.
I nodded. That was probably true. I never knew what to say to my sister, but maybe I should just say anything. Ash was on her side now, her arms folded up next to her pillow with her palms together, making her look like a sleeping angel. That would have entertained Ash, who was certainly no angel. Mom had braided her hair back from her face in 2 tight French braids, the same way she'd done our hair when we were little. But she'd had to scrounge for hair ties, and there were rubber bands knotted around the ends of Ash's long black hair. Have you been exploring the house, or did one of the guys find these for you? I tweaked the end of one braid.
I'm a little scared to wander the house now, she said,
knowing that there's a dungeon here. It's hardly a dungeon, I said.
If you think it's not a dungeon, you should try closing the door. It's a scary little room to be stuck in.
It's got to be nicer than the haunted insane asylum that you sent me to, I said. Mom's lips parted slightly, as if she were going to respond, and then she froze. I didn't have time to argue with her. Later, I interrupted before we could fight, knowing that I had to hustle after the boys. I was racking up quite the list of awkward conversations to enjoy later. I headed out onto the front porch. The warm Virginia air was damp with humidity, making it feel even hotter, and I hurried down the steps. Duncan, Levi, and Riker were headed to the woods. Levi, the tallest of the 3, stood out between them. Knowing Levi, I had no doubt he was the peacemaker, intentionally placing himself as the buffer between his father and brother. Riker stopped, swiveling on one heel, looking casually back at the house. His eyes met mine, even across the open field, as if he'd been looking for me. He raised his hand in greeting. I couldn't hear, but he said something to Levi and Duncan. Duncan twisted to look at me, aggravation written across his features. Even from here, when his lips moved, I could tell he was complaining. But Levi waved me toward them. Hot as it was, I still broke into a run, crossing the distance between us in a hurry. As soon as I reached them, Levi slung his arm over my shoulders, pulling me into his side. I took a hurried breath, pushing my hair back behind my ears because it had swung wildly in the humidity. Riker took a sidestep in toward me, his fingers brushing over my hip, and I took his hand in mine. Duncan turned his back on us in irritation.
Sure, it's not like I wanted to visit my wife's grave in— Let it go, Dad,
Levi interrupted.
What you have to say, you can say in front of Ellis.
Duncan stared at Levi, his jaw set.
What's happened to you boys?
Levi shook his head.
You wouldn't understand. I think I do.
Duncan grumbled. He crossed his arms over his chest.
Fine. I'll tell you what I came here to say. I take it you aren't here to help us,
Riker said calmly.
I am, Duncan said. I know you boys like to think it's you against the world, that all you need is each other. But that's not all we need,
Levi said hotly.
It's all we've had, since you walked out on Mom, since she died. Don't,
Duncan warned, as if there was another fight brewing just under the surface of this one they'd had many times before.
And you've had more than each other. You've had all those hunter resources, safe houses, backup teams, hackers. On your own, you could never have looked after Ellis's mom. We should have just brought her in and told her everything,
Riker said.
Apparently, she can cook.
Duncan looked between Riker and Levi, as if he were waiting for them to fall silent. Well, I could see where my boys got their flair for the dramatic. And the boys stared back at him.
Now,
he said, his voice gruff when he continued from his theatrical pause.
You're going to lose all that. You'll be outcasts.
Why? I demanded. Duncan turned to me. His cold blue eyes scanned me. I realized it was the first time we'd made eye contact.
They'll be dirty now, mixed up with demons.
He's their brother.
No, he's not,
Duncan said.
A demon can't be someone's brother.
He's half human, I said hotly. Riker held out his hand.
Whatever he is, he's part of the cards we were dealt. We have to go into the far. I'm sorry,
Duncan said.
Yours is just a lost generation of angels. You'll never make it into the far. We'll see about that,
Riker said.
Dad,
Levi said.
I understand you're worried about us, but we'll manage on our own. We don't need anyone else. Sure would be nice if you were on our side, though,
Riker said, giving Duncan a long look.
I'm on your side.
Duncan clapped Riker on the shoulder.
I'm always on your side.
Riker's lips quirked up slightly, the tension in his face easing. But Levi's eyes sharpened, intent on his father.
I can't be a part of this, though,
Duncan said. He turned and walked away across the yard, back to the battered pickup truck parked in our driveway. He stopped, looking back at us. His big jaw, covered in gray-white beard stubble, worked once, as if with emotion.
I just came to warn you. Couldn't watch you throw your lives, your work, away, and not try to help.
Yeah, Riker said gruffly.
Thanks for that. Big help. Next time you want to come over,
Levi said,
you can go ahead and call first. We don't take kindly to trespassers.
Duncan shook his head.
Don't worry, son. Won't be back.
Riker watched the truck turn around and then head back down the driveway too fast. Gravel flew out from under the wheels. He stood there with his arms crossed over his chest, impassive.
"That asshole,"
Levi said, his voice bitter.
"We never needed him anyway,"
Riker said. He turned and kicked a tree behind us. The branches above us trembled, and green leaves drifted down around us.
"We never have,"
Levi repeated. It didn't sound particularly convincing. "I'm sorry," I said.
"You don't have anything to be sorry for."
Levi squeezed me close, although I could still feel his tension in the stiffness of his body, no matter how cool and casual his voice was. I looped my arm around his hard waist, squeezing him gently, hoping to comfort him a little. No matter what he said, it had to be hard to see his father disappoint them and walk out of their lives. I glanced at Riker, who had fought me so much on inviting Nimshi into our lives. I had won, and now the boys were losing everything in the hunter world because of me.
"Don't worry about him,"
Riker said, his voice low and rough. He swung our hands between us, the gesture cheerful, even though his face was still a mask of fury.
"Let's finish that walk. Talk through our plans."
The three of us swaggered into the woods. Despite what Riker suggested about talking through our next steps, the three of us all seemed lost in our own thoughts.
"He's not wrong about one thing,"
Levi said.
"A lot of doors are going to be closed to us, just when we need them most. Right when we're going to steal something back from hell,"
Riker swore.
"We need to sit down with Nimshi and talk out the plan. We don't even know yet where his soul is."
"While you're doing that," I said, "Jake and I were planning a visit with Zuriel."
"Nope,"
Riker said, without a second's hesitation. "We can't fight a war on so many fronts at once," I said. "Angels, demons, the company. If we can figure out what Zuriel wants—"
"Zuriel told us what he wants,"
Riker interrupted.
"He wants Nimshi. We're keeping my heathen half-brother to ourselves, so that's no help."
"Jacob thinks it might be more complex than that." Riker sighed faintly.
"I liked it better when you two hated each other."
"Did you really?" I asked in surprise. I was always curious if the boys felt the littlest bit jealous, and that was the first time one of them had admitted to it.
"No,"
he said grudgingly.
"I worried about the two of you. It was annoying to see you keep hurting each other. So you know how we've felt watching you two fight,"
Levi told Riker. Riker quirked his lips to one side, ignoring his brother.
"But you were slightly more manageable without him taking up for you on your every whim, Firestarter."
No matter what he said, I liked hearing him growl out my nickname affectionately again. I bumped my shoulder against his as we kept walking. "I wouldn't say every whim," I said. Riker quirked an eyebrow at me.
"You wouldn't? He's fucking smitten, like the rest of us. Don't let him fool you."
"So does that mean you're going to let me go without a fight?" I asked. "Because I hate it when we argue."
"It doesn't seem like it, or you would stop arguing with me."
Riker bumped his shoulder back into mine.
"I just want to take care of you."
"You know I want to take care of you guys too, even if I've screwed up a lot lately."
"We know."
Levi leaned down and kissed the top of my head.
"There's a reason we'd choose you over—"
He trailed off. He cleared his throat, glancing away through the woods. I finished it for him. "Over the world?"
"What else do we need?"
Riker squeezed my hand and released it as we stepped out onto the sun-warmed bank of the lake.
"We've found each other. We've found the fourth. We've got our girl. We don't need anyone else."
"Are you sure about that?" A soft, feminine voice asked from behind us. We whirled. Olivia stood behind us, her arms crossed over her chest, a cheeky grin on her face. "Some hunters you are," she said. "I passed your dad on his way down the road and ran to catch up with you guys."
"Your brother said we were done,"
Riker said. "Well, they don't speak for me," Olivia said. "I'd never leave you guys on your own when you need me. And let's be honest, we desperately need you," I said, which made Olivia grin wider. I ran over and hugged her. Her chest shook with laughter as she hugged me back, as if I'd surprised her. Then Riker and Levi piled in, hugging us both, lifting us up between their warm, hard bodies. Riker's hard pecs were against my face, and I breathed in the boys' intermingled scent of fresh-cut grass and sawdust and cinnamon and soap. Later, as we walked back to the house, Olivia slowed so that we slipped back behind the boys. They glanced over their shoulders at us and then strode on ahead, giving us some space. I heard them talking about the Nimshi situation. "I'm sorry it took me a while to come around," Olivia said. "You don't need to apologize," I said. "I really do," she said. "Just let me get through this. I was jealous. I was a jerk, and you kept trying to be my friend. And I really need a friend." "I really need a friend, too," I said. "I'm surrounded by these loudmouth, arrogant hunters?" "Yes, exactly." "Everyone needs girlfriends," she said. "And even if we're not going to get pedicures and go to the mall together?" "Well, let's not rule that out," I interrupted. "I really want to be your friend," she finished. "That was the best apology ever," I said. "You should give Riker lessons." She grinned. "All right, friend," I said. "Jacob and I are trying to track down an angry angel. Do you think you could help?" "Do you think you could not call me friend? It's a little cheesy." She stuck her tongue out at me. "You got it, hun," I teased. She grinned, ducking her head slightly and pushing wild red curls back behind her ears. "Your friendship skills are a little rusty, huh?" "Very." It had taken a while to win Olivia over, but she bit down on her lower lip as she tried to hide her smile, and I felt my chest warm. She'd been here before me, sure, the boys' friend long before they knew me. But now, she was my friend, too. 27. Riker unlocked Nimshi's cell. I saw faint sparks under his fingertips as both magic and technology released. Riker turned, nodded at me, and walked out of the room ahead of us. I could still feel the warmth of Riker's presence near me, though. He lingered just outside. He was trying to trust my judgment, but he was also ready to attack if I so much as stubbed a toe and he thought Nimshi was responsible. "He seems happy," Nimshi noted. His dark hair curled around his ears, wild like a hockey player's, in contrast with his angelic face. "Come on," I said, pulling the cell door open. "You're not going to put the baton on me?" He quirked an eyebrow. "I'm not into that kind of thing," I said. "There's a room upstairs for you. Let's go on up." "This feels like a trick." He made no move to leave the cell, crossing his arms over his chest. I was tempted to slam the door shut on him again. "They're giving you a chance. Please don't make us all regret it." "No chance." He winked at me as he finally swaggered out. "I'm heading out for a day or two," I said. "We want to try to get Zuriel off our trail. Meanwhile, you and Riker and Levi will start sorting out the plans for the heist." "You're leaving?" Nimshi seemed genuinely disappointed, but he covered it with the same nonchalant charm he always did. "Are you sure Riker and Levi won't bury me in the backyard once you leave?" "I'm positive," I promised. "They bury bodies in the woods." He took a long look at my face as we walked across the basement to the stairs. "Oh God, you're not joking. They bury bodies here." "I would expect demons to have fancy demon curses." "My mom used to wash my mouth out with soap if I cursed," he said. "Not Wendy. My second mom." "Really? Then how did you end up so—" I waved my hand at him. Well, I was committed now. I had to finish, despite the way he turned to me with an expectant look on his face. "Awful?" He raised an eyebrow at me, pausing at the bottom of the stairs so I could go up before him. I shrugged. "We didn't meet under the best circumstances." "I killed a demon for you," he said. "That doesn't even get us to even," I said. "You showed me my sister dying a few dozen times." "She's not dead," he reminded me. "She might as well be," I said, and then slapped a hand over my mouth, aghast at what I'd just said. I glanced up the stairs. The door stood open to the hallway, and I hoped my mom was nowhere around to hear it. Nim's brilliant green eyes were soft on mine, and he leaned in toward me. My heart began to beat too quickly as his lips grazed my ear. He said, quietly and surely.
We'll bring her back.
I thought we shouldn't, I said testily. How do you even know about what I dreamed? He cocked his head to one side.
What dream?
I shook my head. I don't want to talk about it.
And I don't want to talk about my father being murdered, my unhealthy upper-class upbringing, or the way my adoptive family ripped my soul out of my body in cahoots with demons. But here we are, he said. I'm going to spill it all to my brothers, which is going to be uncomfortable for all of us. So, what dream, Ellis?
Riker thinks it was a vision of the far.
Riker,
he muttered, as if he didn't even care for hearing his name. He'll grow on you, I said. After all, you two are just alike. Nimshi looked genuinely horrified at that. Anyway, in my dream, my sister asked if I had even asked her if she wants to come back to life. I leveled a stern look at him. I know you can make me see things because of all those little games we played in the demon's case. So I'm asking you again, and this time, one time only. I won't be mad if you say yes. Did you make that dream?
I wouldn't do that to you, he said. I didn't have a choice. If I hadn't tortured you, Samael would have bloodlet you both on day one.
He said that, and the memory replayed for me. Jacob pinned helpless to the wall as Samael drove the bloodletting nails into his wrists, the blood trickling down Jacob's tattooed forearms, the way I had bruised myself fighting the chains as I screamed for him. It might not have been any worse. I said it easily, as if that memory alone didn't flood me with panic.
It would have been worse,
he promised me. His deep green eyes were flecked with gold and silver, so beautiful and eerie that it was hard not to get lost in them. He stared at me as if he saw through my act. I'm glad you killed Samael. My voice came out quiet.
Me too. Even if it did leave us in this very, very weird place, with those very, very weird guys.
He pointed upstairs, where Jacob, Riker, and Levi were working on the plans to meet with Zuriel. More specifically, the plans to meet with Zuriel and not die. Did you know you had brothers? I asked. He shook his head.
But I have a sister.
What?
Not by blood, he said. We grew up together. Those guys will never really be my brothers.
Ouch. I knew Riker was lingering at the top of the stairs, just out of sight. He would have heard that. You can get to know each other. You can get to be brothers. I said it firmly and loudly. Don't give up on each other before you've even tried.
It's a nice idea, Ellis,
he said, clearly unconvinced. Trust me, I said. He smiled at me, his grin cocksure.
We don't have any reason to trust each other.
I know. I beckoned him up the stairs, away from his cell. But I'm going to trust you anyway. I took him on a quick tour of the house. In the dining room, Levi and Jacob were talking over spells to use on Zuriel. Riker leaned against the table, paging through a book, as if he hadn't just been stalking Nimshi and me. Levi and Jacob looked up at us and fell silent when Nimshi and I walked in.
You want to talk to the crazy angel? Nimshi said. Not that it's going to help because, you know, he's crazy. That's the plan, Levi said. I have an idea, Nimshi said. Of course you do, Riker muttered. Nimshi pulled a chair out from the dining room table. May I? Make yourself comfortable, Jacob said. Our house is your house. Riker turned and set the book down, with emphasis. Levi flashed him a warning look. Riker didn't say a word. Can I get you anything? Riker asked. Coffee? Warm chocolate chip cookies? My mom stuck her head out of the kitchen. I just started a batch of cookies. Riker's eyes closed, his lashes fluttering down to his high cheekbones. I was being sarcastic. Why do you think I asked if you liked pecans in chocolate chip cookies? Mom asked. When my mom had retreated to the kitchen, Riker ran his hand through his hair, leaning forward. I can't work like this. Me either, I said. It felt as if my mom were trying to make up for the gulf between us. Nothing would do that but time. I wished I could just hang out with her, but it felt like time was flying away from us. We had too much to do, and I couldn't disappoint her.
I had to rescue Ash from the far. Then we could start all over.
I don't know what you're talking about,
Levi said, his tone mild.
I love cookies.
Nimshi snapped his fingers at us, recalling our focus.
Do you want to learn some demon magic?
28. That night, Jacob and I sat on the curb in a questionable part of D.C. Rain drizzled down steadily. The tepid water pooled across the streets and raised garbage to float by. The rain soaking my tank top and jeans did nothing to cool the sticky hot air. Reminds me of the last time we were in D.C., I said.
When we were kidnapped.
Jacob shook his head.
The lengths I've had to get a date with you.
You took me on a nice date, I said. I'd never forget taking the controls of his helicopter for the first time, or the way he'd kissed me later, his lips tasting like wine and dark chocolate, cool on a hot summer day.
Better than Riker's?
You are so competitive.
Deflecting answer. You're being politic. I'll take that as a yes.
You're impossible.
Takes one to know one, princess.
The angel we were waiting for stepped out of the house across the street. We weren't exactly hiding, but Zuriel didn't seem to notice us as he bounced quickly down the steps of the stoop to the sidewalk. He pulled the hood of his trench coat up, shielding his hair from the rain. Jacob stood up, striding across the street. I hurried after him. Headlights caught us, and there was a screech of brakes. Jacob slid around the hood of the car that had just avoided hitting him. I gave an apologetic wave in the general direction of the driver. I couldn't see anything through the windshield, which reflected the glare of the streetlights.
Hey, Dad,
Jacob called. Zuriel stopped and turned. His eyes widened slightly in surprise.
Jacob?
Can we talk?
You are here just to talk?
Zuriel asked.
I'd bring a lot more backup if I aimed to kill you.
Jacob glanced at me. There was a maddening smirk on his handsome face, but it didn't annoy me today. I knew Jacob needed his cranky asshole routine right now to get through meeting his father.
No offense, Alice.
I crossed my arms over my chest. None taken.
That would be wise,
Zuriel said. Jacob pointed down the street at the dingy white sign above a diner.
Should we get out of the rain? That's quite the public location,
Zuriel noted. He had a beautiful, rich voice, but he spoke with little inflection.
It's not that I don't trust you, Jacob said, but you've tried to murder me twice now. That is not true, son. If I had tried to kill you, you would be dead.
You must get your charming personality from him, I said. Jacob rolled his eyes. I wasn't sure if Zuriel would come with us, but when Jacob turned and strode to the diner, Zuriel fell in beside him. The three of us walked down the street together. Jacob walked into the diner first and held the door open for us. Stepping into the brightly lit, if run-down, diner felt like entering a surreal alternate universe. I shivered as the air conditioning washed over my body. Zuriel slipped his trench coat off without a second's hesitation, holding it out to me.
Take this, girl.
Thanks, but I'm fine, I said. A telltale shiver ran down my arms, which were covered in goosebumps. Jacob snatched the raincoat from his father and threw it over my shoulders. He tugged it closed in the front.
Just let him be nice. It's virgin territory for him. It is not,
Zuriel said with dignity.
I managed to woo your mother.
And I have so many questions about that, Jacob said. Too many people in the diner were looking at us. I tapped the top of the black sign that said in white letters to seat yourself, and then led them to a booth in the back of the diner, by the windows. The windows reflected our mirror images. One human girl with wild hair, frizzy from humidity, wearing an oversized trench coat, and two angelic-looking men with handsome faces who appeared impervious to weather, or time, or humanity. I looked thoroughly outclassed. I resisted the urge to try to fix my hair, hopeless, and slid into the booth, plucking a sticky menu from behind the napkin dispenser. Jacob slid in beside me, his broad shoulder brushing mine, and Zuriel took the seat opposite us.
Let's get to the point,
Jacob said. "Why did you come after us?"
"I am out of favor in heaven."
Zuriel raised his hand toward the window, indicating the rainy night, the dirty city.
"Trapped on Earth. You should understand how unpleasant that is."
"I'm good with life," I said. "Not in a hurry to move on to heaven."
"And yet your life revolves around heaven. You just don't understand yet, girl,"
Zuriel said. "Please don't call me girl. My name is Ellis." I said it with as much dignity as I could, with my wet rat hair and the angel's trench coat around my shivering shoulders.
"And you are a girl."
He glanced at me as he offered up this revelation, but his golden eyes immediately swiveled to Jacob. I wasn't worthy of his attention. His lips parted. "Okay, Cupid," I interrupted, before he could say anything else. Zuriel's eyes flashed back to mine, full of irritation.
"There is no such angel."
"There is now." I pointed across the table at him. Jacob put a hand over mine.
"Please put that adorable, accusing little finger of yours away. Zuriel." "Father,"
Zuriel said.
"if we are on the subject of proper names."
Jacob stared back at him, his eyes dark. I thought he was going to protest, and then he asked,
"Do you know anything about how Nimshi was conceived?"
"Father?"
"Your mother did not confide in me."
"Was that maybe because you tried to kill me?" Zuriel sighed. His golden eyes met mine as he said,
"He makes it sound worse than it was. I will tell you the story. It is the beginning of our story now."
"I'm all ears." I jerked my thumb at Jacob, always trying to figure this one out. Jacob rested his hand on my thigh.
"Nothing to figure out. I'm a simple man."
His hand squeezed on my thigh. His warm fingers, resting just below the hem of my shorts, made me feel an entirely inappropriate stirring of lust.
"Remember,"
Zuriel noted,
"lust is how you end up siring bastard children who will hate you forever."
"They're less likely to hate you if you resist the temptation to call them bastard children," Jacob promised. The waitress stopped at our table just then, carrying 3 glasses of iced water. Her face was completely neutral, as if she hadn't heard the bizarre conversation. She plunked a glass down in front of each of us. "What would you like?" "Chocolate chip pancakes?" I said.
"I'd like the chicken breast sandwich, lettuce instead of a bun, side of broccoli, black coffee,"
Jacob said. "Thanks for reminding me," I said to the waitress. "I'd like a side of bacon, too."
"I would like the same meal as my son,"
Zuriel said. Jacob ducked his head slightly, as if that were embarrassing to him. "Look at you two," I said, unexpectedly pleased, and in retaliation, Jacob slid his hand slightly further up my thigh. I squirmed slightly, smiling to cover my unexpected reaction, and put my hand over his hand to stop him. God, and Nimshi was the one named for mischief. Jacob was incorrigible. Zuriel's golden eyes were level on mine, which made me feel like I was being judged. By heaven, for my inappropriately sexual reactions in shady diners.
"I met Wendy by chance. I was on a mission to rescue a mere child from a demon's case. However, instead, I entered the case to find this human woman with a child on her hip and a bloody sword in her hand."
He smiled faintly, the smile crinkling the corner of his eyes. It was strange to see that perfect porcelain skin crack in a human expression.
"It was impossible not to love her."
"I thought angels couldn't fall in love," Jacob said.
"It is the nature of every higher being God created to love,"
Zuriel said.
"It is a perversion when we do not show love."
"Then why aren't angels knocking up humans all the time?" Zuriel's jaw set slightly, as if he didn't care much for Jacob's phrasing.
"It is unfair for angels to pursue humans. It is impossible for humans to truly consent, given the charm we exert. Therefore, heaven decreed against any human-angel match. It was rebellious and arrogant and self-centered for me to pursue your mother."
"You pursued her? It wasn't a one-night stand?"
"I had originally intended merely to indulge myself once. One sin, not to be repeated. But I could not be sated. I wanted not just to know her, but to talk to her, to make her laugh, watch her train, watch her sleep."
He fell silent for a second.
"When I found out she was pregnant, I asked her to marry me. I made a full confession and asked heaven for a dispensation. I begged them to transform me into a mortal man."
Jacob's eyes widened.
"My superior denied my request," he said. "I was recalled on what I hoped would have been our wedding day. I was able to send a message to Wendy to run, because I feared what they might do to her. I had hoped too much for clemency from heaven. I forgot that we may serve a forgiving God, but the layers of bureaucracy between him and us sometimes lack a sense of humor."
"That is a truly surprising revelation," Jacob deadpanned.
"I spent several years in penance before I was given a chance to redeem myself,"
Zuriel said.
"If I were to kill you, to erase my mistake, I could return to my work on behalf of heaven."
"They didn't think that was a little cruel?" Jacob asked. "Maybe not in keeping with the whole love thing you were just talking about."
"Man's life is a blink of an eye compared to the soul's experience,"
he said lightly. "That sounds so deep," Jacob said, with heavy sarcasm. "So I was just a little kid, and you showed up at the door to kill me."
"Your mother, of course, fought to protect you."
Zuriel's smile spread a little wider.
"She was spectacular. Ultimately unsuccessful, of course, though I could not bear to hurt her. When I had restrained her, I picked you up in my arms. You were small, 3 or 4, perhaps."
"I was 4, Jacob said.
"I remember. You punched me,"
Zuriel said fondly,
"and I felt something unfamiliar as you struggled in my arms, so fierce and protective of your mother. I felt pride not in myself, which caused my arrogance. I felt pride in you, which caused my final downfall."
"You hugged me," Jacob said, "before you put your hands around my throat, and my mother was screaming, pinned to the ceiling by your magic."
"It was a regrettable night,"
Zuriel interrupted.
"I could not carry through with it. I put you back in your bed. Do you remember that?"
Jacob said, his voice gruff.
"No, I was just a kid. All I remember was being terrified."
I took a long sip of my water, glancing out the window. I couldn't let Jacob see that I was shaken by the scene I couldn't help imagining. Small, desperate Jacob, trying to fight off the angel that closed his hand around his throat. Jacob deserved to have me be the strong one, while he dealt with his father's betrayal.
"I am truly sorry."
Zuriel's normally rich but flat voice broke, and he cleared his throat. His voice came out hard when he said,
"I should not have tried to kill you."
Jacob nodded, faintly. He looked at Zuriel blankly, as if they were discussing the weather, and I wondered what was going on in his head.
"Now I have a second chance to redeem myself,"
Zuriel said briskly.
"Although I'm a free agent now, I could not return after my failed mission. Instead, I work alone."
"You're going to kill Nimshi?"
"Actually, I think you should kill Nimshi,"
Zuriel said.
"I am working on exterminating all the demons in our sector. I happen to know that process is continuing apace across the world. It might seem wrong to kill your brother. I am familiar with that sentimentality. But exterminating all the demons will make the world far safer. A more innocent world for humanity."
"It is a tempting proposition," Jacob admitted. "I'm no fan of the demons." Zuriel's face was shadowed.
"I could not be reached. During your imprisonment, son, I would have helped rescue you if I had known.
Jacob nodded, although his face was impassive, as if that belated promise meant nothing.
I will leave Nimshi for last, Zuriel said. If my mission is unsuccessful, and if he has done no harm, perhaps he can be spared. But otherwise, for the sake of the greater good, he will have to be killed.
We have work to do, Jacob said. Will you leave us alone for a little while? Just like you, I'm trying to make the world a better place.
I have 7 demons on my list, Zuriel said. So I suppose you have 7 days.
Great, Jacob muttered. A week to do the impossible. Better than nothing.
You asked earlier about what might have happened with your mother,
Zuriel added, his eyes on Jacob suddenly softened and unexpectedly compassionate.
From my understanding, your mother pretended to have gone rogue while working with the council. This was during the last attempt to annihilate the demons. She integrated herself as a minion in a demon hive. I assume she either became sexually involved with a demon as part of her cover, or she genuinely fell in love with one. She was a woman of peculiar passions.
Obviously, Jacob deadpanned.
Demons are obsessed with siring demon children, but it's a rare thing for one to survive. Nimshi is a miracle of sorts.
A hell of a miracle.
A dark miracle, certainly,
Zuriel agreed. Do you think maybe he has a purpose? Jacob asked. A role to play, besides being murdered as your re-entry fee to heaven?
I doubt it.
A muscle tick spasmed, just once, in Jacob's cheek. His jaw was tight. Do you think that she had to have sex with a demon as a price, knowing how much they want to have demon children?
It's possible,
Zuriel said.
I doubt any demon would offer much in exchange for that, however. The live birth of a demon child is a rarity, a cause for celebration in their quarters, and lamenting in the world.
Why wouldn't a hunter have killed her demon child herself? Jacob asked.
Your mother was a woman of peculiar passions,
Zuriel repeated.
And that included her passion for her sons, for each of you, whether you should have lived or not.
Jacob's lips quirked up slightly in a doubtful smirk, and I thought of how she had hidden him away in England. She had even hidden him from his brothers, burning the photos that included him, hiding away her journals that mentioned him.
Your mother loved you,
Zuriel said,
intensely and with great loyalty and suffering. You should know that.
Zuriel rose from his seat. Jacob stared at him, his face impassive, even though I knew him well enough to be able to feel the gears turning in his head. So many emotions warred under that cool surface.
I wish I had the opportunity,
Zuriel said,
to know you and love you as well. But should you disrupt my mission, I will kill you all.
Thanks, Dad, Jacob said easily. Zuriel nodded, as if he didn't pick up on the sarcasm.
I fervently hope we will not find ourselves at war, son.
Me too. Jacob raised his coffee cup in mock salute. You're so goddamn proud of yourself for not murdering me. I would prefer not to have to kill you. Zuriel nodded.
To try, son.
Jacob's jaw set, and I had the feeling it took everything he had to watch silently as Zuriel turned and walked out. The bells over the diner door chimed. Zuriel's broad, muscular back in his expensive suit was turned to us, and I half expected Jacob to flip a table or dive at his father's back. Instead, he took a long sip of his coffee, his eyes steady on his father until the door to the diner slammed shut. Jacob thumped his coffee cup on the table. God, I hate that wanker. But I knew him well enough to know it wasn't that easy. I leaned over and kissed his cheek. Jacob turned to me, his brows lifting. What was that for? You're so cute when you use English slang. I put my hand over his, which was still on my thigh. Should we go home and celebrate not being dead? I thought it was dicey there for a while. Sounds like a plan. He glanced at the table and cursed.
Did Zuriel really stiff us with the bill?
I looked across the table at Zuriel's empty plate. There was no tip left behind. He had drained the coffee mug, too. He really is a wanker. 29. Let's go home. I tucked my arm through his, as if we were on a date. The rain had stopped, and the air smelled clean and fresh despite the rundown city streets around us. Jacob tugged me to one side, into an alleyway. I followed him. We had to be shielded from any potential human eyes before we returned to our bodies left behind at the house, when the trench coat fell from my shoulders, and the two of us disappeared like drops of rain that fell from the clouds.
So this is what I had to do to get you to myself, he mused. Take you with me to meet a killer angel. Thanks for coming along.
Well, more or less. I smiled up at him. His broad bicep felt real under my fingertips, despite the fact we weren't really there. Nimshi's magic had made it seem to Zuriel as if we were really in the diner with him. I knew it was a trick. I knew I lay in bed beside Jacob, but I could feel the humid air cling to my skin and the heaviness of the trench coat that still hung around my shoulders. It all felt so real. Jacob squeezed my hand.
I never thought I'd appreciate demon magic.
I nodded. I didn't want to bring up any of Jacob's sore spots, so I said nothing. It had to bother him that his father flirted with the idea of murdering him. Nimshi's magic is interesting, I said. I meant powerful.
Yeah, he said. He's a trickster.
I worry, I started to say, and then stopped. I worried about Nimshi's ability to distort reality so easily. I worried that he was changing my dreams, and I worried he could change more than that.
Me too.
He nodded curtly. Thank you for letting him have a chance, I said, even if it's stupid too.
It's not stupid, Jacob interrupted. Do you know how many people think I'm a monster?
His molten gold eyes met mine. His big jaw was set, and I reached up to touch the faint pink blush in his high-boned cheeks. Only the ones who haven't gotten to know you, I said, my voice sure. His lips quirked up slightly.
Wrong.
I'm sure of it. I swayed against him, feeling his warmth through his jeans and fitted t-shirt, no matter if we were here or not. You might wrap your kind heart in cranky asshole, but you're still my favorite. He raised an eyebrow. Half-angel lover, I finished. You are a brat. But he murmured it affectionately. He pushed me up against the brick wall behind us, and I felt the rough bricks catch a few strands of my hair. You like me just the way I am, I teased. His lips traced their way up my neck, kissing a path up to my ear. I tilted my head away from him, opening my throat up to the tender trail of kisses. His teeth nipped against my earlobe. I let my head rest against the brick as Jacob played a familiar chord of lust. His lips nuzzled my hair.
I love you just the way you are,
he said. I rested my hands on his broad shoulders. His t-shirt was damp under my palms, and I could feel the energy that coursed through his warrior's body. My voice came out low and fierce when I said, I love you too. He tucked a damp strand of hair behind my ear.
No quip.
I don't feel quippy. I ran my hands under his wet t-shirt, my fingers tracing up his hard-edged abs. I mean it.
I mean it too,
he said. Those molten gold eyes were on mine. He took my face possessively in his broad, scarred hands and kissed my lips. The clouds opened. Rain pounded against us, soaking our shirts and hair all over again. He paused, his lips a breath away from mine.
It seems like maybe that pisses the heavens off.
I don't give a damn. His lips met mine again, as the rain beat down on us, as thunder roared and lightning crackled distantly. His tongue swept against mine. I wrapped my arm around his shoulders, wanting him closer to me. He lifted me easily. pinning me against the wall, and my thighs wrapped around his hard waist. I felt him grin, his lips quirking up against mine.
"Really, princess? Here."
"Why not?" I arched my back slightly, straightening in his arms, so I could look into his handsome face. His dark curls were soaked. His golden eyes were bright as twin stars in the dim light of this alley. I looked up at the dark storm clouds high above us, blocking out the moonlight. The world needs us. We don't have to play by anyone else's rules.
"True."
He kissed the side of my throat again, and then I felt his teeth scrape over my skin. His mouth worked on my throat, drawing a bruise. I gasped at the tingle of pain intermingled with pleasure, and then he kissed it away, his lips healing the bruise he had just created. "You can't just say I love you," I said, "and then not do anything about it." He grinned. When that cool expression of his cracked into a smile, his high cheekbones rounding, his lips sensuous, I couldn't resist kissing him. I took his face in my hands and kissed the corner of his mouth.
"We aren't even really here,"
he said. I thought it was a protest at first, and then I felt him shift, taking my weight on one leg so he could drop a hand to unbuckle his jeans.
"It doesn't seem very romantic, princess."
"I think we established a long time ago that I don't want romantic." I kissed him again. "I want you." He eased me to the ground. I took his belt buckle in my hands. As the leather whispered out of the buckle, he growled in impatience. Strong hands gripped my hips and spun me around, pressing me to the wall. His hands swept down my lower abs, working my jeans down. He ran a hand over my ass, groaning into my ear as if he wanted me desperately. He squeezed one cheek just hard enough to make me squirm, and I ground my ass back into the rough denim of his jeans.
"You're the perfect fucking woman,"
he said. His cock brushed between my thighs.
"No one will ever convince me that this isn't right, that this isn't meant to be."
I leaned back into him, reaching up to run my hands over his broad shoulders and through his wet curls. Our lips met, and he kissed me hard. His lips were bruising, his desire for me intense, and I kissed him back just as hard. He pushed into me, his cock filling me up, and I bit down hard on my lip as I braced my arms against the brick wall in front of me. It was the best kind of pain as he took me roughly from behind, his fingers hooking into my hips as he pumped into me. I slammed my ass back into him, wanting more. We were alive, and we were tempting the heavens, and I wanted to feel every bit of this life, this man. He paused, with his cock buried deep in me. His muscular forearm brushed against my thigh as he ran his hand up my leg. He massaged between my thighs, his hands rough, but hitting the right spot, and I gasped out loud at his touch as he stroked me to the very edge of orgasm. He pumped into me again, over and over, merciless and hard and welcome. I felt myself shatter at the same time as he did. His hard arm held me up as I doubled over, my knees weak and my head dizzy with the power of the heat that washed over me. He drew me up, and I twisted in his arms, pressing myself into the full length of his hard-muscled hunter's body. I felt safe in his arms, no matter where we were. His lips quirked up as he took in my flushed face and wild hair and parted lips.
"You were right, you know,"
he said. "I know," I said automatically, and then asked, "About what?"
"When you told Zuriel that we don't need heaven."
His lips pressed against my neck again. His breath was a whisper when he said,
"No one is going to take me away from you. I have every intention of sticking around this earth for a long, long time. To fuck you and to love you."
30.
"Let's go pick out your dream car, Alice,"
Riker said, swinging open the passenger side door of the Rover for me.
Here's hoping you've always wanted to drive a minivan.
Do I really get to pick the car? I asked.
Yeah, we need something legal to drive across the country. Might as well let you pick. You put up with enough from the four of us.
I grinned as I slid into the passenger seat. He closed the door behind me before heading around the front of the car and sliding into the driver's seat. There's only 5 of us, I said, once he had started up the car. We can fit in anything. We should get something sporty for running from the devil.
Only if you want to ride bitch cross-country, he said. We need a 3rd row.
It's my car. I'm driving.
It will be your car, he corrected, assuming we get through this next misadventure without wrecking it.
I have a good feeling about this.
I don't, he said. We've got to steal back Nimshi's soul from a house full of minions with demon protection, and do it all with a ticking clock before Zuriel comes after Nimshi, and the company is still on our tail.
Do you think Mom and Ash will be okay here? I asked. Riker drummed his fingers on the steering wheel.
Olivia's going to stay to look after them. She'll do her best to keep track of the company's movements. They don't seem to know they've been hacked yet, so that's a point on our side.
You didn't answer my question.
I don't like it, okay?
Riker rested his hand on my seat back, twisting in his seat as he backed down the long gravel driveway.
I'm hoping that if things go sideways, Yale and Nash and Zane won't be dicks. We've always taken care of each other.
But they don't want to lose the goodwill of the Hunters' Council either, I said.
I never saw this coming, Riker said. I knew the council would have a problem with what we were doing. But those guys, we grew up together.
At least we have Olivia. Riker nodded.
You were right the other day, you know. We'd be lost without her.
I tucked my hair back behind my ears. She didn't care much for me saying that. Said she can fight her own battles.
She sure can.
He turned onto the road toward town, the ride suddenly smooth after the bouncing trip we'd just had over gravel.
But nobody should have to. You're a good friend, Alice.
I nodded, touched by his words.
And since you're the reason our credit cards work, you get to choose.
He waved a hand out at the car dealerships in front of us as we reached the edge of town. There was a used car lot and a Honda dealership. Not a lot to choose from. I pointed to the used car lot.
I'm sure they have a nice minivan,
Riker said as we parked at the end of a row of cars for sale.
Maybe one with a TV. I've always wanted a car with a TV.
Because we get so much time to relax. Riker threw his arm over my shoulders. I leaned into his side, looping my arm around his waist and my thumb through his belt.
I'm going to take you someplace nice if we survive all this,
Riker said. Maybe I'll take you someplace nice. Together, we wandered through the rows of shiny cars. How did the conversation go with Nimshi?
He told us what we need to know,
he said.
Or at least pretended to.
I decided to ignore Riker's typical suspiciousness. He said it was going to be awkward.
Awkward? Nah. Nothing awkward when you find out your mom had carnal relations with a demon and you're getting acquainted with your evil half-brother. Total sitcom material.
He's not evil. Riker glanced at me sideways, a quick shift of those deep green eyes. I amended. He might not be evil.
Jury's still out, Riker said. I'm trying, though. Benefit of the doubt for the youngest member of Satan's crew, even though it's not my nature.
It made my chest warm that he was trying to trust me, even though he didn't want to. And I love you for trying. He didn't glance at me. Those green eyes stayed fixed on the horizon, and I realized just what I'd said. I stopped next to a shiny silver Lexus SUV. This is an unexpected find.
What's your real dream car?
A Corvette. He pressed his hand to the passenger seat window.
This one has a 3rd row. Let's pretend to negotiate and take this baby home. I'll find you a Corvette for your birthday.
You think I'm going to live to 19?
You're too stubborn to die, Firestarter.
He leaned against the car, doing his J. Crew pose again.
Like Levi pointed out, you and I are an awful lot alike.
It's a scary thought. He reached out, resting his hand on my waist, and pulled me against his body.
Oh, it's damned terrifying. But no wonder I love you.
I grinned despite myself. We weren't saying it for real yet, but we were brushing up against the edges of love, and I felt something in me give with relief. I hadn't screwed up everything between Riker and me. What was between us was too powerful to be broken by my clumsiness. "You are so cocky," I accused.
Just your type.
I wrapped my arms around his neck, tilting my head back, and he kissed me hard. "Yep," I said. "Can't deny it." Someone cleared their throat to my right.
May I help you? We'd like to buy this car,
Riker said.
Okay. I can arrange a test drive."
Riker kissed the corner of my mouth.
Nah, we like to dive right in.
31. I drove the Lexus back while Riker took the Rover. I pulled into the driveway behind a familiar car. Olivia had flounced her way across the yard to sit in that car when she was more willing to pass out from heat stroke than hang out with me. As I threw open my door, Riker came up alongside me and swore.
What are they doing here?
"Maybe they've realized they're actually on our side?" Riker said.
That would be nice.
But he didn't sound hopeful. He strode toward the house, his pace urgent, as if he were afraid of what he'd find. Just then, the front doors burst open. Levi wrestled Nash. Nash swung around, looking for a second as if he were going to pin Levi against the side of the house. Then Levi caught him low in the stomach and shoved him off the porch. Nash fell down the steps, rolled, and jumped up to his feet. Blood streamed down his face.
"What the hell is going on here?"
Riker barked. To Levi, he demanded.
"Is Nimshi all right?"
But Levi was already swinging around, as if he were going to charge back into the house. Nash looked around, his eyes narrowed above his bloody nose. As Riker ran towards the house after Levi, Nash jumped him. The two of them rolled across the gravel, jockeying to get on top and to get a punch in. The front door burst open. Olivia ran out of the house, jumping down the porch steps. Zane was on her heels, and he jumped the steps after her. Olivia made it another step or two. He grabbed her shoulder, wrenching her around.
"You're going home with us,"
Zane barked.
"Get your hands off her!"
Nimshi slammed into Zane from behind, knocking him into the dirt. Zane scrabbled in the dirt, but Nimshi rolled Zane over and pinned him. Nim cocked his fist back. Riker threw himself away from Nash, his eyes wide with concern, and tackled Nimshi away from Zane. The two brothers rolled over and over.
"What the hell are you doing?"
Nim barked at Riker, looking as if he'd punch him next.
"Saving your ass. You touch a hunter, the council will make you a marked man."
Riker rolled to his feet and then leaned down, offering Nimshi his hand. Nim glowered at him, but took his hand, and Riker hauled him up.
"Oh, he's already ours,"
Nash promised. He touched the corner of his bloody lip thoughtfully.
"Your pet demon signed his death warrant in the house when he got between me and my sister."
"I'll tell the council I asked for his help," Olivia promised her brother. "Because I was afraid of you, because you came after me, betraying everything you're supposed to be as a hunter."
"I'm here because I want to protect you, you stupid twit,"
Nash said. His chest heaved with effort from the fight.
"Come with us, or we're finished. You choose." "That's not cool."
Riker stepped between Nash and Olivia. He put his hand up as if he were trying to calm the situation down, but Riker was definitely not the diplomat of the four brothers.
"Stop!"
Levi's voice rang out authoritatively.
"We grew up together. I know you just want to look out for Olivia. We can figure this out."
The doors flew open again. Jacob had his hand on Yale's shoulder, shoving him out of the house in front of him. Yale had a hard look in his eyes, like he wanted to turn around and try to knock Jacob out. But he held a bloodied hand up to his mouth and staggered slightly on his feet. So when Jacob gave him a push towards the stairs, he went. We had all looked back towards the doors. I barely caught the flicker of motion out of the corner of my eye. Zane set towards Nimshi determinedly, a flicker of metal shining in his hand. I lunged after Zane and grabbed his elbow. He sidestepped, off balance, and the sun glinted off the long blade in his hand. Quick as a flash, Levi grabbed Zane's shoulders, yanking him back.
"Get away from him,"
Riker barked, putting himself squarely between Nim and Zane.
"He's our goddamn demon. You don't get to kill him. We just came here for our sister."
Zane held out a placating hand.
"I don't want to fight you."
"Then walk away," Nim said. "She's welcome here as long as she wants to be here."
"Getting awfully high-handed with our place,"
Riker muttered to him. Then, more loudly, he said,
"He's right, though. Olivia wants to be here. Olivia can stay here."
"No, she can't,"
Zane said.
"She's making us look bad."
"Wow, what a vote of brotherly concern," Olivia muttered.
"I'm not losing my status as a hunter because I've been mixed up with you,"
Yale said. His voice was thick, either from the blood in his throat or because he was sullen with anger.
"I don't know what's come over you. The Riker and Levi I knew didn't truck with demons."
"Well, he's a demon and he's an asshole, but he's our brother,"
Riker said.
"And you need to leave him alone."
Nimshi's eyes caught mine.
"I'm finding this oddly touching."
"Don't,"
Riker said.
"I still haven't ruled out killing you ourselves as an option on the table, but these assholes aren't going to."
Nim rested a hand on Olivia's shoulder.
"Are you all right?"
She nodded, but she was rubbing her wrist, as if she'd been hurt when her brothers tried to drag her out of the house bodily.
"How could you do this?"
Levi asked, looking at each of the brothers' sullen faces in turn.
"We're friends." "If we were friends, you would look out for Olivia. You wouldn't drag her into your mess."
Zane spit a bloody gob into the grass at my feet. "Right here," Olivia said. "My own person."
"You've never been able to look after yourself in our world. Why would you start now?"
Nash snapped. "Get out of here," I told Nash, as I stepped forward next to Olivia. "That's the only way this ends peacefully. You walk away." Yale looked past me to Olivia.
"Come with us."
"No," she said. "They need our help, and even if the rest of you have turned into a bunch of self-centered bastards, I'm going to do what I know damn well is the right thing, instead of what you want me to do." Yale, Nash, and Zane glanced at each other. I could see in their calculating gaze that they were trying to gauge how much of a chance they had. Yale shrugged Jacob's hand off his shoulder.
"Let's go. Leave these demon lovers to it."
As his brother headed towards the car, Zane took a step away. He glared at Levi over his shoulder as he ducked out of his reach and fell in beside Yale. Nash watched his brothers head up the driveway. He glowered at all of us, but he finally took a step back, too.
"This isn't over,"
Nash promised us.
"You better hope it is,"
Levi told him. The three brothers walked away. Only when their car had backed too fast down the driveway and disappeared did Olivia stop watching them and turn to me, her eyes wide and stricken. I hugged her, and I felt her lean her head down on my shoulder as she tried to hold back tears. Her chest shuddered with the effort. "It's okay," I said. "They're gone for now. They'll come around." I had no idea if what I was saying was true or not. 32.
"I can drive,"
Nimshi offered as the five of us piled into the car.
"Not a chance,"
Riker said. Levi ducked his shoulders to fit into the passenger seat.
"It's like a clown car."
"You think everything feels like a clown car,"
Riker said.
"It's not the car's fault,"
Nimshi said as he climbed up into the car. Jacob settled in beside me. Nimshi reluctantly kept going into the third row.
"You're built like a moose." "Maybe he can drive when we get to Connecticut, since he knows where we're going,"
Levi said.
"I've got GPS,"
Riker said.
"I don't need Nim."
"Riker's kind of a control freak about driving,"
Levi explained.
Levi once rolled over not one, not two, but 3 tombstones when we were trying to burn a Geist in a cemetery.
Riker said to no one in particular.
"I was a teenager,"
Levi said.
"Yeah, your reflexes were sharper than they are now, old man, and you still destroyed a bunch of shit."
"Let's not talk about being old around Jacob," I chided teasingly, since he was the oldest of the 4 brothers.
"It's a burden being the old wise one,"
Jacob said, resting his hand on my thigh.
"Trying to bring a little discipline to this outfit."
As we turned around and drove down the driveway, my mom came out on the porch and waved goodbye. I waved back, and even Riker raised his fingers from the steering wheel in a salute.
"This has gotten so weird,"
Riker said.
"I like having her around,"
Levi said.
"She can cook. She's sweet.
She has a nice reading voice," Nimshi offered. "Maybe you guys can just replace me with my mother," I said tartly. Riker made the sign of the cross in my general direction.
"We like you in a very different way from your mom."
"But it's really cool?" I asked. "My 2 worlds are colliding and it's okay?"
"Yeah,"
Levi said.
"It's good. I don't know how it's going to work out, but we don't want you to lose your old life."
I nodded. I thought maybe having my mother around would be a burden, but I felt relieved to have my mom safe in the hunter's house. Riker picked up his Gatorade from the center console and pinned it against the steering wheel, twisting it open one-handed. "Having her around is going to make it a lot harder to have group sex in the hot tub," I said. Riker choked on his Gatorade. I grinned as he coughed and dropped the Gatorade back into the cup holder.
"Blew up my nose,"
he said.
"It burns."
"You're an interesting family," Nimshi said. I glanced at Levi, curious if he picked up on the wistfulness I sometimes saw in Nimshi. Levi met my eyes evenly. His deep blue eyes sparked with interest, and I wished I could talk to him in private.
"Speaking of which,"
Riker said,
"I'm dying to know more about where something like you comes from."
"You'll see for yourself," Nimshi said.
"The horror story that is upper-class life in the suburbs of New York." "Did you have a pony?"
Levi deadpanned. I slapped my hand over Jacob's. "I have a pony." Jacob's lips quirked up.
"You have a stallion you don't even know how to ride."
Riker and Levi exchanged a glance. Riker crinkled his nose. Levi said,
"Gross, guys."
"Oh, you might be surprised," I promised Jacob, ignoring the rest of them. Nimshi leaned forward.
"Is this guy bothering you?"
"Always," I said. Nim dangled something over my shoulder, and I caught a glint of metal out of the corner of my eye.
"And here I thought you were going to be some help on the heist,"
Nimshi said to Jacob.
"I guess I'll have to do this all on my own."
I grabbed the silver watch from Nimshi. Jacob slid his fingers down his wrist, searching for his watch, and finding only his usual leather cuff.
"Light fingers,"
Jacob said.
"You just keep upgrading my sense of your moral character."
"Oh, come on," Nimshi said, as I handed Jacob's watch back to him.
"It was just a little test. You know you love stealing stuff." "I do," Jacob admitted. "It's why I don't mind going on this little mission to stuff your soul back into your body, even though I'm willing to bet a demon's still a demon."
"Half," I said. The guys were quick to protect Nimshi's humanity when someone else derided him, but when they were around him, it seemed as if all they could do was see the demon.
"Yeah, I don't know,"
Nimshi said.
"I don't know any other half-demons like me, and I don't have any before and afters to compare half-demon with soul and half-demon without."
"I'm surprised you admitted that," I said.
"I would like to think I'll be different with a soul," he said. "But what is a soul?"
Levi groaned.
"Philosophy? I'm turning up the music."
He snapped on the radio. Irish rock played. "And though I don't know what the horizon will bring, I'll take my sword, and I will still sing." Riker tapped the beat on the steering wheel. I hid a grin, knowing he would never admit to loving this song. And so we headed through the dark night, toward a silver moon, and God only knew what kind of trouble. 33. We stopped to stretch our legs and gas up at a station in Maryland. A bell jingled over the door when we walked in, the store brightly lit but empty at first glance. Tinny, cheerful music played.
"Beef jerky,"
Jacob said, snagging a bag from a display. "The best junk food."
"I think you're confused about what best means when it comes to junk food."
Riker grabbed a bag of crunchy Cheetos. I grabbed it back from him, stuffing it back onto the display. You're not smearing orange crumbs all over my steering wheel.
Fine, you drive.
Riker flashed me a devilish grin and grabbed the Cheetos again. Seriously? I asked.
I trust you.
The corners of his lips quirked up.
You never let me drive,
Levi said.
I like her a lot better than I like you,
Riker said.
I've literally put my life on the line for you dozens of times, but I don't rate driving the car?
Levi pulled a bag of spicy almonds off a wire rack, shaking his head, and then grabbed a dark chocolate bar. He looked at me and shrugged.
We all burn a lot of calories.
I let you drive when I was shot, didn't I?
Riker asked Levi. Levi pulled a face. But before he could say anything, Nimshi held up his hand.
Did you hear that?
Nim asked, cocking his head to one side. I could feel Riker shift with some snarky comment on his lips, but all 5 of us listened intently. A dog barked in the distance. Another dog bayed. The sound raised the hairs along the back of my neck.
We've got company.
Nimshi ran for the door to the convenience store.
How do you lock these things? Are those your hellhounds?
Levi bolted for the door, stopping alongside Nimshi. As he closed the slider lock on the door, I could hear him muttering the words of a spell.
Oh, good, I said. Now it will come in handy that you know spells to seal doors.
Already has.
Jacob winked at me.
I don't want to kill any dogs,
Riker said as 6 dogs came running into the parking lot. There was a big Rottweiler, 2 mutts of questionable ancestry, a very agitated poodle, and a pair of sad-eyed hounds who plopped themselves down in front of the door and howled. The Rottweiler threw himself against the door, snarling.
They could be someone's pets,
Levi said.
And when they aren't trying to kill us, I'm sure they're adorable,
Jake said. The Rottweiler slammed itself into the door again, which began to shatter. Just then, the doors to the employees-only section burst open.
No one checked that the back door was locked.
Jacob grabbed my arm and yanked me toward the refrigerator cases.
Hellhounds don't have opposable thumbs,
Nimshi snapped. Jacob pulled open the door to the refrigerator case and pushed me in. I stared between him and the display of chilled Gatorade bottles without understanding.
Everyone, into the cases,
Jacob ordered.
It'll hold them up for a second so we don't have to hurt them.
I climbed up into the case, my back pressing into the display, and closed the door behind me. Chilly air blasted over me.
I've got no faith in this plan,
Nimshi said brightly, climbing into the case beside me. You want to kill Lassie? I asked, just as the dogs burst into the room. Riker jumped into the case on the other side, just barely closing the door in time before a dog slammed into the case. The dog's nails scraped over the glass, and it growled deep in its throat, focused on Nimshi. It snapped at him, exposing white teeth, but it couldn't break the glass. Not yet. Nimshi winked at me, his expression a bit too cavalier for the moment.
No soul, remember?
Jacob still stood in the center of the room, and I pounded on the doors, desperate for him to get to relative safety, too. The dog that was snarling at Nimshi turned wild eyes on me at the sound, diving toward the glass. I felt the hard edge of the shelves against my back as I pressed myself as far as I could into the refrigerator. The sound of nails slipping on linoleum and the barking were loud before the dogs even turned the corner of the aisle. The Rottweiler suddenly crashed through the glass door in the front. It scrambled up to its feet, blood spiking its dark coat. As the first dog jumped up at Jacob, he threw up his arm protectively. It wrapped its jaws around his forearm as he tripped back, falling against the doors. I could hear his voice, low and seductive, talking to the dog, and then he shook it off easily. The dog fell to the floor, catching itself on its 4 paws, and whined. The other dogs were growling and circling him, and Jacob held out a hand placatingly, palm out, as he talked to them in that slow and gentle tone. The Rottweiler barreled toward him. The Rottweiler jumped, and Jacob caught it in midair as best he could, holding those locking jaws back from his throat. Man and dog fell together, wrestling across the floor. Beside me, Nimshi had pulled a necklace out from under his shirt and held it tightly in one hand. incanting softly and steadily in Latin. Jacob grabbed the Rottweiler's muzzle, holding it closed as it snapped at him. I could hear him still talking to the dog, his tone urgent. The Rottweiler slipped Jacob's grip and lunged toward him again. I threw open the door, determined to help him, and from my peripheral vision, I could see Riker and Levi doing the same. The Rottweiler licked Jacob's cheek. Jacob grinned. He pet the dog, rubbing behind its ears, his shoulders slumping forward in a relieved sigh before he straightened.
"Sleep," Jacob told them all. "Go to sleep. Good dogs."
The dogs cocked their heads at him and then began to circle, laying down.
"You persuasive bastard."
Levi grinned at him.
"It doesn't just work on humans."
Jacob ran his hand through his hair.
"That felt pretty dicey for a while there. They were so keyed up, I couldn't get through to them except one-on-one." "You're welcome."
Nimshi stepped out of the display case.
"There's a spell I think you all need to learn. Takes the demon out of the dog."
How can demons possess dogs? I looked around at the shambles of the gas station around us. The shelves had fallen, and there were bags and bottles of convenience foods scattered brightly all over the white linoleum floors. Dogs slept everywhere. If the gas station attendant had just stepped away to the men's room, he was going to be surprised when he came back to find a dozen dogs sprawled between the chaos. I thought they couldn't affect the world.
"They don't like possessing dogs," Nimshi said. "They think it's beneath them, but apparently it's worth it to get to me." "They can possess any animal," Jacob told me.
He wiped his cheek off, looking slightly horrified by the dog drool.
"So not a good time for us to visit a zoo, for instance."
"I'll cross it off my list of potential dates," I said.
"Thanks,"
Jacob said to Nimshi.
"Now teach us the spell."
"Most of these I know using a talisman," Nimshi said. He picked his way across the chaos, stepping over the bodies of dogs carefully. He stopped at a display of souvenir items full of fake-looking shark teeth necklaces and mood rings.
"Who calls shark teeth?"
34. Later that night, I twisted in my seat and held my hand out to him. "Let me see your necklace." Next to me, Jacob was asleep, his tall body canted awkwardly in the seat so he could rest his head against the glass. I had already taken a shift driving, and now Levi was in the driver's seat, despite all his brothers complaining. Riker slept with his feet up on the dash in the passenger seat, his broad arms crossed across his black t-shirt. Instead of taking the necklace off and handing it to me, Nimshi released his seatbelt so he could sit forward on the edge of his seat.
"We call it a talisman."
He leaned toward me, pulling the silver chain out from under his shirt. He put a bulky silver square into my hand. The motion brought our heads close together. I breathed in the faint scent of cedar and incense, cinnamon and ginger. Nimshi smelled like dark magic, or spicy Christmas cookies. I wasn't sure which. Either way, some mad part of me wanted to close what distance there was between us. "I call it a necklace," I told him. He smiled faintly.
"This part here is my patron demon, my godfather, so to say."
He rubbed his thumb over a figure etched beautifully into the square, the body and face made of sparkling red, green, and yellow jewels. Beneath the figure was an inscription in a language I couldn't read. "So, does it actually do anything?" I asked. It felt heavy and cool in my hand. "Does it help you focus your thoughts? Like when we chant?"
"I don't know."
He tucked it back into his shirt.
"I used to believe."
"Used to believe in patron demons?"
"Used to believe in the whole thing."
He tugged on his collar, adjusting his clothes again so the medallion was hidden.
"I used to believe that God was a trickster, holding man and angels back from being like him, from being powerful too. I used to believe that demons were necessary to hold the world in balance. There's no light without the dark."
His black eyes were steady on mine. His lips quirked up a second too late, taking on his usual teasing note. But it was too late. I knew he had been serious with me for once. "Demons don't see themselves as evil," I said, making sure I understood.
"Of course not. Just like humans. Every damn one thinking they're the hero of the story, no matter what they do."
"But now you aren't so sure?" I asked.
"Humans seem to be pretty skilled at keeping the darkness in the world.
Nimshi said. "I don't think you need any of us." I wondered what the world would look like without any demons. I wondered what it would look like without my demon. "Except for me," he added, that devilish twinkle in his eye. "You definitely need me. These guys seem like a boring lot." "Watch it," Levi said from the driver's seat. "Especially that one," Nimshi said. "He seems like the nice guy type." "I like nice men," I warned Nimshi. "I love him, and Riker and Jacob. If you want to stay on my good side, you'll stop trying to be cool and get to know your brothers." He bit down on his lower lip, just for a second, as if he were biting back a grin. "I'm on your good side?" "Barely," I teased him. "It helps that you helped Jacob back there." Jacob roused slightly. He picked his head up off the glass, running his hand through his curls and squinting at us as if he were confused. "What?" "You just want to learn all my demon magic before you kill me," Nimshi said, but there was something in his eyes, behind the smile, that made me think he really didn't trust us. "No one's going to hurt you," I said. "Sure," Nimshi said. He half shrugged. Jacob settled back in his chair, crossing his arms over his chest. "No backup?" I asked, glancing around the car. "Leaving me hanging?" "It doesn't need to be said," Levi said. "We've never hurt anyone without good reason." Nimshi snorted. "So you've never slayed a geist or a vamp that was just peacefully haunting some house?" "We find out about them because they hurt people," Levi said. "We help ghosts that get trapped here, letting them move on, to the far." "Such a treat," Nim said. "On to the far, and then maybe on to eternal torment." There was a pause in the car for a second. I was lost in my own thoughts about hell. But then Levi said, "You don't have to go back to hell one day, Nimshi." I replayed what Nim had just said and how Levi had answered, realizing that Levi had picked up on something I hadn't. Nimshi was scared. "I've been doing the math," Nim said. "Jacob's the one with the power of persuasion. I know Riker can protect, so either you or I have the immortality thing. And I have to admit, I'm strong, but not magically so—" "You're the immortal," Levi admitted. "So I just won't ever die," Nimshi said. "You'll want to," Levi said. "I've read the verses a few times now. The immortal always chooses to die without his Lilith." "The immortal sounds like kind of a sap," Nimshi said. "Give her some time," Levi said, his lips arching up slightly in a faint smile as he caught my eye in the rearview mirror. "Life would be too dull without her. I hate being bored, believe me, but I'll take bored over hell with a bunch of angry demons," Nimshi said. "But you won't go to hell," Levi said. "You can do good things, Nim. You can win your way back into heaven." "Not without a soul," Nim said bitterly. "We'll get it back," Levi said. "And hey, what you've done before, without it, shouldn't be held against you. It's like starting over." Nim leaned back in his seat. There was a spark of something in his eyes, relief or hope, but it was gone before I could figure out just what he was feeling. He smirked. "You really are just such a nice guy, aren't you?" "I've got a soft spot for my little brothers," Levi said, glancing over at Riker, who was still asleep. "Even though they're all idiots." 35. We arrived in Connecticut as dawn washed the sky with soft gray light. "We can hunker down in this haunted house, I know," Nimshi said. "Hellhounds won't follow us there. They're skittish." "Great. Loving this plan," Riker said. "I'll take Ellis and meet the fortune teller we talked about while you set up," Nimshi said. "We didn't discuss you taking Ellis," Riker said. "This is as close as I can get to a date with my fated girlfriend," Nimshi said bluntly. "Give me an hour without you eavesdropping?" Riker glanced to the back of the SUV, his eyes flinty. "I'll go," I cut Riker off before he could dig in his heels. "Someone has to keep an eye on him." "What if he makes a run for it?" "I'll take the baton." I leaned forward and punched Riker in the shoulder. "I know you brought it." Riker pulled it out from between his seat and the center console. "You wouldn't use it. You're all sweetness and light." "Ha," I said. When we pulled into the driveway of the haunted house, Nimshi said, "The ghost lives on the 3rd floor. Shouldn't bother you if you stay downstairs. I used this place as a hideout when I ran from my family." I cocked my head, but Nimshi said it briskly, like he didn't intend for us to linger on the details.
Take Jake,
Levi said.
he can stay in the car, but you'll need him if you run into hellhounds.
All right, Nim said. Riker's jaw was set as he pulled the keys out of the ignition and turned back to hand them to Jacob. As much as he didn't like it, he kept his protests to himself. The guys quickly unloaded our bags from the cars and hauled them up the deteriorating steps of a rickety Victorian. When the bags were piled up on the front porch, I waved goodbye at Riker and Levi brightly as I climbed into the passenger seat. "Is this a friend of yours?" I asked as we drove through a picturesque New England town.
Not exactly, he said, but she knew what I was before I did.
Didn't you remember your life before your adoptive family? He shook his head.
I didn't remember what I was when I was a kid. I just knew that I was smart, that things came easy for me, that people liked to do what I told them to do. This weird lady came skulking around, trying to kill me.
And she's still alive? I asked.
She did me a favor,
Nimshi said.
I needed to know who I was. Let's hope she'll do us another. I haven't kept tabs on my family, but I bet she has.
Why's that?
Because they run this town, he said, and they don't much care for her.
Because she tried to kill you?
They don't know about that.
He shook his head faintly. His eyes seemed distant under those long, dark lashes, as if he were lost in another time.
They would have killed her.
So someone tried to kill you and you kept it a secret? How old were you?
I was 10.
He half shrugged.
You tell your mom everything?
That's different.
My parents are witches. They don't much care for other witches, and they definitely don't care for good witches. I loved them, but I realized early I couldn't trust them.
I stared at his handsome face, which betrayed no emotion as he talked about murder attempts and evil witches in the family. Was it because without his soul, he didn't have much in the way of feeling? Or because he'd learned to hide any feelings? Jacob pulled into the driveway of a small Cape Cod-style house with a steeply pitched roof and a hand-lettered sign outside that advertised palm reading, tarot reading, crystal ball. He put the car into park and turned, his elbow on my seat back, to tell Nimshi,
I'll be out here. Don't make me regret this. What do you think I'm going to do? Nimshi asked. She's a harmless, crazy woman, mostly bullshit with a few sparks of real intuition. I can't imagine, Jacob said, and that's exactly what worries me.
Nimshi said,
I'll be on my very best behavior.
It was the very best behavior from a demon that worried us. Together, Nimshi and I climbed out of the car and headed toward the fortune teller's porch. There was an old green Honda Accord parked in the driveway. It had been in an accident, and one bumper had been replaced with a red one. Does this make anyone else feel skeptical about the crystal ball thing? I asked, tapping the cool rubber of the bumper. Nimshi grinned.
You'll see.
He took my hand in his confidently. His touch surprised me, his palm warm and firm, his fingers wrapping around mine surely. I breathed in ginger and cloves and incense, and I resisted the impulse to step even closer to him. My fingers closed around his, faster than thought. We're holding hands now? I asked.
Play along, he said. See what she picks up.
Play along? I repeated. He pushed open the front door of her house without knocking, and I fell silent. I fixed my best smile on my face.
Hey, Maria,
he called. We entered a dimly lit room. Heavy purple curtains blocked the sunlight, so the room felt dim and stuffy. In front of a long purple couch stood a table covered in flickering candles and stacks of tarot cards. Nimshi led me confidently through the room and pushed aside a curtain revealing a door. We stepped through it into a bright white and oak kitchen, a stark contrast to the room behind us. To our right was a living room, with a normal tan sectional and a television playing the morning show.
I've told her not to go out and leave the candles lit, he said. I used to worry that my dad was going to burn her place down and make it look like an accident. It's the 21st century. She really doesn't need all those candles.
Your dad? Hedron? He shook his head.
My dad, Stephen. Stephen and Cindy took me in when Hedron was killed. He'd made a deal with them before, I guess. He always knew eventually some hunter would catch up to him.
Some hunter? Nimshi didn't know it was Wendy and Levi who had killed his father. I felt an ache for him, imagining how hurt and furious he would be when he knew. Right now,
I desperately wanted him to get to know his brothers and for them to accept him. If he knew now, those fragile relationships would fall apart. But I still felt sick when I remembered those stone statues edging around Hedron in the garden. I shook my head, trying to clear away the dreams that dogged me. If Nimshi didn't know, then surely he hadn't made that dream. So where the hell had my vision of the far come from? Nimshi was staring at me. I asked, "Stephen is human?" "More or less," Nimshi said. He caught my look of concern. We needed to know if we were facing a threat that was more than human. And added, "Okay, he's human. He's just an asshole. Like, he's supernaturally gifted at being an asshole." Nimshi tugged me back into the fortune-teller's room. He picked up a deck of tarot cards and began to shuffle them. As lazy as his shuffling looked, his fingers were quick and adept when he cut the cards and handed them to me. "Lay out your cards, Ellis," he said. "I'll tell your fortune." "I don't think I can bear to know," I said dryly. "Nim, I've told you not to play with my things." Maria stood in the doorway. I don't know what I had expected, but it wasn't this tall, slender, blonde woman, with her hair pulled back in a ponytail. "Maria!" He held his arms around, and she hugged him. "You seem to have made quite the turnaround from trying to kill each other," I said. "Did Nim tell you that story?" She rolled her eyes. "He likes to play it up for dramatic effect. I didn't know how to kill a demon, despite my best efforts. And a half-demon child? I intended to kill him, sure, but I never had it in me. He was so darned cute." She tweaked his nose. "I really should have murdered you," Nimshi said. "Big talk," she said fondly. "Have you kept track of Mom and Dad?" he asked. "Are they here in town?" She nodded. "You know them. They're never leaving their power zone." Nimshi said to me, "Maria here is like a good witch, holding the balance." "Aw," she said. "And apparently being a good witch doesn't pay well," Nimshi said. "I saw your Honda. What happened?" "Slid on black ice last winter." Nimshi's eyebrows rose. "You didn't see that coming? Crystal ball or weather forecast?" "You know it doesn't work that way," she chided. She held out a hand to me, smiling broadly. "Who is this? My girlfriend, Ellis?" "She's a whole lot more than someone's girlfriend," Maria said. "And I don't just mean that as a feminist anthem. She's clearly a powerful being in her own right." "I'm not his girlfriend," I said, because it was easier to deflect than to explain the whole Lilith thing. "Better," Nimshi said. "She's going to help me steal my soul back." Maria's face changed. "Your family's not going to make that easy, Nim." "I know," he said. "That's why I was hoping you would help us." She took the tarot cards from me. "Let me read your fortunes. Ellis, you need to shuffle these yourself. Nim was about to play a trick on you." "I resent that," Nimshi said, without rancor. I took the cards, which felt oversized compared to normal playing cards. They were slick and heavy and awkward in my fingers. I shuffled them and then tried to hand them back to her. She took a seat at the table, indicating the other side. Nim and I sat down beside each other. She passed Nim a second deck and said, "You know what to do." "I do," he said. "And I know it's nonsense." She tapped her fingernails at a spot on the black tablecloth. "Put the first card here." I turned a card over. Even I could tell the enormous black and gilt skull was a bad sign. "Well, we're going into death itself once we get my soul back," he said. "Maybe it's a good sign." "You can take your own turn interpreting," she shushed him. "We'll see if you were paying attention when I taught you as a kid." "What does it mean?" I asked. "It means you'll face a death," she said. "You'll lose someone you love. Soon. This card looms in your future." I nodded. "You don't seem surprised." I wasn't surprised, but my heart still hammered in my chest with dread. "My sister. She's on the edge between life and death." "If you tell her stuff," Nimshi said, "you make it much easier for her to sound smart." "Oh, turn over your own card," Maria snapped at Nimshi. Nimshi turned over a card and set it down near mine. A lady in an elaborate dress, rendered in rose and gold foil, clutched an enormous heart in one hand and a dagger in the other. A drop of gilt blood fell from the blade of her dagger. "The Queen of Dark Hearts," Maria said. "Nimshi is falling in love." Nimshi rolled his eyes.
Yeah, I come in here calling her my girlfriend. You really have to make a big jump to falling.
Don't be embarrassed, I chided. It's cute.
Nimshi? Maria sounded genuinely lost. How can you fall in love without a soul? I don't know. She makes me feel things, and I don't much care for it. He was already turning over the next card, as if eager to move on from this conversation. I would already be gone, but I need their help to get back my soul. That's not true. She tapped her fingers on the card he'd just turned up, which showed a long, empty table set with food. You're longing. Lunch? He asked cheekily. Family, she said. With a soul or without one, you long for a family. I've been through 2 now, he said. I don't think I want to gamble for a 3rd. A true family who will love you as you are, she said. A family you would be willing to die for, instead of simply kill for. I quirked an eyebrow at him, curious about what killing for he had already done. Turn over your longing card, he said. I'm dying to find out what it is you want. Please be a bad boy in the sack. Please be. I turned over my next card. It was of a deep blue ocean. The sun on the horizon seemed to flash golden rays that blinded me for a second. It felt like a flash of magic, and then it was just a card that I laid down on the tabletop. I glanced up at Nimshi and Maria, wondering if they had seen the same thing, but their eyes were on the card, and their faces betrayed nothing. Peace, she said. Well, that's bad news, I said. Living with 4 guys, I can't imagine I'm going to find much peace. Ellis? Nim seemed to find me amusing, but there was a false note to it. We're never all going to live as one happy family. You might be surprised, Maria said, as Nimshi turned over his next card. Her eyes caught on it, and she froze, then swallowed hard. Though, to have that happy ending will cost you dearly.
36. Before we left the fortune-teller's house, Nimshi borrowed her phone to text his sister, Danny.
She's going to be so happy to see you, Maria said.
Let's hope, Nimshi said, typing into her phone.
We need her.
He flipped the cell around in his hand to show it to me, without me asking, as if he knew we didn't quite trust him. It's T. Meet me in the parking lot at 10:45. We hoped that she would be our inside man for the heist, since his family had kept his soul in their mansion, hidden behind layers of security. Good luck, Maria ruffled his hair, which made the demon raise an eyebrow at her.
I'm here if there's anything you ever need, Nim.
I know. He held his arms out, making a come here gesture, and she hugged him. He closed one leanly muscled arm around her, patting her back.
I'm glad I didn't kill you.
Ditto. She squeezed him again and took a step back. Nim headed for the door, and she grabbed my arm. He's a good guy. For a demon? I asked lightly. Nim turned around with his hand on the door.
Woman, don't fuck up my rep.
For anyone, Maria told him. She released my arm, but her eyes were troubled. Take care of him. I try to take care of all of them, I told her, even though it's a hell of a job. Still, the way she'd looked at me, like she knew she couldn't convince me of the truth, stayed with me as we headed out of the house. Nimshi touched the small of my back, the movement fond and possessive, as we headed down the porch stairs.
Don't mind her. She's a bleeding heart.
I don't mind, I said. I've always known you weren't all bad.
You're a bleeding heart, too, he said. One day, it's going to get you in trouble.
He said it with his usual light-hearted charm, but I was sure he meant it. He swung open the passenger door for me and then climbed into the back seat himself. Nimshi leaned back in his seat, like he was already exhausted.
Next stop, Danny.
Jacob nodded curtly and backed the car up onto the road. Nimshi told Jacob,
When we get there, you're up. You need to talk her into the car. If anyone sees me, it could wreck our op tonight. Why don't you just talk her into the car? Jacob asked. You're her brother. I just want her to get in the car fast. I don't want to risk tipping my parents off, Nimshi said. If they know I'm in town, they'll know to expect something. I'm not kidnapping some innocent high school student, Jacob said. Nim's lips quirked up. I think you have the wrong idea about my sister.
Jacob doesn't like to use his powers on anyone if he can help it, I explained. I thought about what Zuriel had said, about how no human could truly consent to an angel because of their magnetism and power to persuade. No wonder Jacob did his best to avoid manipulating humans, no matter how much easier it might be. I glanced at Jacob. His golden eyes were fixed on the road, his broad, scarred hands sure on the steering wheel. I asked, "Could you have just strolled into the asylum and convinced Parrish and everyone to let us go?"
"Maybe," he said. "Just like with the dogs, if people are all hyped up on adrenaline, it's really hard to talk them down. But I did try to get Riker and Levi to let me come in and rescue them. I probably could have charmed them all, since they wouldn't have seen me coming."
"They wanted to wait for me," I said. The thought still burned when I imagined Riker and Levi being beaten by the guards while they waited to protect me.
"They did enjoy being martyrs,"
Jacob said. I smacked his arm, although his rock-hard biceps stung my palm. Jacob pulled into the parking lot of the local high school.
"Well, this feels weird,"
he muttered as he parked in an admin parking space. "Did you go to school in England?" I asked.
"No," he said. "We had to work all the time. No school for us."
"You're the only one who wasn't homeschooled," I said to Nimshi.
"And look how all that socialization turned out,"
Jacob said.
"I went here," Nimshi said. "Same as Danny. She's 2 years younger than I am."
He clapped Jacob on the shoulder.
"Speaking of..."
A girl with long, dark hair blowing back from her face in the wind walked toward us. She looked furious. Nimshi stopped with his hand on the car door handle.
"Be ready."
"Ready for what?"
Jacob asked. Nimshi opened the door and started to climb out, but before his foot could reach the pavement, she dove toward him. She shoved him back into the car, her arm cocking back, and punched him hard across the jaw. Jacob scrambled to catch up, grabbing her wrist. She turned to look at him, her eyes blazing, and Jacob said,
"Easy, sleep."
She stared back at him for a horrified second, and then slumped into sleep, sprawling into Nimshi. Nimshi staggered slightly before he caught her weight.
"Oh,"
Nimshi said, trying to struggle out from beneath her without dropping her onto the pavement.
"Ew, get her off me."
Jacob gathered her up in his arms. Her head lolled against his shoulder. He glanced back across the parking lot, making sure we hadn't been seen, and then settled her into a seat. "She doesn't seem that excited to see you," I said.
"Like I said, Maria is a terrible fortune teller."
"I don't know. Seems to me like she was probably right about a few things," I said lightly. Nim gave me a grim look. I had a funny feeling he wouldn't want me bringing up that table card in front of his brothers. But I had every intention of telling them about it, once the heist was over and we had time to talk about feelings. If Nimshi longed for his family, for his brothers, then I was sure he was redeemable.
"Why's she so pissed at you?"
Jacob asked. He yanked her seatbelt out, clipping her in, as I slid into the driver's seat. The car was still running, and I put it into reverse. Time to get back to the house.
"We were always going to get out of here together,"
he said. He pulled a face.
"The whole having my soul stolen thing moved my timeline up, though. And you didn't tell your own sister what you were doing when you ran away from home."
Jacob swayed between the seats for a second before sitting down in an empty seat.
"I didn't want her mixed up with demons,"
Nimshi said.
"Good call,"
Jacob said. A few minutes later, we pulled back under the twisting branches that intertwined over the driveway to the haunted house. "This place is so creepy," I said.
"Homey, you mean?"
Nimshi jumped out of the car behind me.
"Any place hellhounds won't follow seems downright comfy to me right now."
Nimshi swung open the door nearest Danny and pulled her out, draping her over his shoulder. He was lean, smaller than the other brothers, probably because he was the youngest and hadn't grown into their full, ropey, man-muscled bodies yet, but his frame was obviously still powerful. The three of us walked up to the porch. Levi swung the door open before we could reach it. The living room in here smelled of damp and rot, and the air was uncomfortably humid.
"Great safe house,"
Riker groused before I could even say it. Jacob held a hand out to Danny.
"Wake up."
"Let's not be in a rush,"
Nimshi said, his voice full of alarm. His sister came to furious life in his arms. She sat up abruptly, Her hands braced on his shoulders for a second, and then she began fighting him like a wildcat. Nimshi dropped her on the ground, and she landed on her feet. She grabbed his shoulders and slammed him into a wall. He raised his hands to the side as if in surrender. She punched him hard across the jaw.
"Danny,"
Nimshi started to say, but she punched him again across the face. "Why is she doing this?" I asked.
"Who cares?"
Riker asked.
"It's great."
"Danny!"
She grabbed Nimshi's shoulders and dragged him toward her, kneeing him hard in the stomach. Nimshi doubled over with a groan.
"Danny, come on, listen to me."
"You left me," she said. "We were supposed to get out of here together." She punched him again, and he staggered back, slamming into a boarded-up window. But he still held his hands out to the side, not hitting her back.
"Stop,"
Levi said firmly, grabbing her from behind. She was clearly ready to kill him, too, but Nimshi jumped forward.
"Come on, listen, I didn't want to just leave you, but I didn't know if I could trust anyone."
"I'm your sister!"
"And our mom and dad ripped my soul out of my body," he said. "I wasn't in the best place."
She stopped for a second. A strand of her dark hair was stuck in her hot pink lip gloss, a strange contrast with her homicidal tendencies. "You know I'm not like them," she said. "I never would have hurt you."
"I know."
He swiped the hair out of her face. The gesture was tender, even with blood trickling from his split lip.
"I'm sorry. I should have trusted you."
"Yeah, you should have."
"But I didn't trust myself either. I didn't know who I'd be without a soul, how dangerous I was to you."
She grinned. "Nimshi, you've never been a danger to me." He rubbed his jaw.
"Your uppercut has gotten better."
"It was pretty good to begin with," she promised him.
"Yeah, it was,"
he admitted.
"Danny, I need your help."
"Of course," she said. 37. Danny had to go back to school in time to drive home like normal at the end of the school day. While Riker and Levi went over the weapons, incanting a spell on each of them, I followed Jacob, Danny, and Nimshi out onto the rotting front porch. Jacob tossed the car keys in his hand, ready to drive Danny back. Danny reached the dusty driveway before she turned and ran back up the porch steps. She threw her arms around Nimshi's neck. "It's going to be okay," Danny promised Nimshi. "We'll get your soul back." Nim nodded, but his eyes were troubled. "And then you're going to take me with you," she said.
"Of course,"
he said.
"I never should have left you. I just didn't know what to do."
"I love you anyway," she told him.
"Love you too."
He pulled her arms from around his neck, squeezing her shoulders affectionately before he let go.
"Enough with the hugs. We're supposed to be evil."
That "love you" was the only thing that he'd said in the whole conversation that wasn't a lie. I could read Nimshi well enough to know that. He had no intention of bringing Danny along when he was being hunted. When the Lexus had pulled out of the driveway, I said, "You lied to her."
"Yeah?"
he said.
"I don't know where the hell I'm going after this. I can't bring her along just to put her in danger."
Then, as if he'd caught himself, he shrugged.
"Plus, she'd slow me down."
"Come here." I caught Nimshi's wrist and tugged him to me. His lips parted slightly in surprise as he glanced around.
"What is it?"
I touched the swollen bruise of his cheekbone, and he winced. "I just want to heal you."
"You can do that?"
"It's part of the deal between Lilith and the Four."
"I wouldn't know. Demons don't do a lot of healing. We usually have to find a human magician if we need to heal one of you up again after taking you apart."
I flashed back to Jacob struggling in his own blood in the demon's case, and I suppressed a shudder. Those green eyes were intent on mine. So bright, they were eerie, specked with silver and with gold. His eyes reminded me of both Riker's and Jacob's, but they were entirely his own. My gaze must have made him uncomfortable, because he slipped a hand through his wild, dark curls, pushing them back, as he looked out after the disappearing car. "My dream," I said. "I know now that you didn't make it up."
"What convinced you?"
His lips twisted ruefully.
"I know it wasn't my word about it."
My heart ached for him, but I said, "It doesn't matter. I had an awful vision in the far." I couldn't tell him about what I'd seen, what Levi had done to Hedron. That was another conversation. One that should be between brothers, once they understood each other as brothers. His eyes returned to me quickly, widening.
What was it?
I saw all of us fighting, I said. Fighting Zuriel and the company at once. There were men with guns laying in the grass, ready to mow down anyone who survived Zuriel.
It's just a vision,
he murmured, but his eyes were worried. It seemed like he wanted to comfort me. I don't believe that, I said flatly, and I don't think you do either. I saw Zuriel kill you, and Levi. And Riker was... Shh. He passed his thumb over my lips as my voice broke.
I'm not going to let any of that happen, sweetheart.
I sniffed, half tearfully and half angrily. I'm not going to let it happen either.
There's our girl,
Nim said, smiling down at me. I brushed my fingertips over the bruise on his cheek again, the dark bruise that marred that ridiculously beautiful face. His eyes drifted shut at my touch, on that his lashes rested on his chiseled cheekbones. I asked softly, "Why didn't you defend yourself when Danny hit you?"
I wouldn't hurt her,
he said. For once, he wasn't watching my face, gauging what I wanted to hear.
I loved her when I still had a soul. It still feels like a habit.
I see. I ran my fingertips over the bruise, hearing the soft give of his breath at the pain. There's something I haven't told you about how the healing works.
Is that what you did the night that I'd been hurt?
Before he could finish speaking, while his lips were still parted, I pressed my lips to his. He exhaled softly into my mouth, his arms wrapped around my waist, sure and confident. His mouth was warm and carried the faintest spicy sweetness, the same way he smelled to me. I pulled away slightly. We don't heal each other with spells.
I feel better already,
he said fervently, making me smile. We kissed over and over again, my hands roaming his body. His hands wrapped around my hips, and he shoved me hard against the wall. His lips were as soft as his body was insistent. I wrapped my leg around his waist, holding myself against him, as he kissed me passionately against the cracked wall of that old house. Angel, human, demon. It didn't matter to me, apparently. I wanted every one of these boys, their strong arms, their kissable lips, their low, sexy voices, and most of all, their wild, inscrutable hearts. 38. Night fell, and the creepy house around us seemed to come alive. Riker sharpened a blade, scraping the shiny edge over a stone, throwing sparks in the dim night of the living room. He held it up to examine it, and then slid it into its leather sheath before stowing it in the bag. He murmured beneath his breath,
"Benedicat nobis opus."
Bless our work. In the distance, I heard a faint, steady wail that might be the wind. It might be. Levi checked his watch.
Go time.
And thank God for that, I said fervently. The longer we waited, the more on edge I felt. We had run through the plan several times. Danny, Jacob, and I were going to keep Nimshi's parents busy, while Riker, Levi, and Nimshi went in the back. A warning alarm chimed in the house when a door was unlocked, a sure sign of a completely normal, healthy household. So Danny was going to turn off the front and rear locks in the house, under the cover of her new school friends visiting. Once everyone was in, we were supposed to rendezvous at the basement, and that would be where things got interesting.
I've got to tell you one important thing,
Nimshi said, stopping on the porch. Levi turned to face him, the expression on his face wary, as if his suspicions were being confirmed.
My parents renamed me, he said. They thought Nimshi wouldn't blend in Connecticut, so you might hear another name tonight.
Let it be something good,
Riker said.
Todd. I bet you're a Todd.
Titan,
Nimshi said.
They named me Titan.
Riker grinned.
Don't,
Nimshi said.
It's just one of the many horrible things they did to me.
We drove to Nimshi's house through a neighborhood of sprawling McMansions set on rolling acreages. Everyone seemed to have a pool. You were popular in high school, weren't you? I asked.
If you can call it popular when people just can't resist you,
Nimshi said.
Lucky you,
Riker said.
You must find it such a relief to be around us.
Jacob stopped the car at the edge of Nimshi's property. Nimshi, Riker, and Levi would make their way to the back door.
"It's going to take us a while,"
Levi warned as he threw his duffel bag over his shoulder.
"There's some fun magical booby traps between us and the back door."
"Good luck." I threw my door open, leaning out to hug him. He squeezed me tight against his powerful body, dropping a kiss in my hair.
"I've got all the luck I need,"
he murmured, his lips meeting mine briefly. Riker rolled his eyes behind Levi.
"Can we get a move on?"
"You want a hug too, don't you?" I asked. I slipped out of the car and threw my arms around him as he rolled his eyes again. But sure enough, he hugged me back, so tight that my toes lifted off the road.
"Good luck, Firestarter,"
he said, his voice gruff the way it was sometimes when he was worried.
"Take care of Jacob, like you always do. Get a move on."
From the driver's seat, Jacob shooed him away. Riker put me down on the ground, my knees wobbly for a second with his hard forearm tight against my lower back, and then his lips met mine. He kissed me hard, his hand cupping my cheek. I kissed him back before he broke away. He turned and threw his duffel bag over his shoulder, walking away without looking back as he headed toward the dark shadows of the fence around Nimshi's house. Nimshi stared at me, his lips quirked slightly.
"One day, you're going to hug me like that, Alice Landon."
"One day, you're not going to be a soulless monster, Nimshi," I promised him. I waved goodbye and hopped back into the car as he, too, turned and melted into the shadows. We reached the gate in front of Nimshi's house. Jacob rolled his window down and leaned out confidently, flashing his gorgeous smile at the camera.
"Hi, I'm Jake Carter. I'm here to see Danny."
The gate swung open slowly. Jacob eased off the gas, and we drove slowly down their long driveway. "Jake?" I asked.
"Yeah?"
"I just thought you preferred Jacob."
"You can call me whatever you want, princess."
He winked at me.
"I'll let you know if I don't like it."
He turned around in the drive, as if we were preparing for a quick getaway for some reason, and parked in front of the 4-car garage. He jangled the keys in his hand once, getting my attention, and then stowed them under his seat. I nodded, even though the implication made my heart pound. Just in case we got separated. Just in case we couldn't all make it out of the house. I slipped out of the passenger seat and slammed the door shut behind me. It was evening, cooler than any evening in Virginia. The air smelled like lilacs and rain. I drew a deep breath, trying to calm my rapidly beating heart. I was just a high school girl, going over to visit with a friend. As we walked across the green lawn, Jacob wiggled his broad shoulders, just slightly. I knew it was a habit, easing the weight of the sword he normally wore between his shoulder blades. It must itch for him to be weaponless. Riker and the other guys were carrying the weapons, as well as his tools. "Nothing but our wits," I murmured, bumping into his shoulder. He bumped back into me.
"Never needed anything else. A sword, a spell. They're just details."
We nodded to each other, agreeing to fall silent as we neared the house. We bounced quickly up the stairs. The front door was yanked open just before we reached it. "Hi, guys," Danny said brightly. She wore pink yoga pants and a gray tank top, her long hair piled loosely on top of her head. She hugged me, and I breathed in a cloud of Victoria's Secret perfume. Then she hugged Jacob, bobbing up to grab him around the neck. He bent down, wrapping his arms around her, acting along. She hugged him a little bit longer than she hugged me. I reached out and yanked on Jacob's sleeve. "Break it up. Thanks for inviting us over." "No problem," she said, finally releasing Jacob. "I'm so glad you could come over. Finally, some friends who share my love of musicals." Jacob straightened, his grin abashed and his dark curls slightly askew.
"They're barbarians at your school,"
a man said from the doorway to the living room. Nimshi's father, Stephen. He leaned against the wall, his arms crossed over his chest in a fitted gray shirt. His dark hair looked expensively styled and was streaked with salt and pepper.
"They definitely are,"
Jacob said. He crossed over to the man, holding out his hand.
"It's a pleasure to meet you, sir."
"Same." Stephen shook his hand briskly.
What's your favorite musical?
It would have to be Les Mis,
Jacob said without missing a beat.
That song, Empty Chairs at Empty Tables, always kills me. I'm hoping to get to Hamilton one of these days.
We've been twice,
Stephen said. And we're going for a third soon, Danny said. It's my fave. She took Jacob's other hand. I'm going to steal these guys away.
Already?
Her mother walked up behind Stephen, carrying a glass of wine in her hand. She smiled as she shook our hands. Her beautiful brown hair curled perfectly around her shoulders, and she was so petite and skinny that her head made me think of a bobblehead doll.
I'm Cindy.
Nice to meet you.
I know you don't want to watch TV with your parents, but you could at least let us feed you,
Cindy teased Danny. I ordered a pizza, Danny said. At that, Stephen glanced behind her.
Is that why you left the alarm system off?
Danny rolled her eyes. He thinks we're living in a horror movie. There are no zombies coming, Dad.
I'm just a fan of good habits, her father chided. You can't be too careful. You're absolutely right, Jacob said. It's a dangerous world out there. I just read a great long-form piece about home invasions.
Jacob got Stephen talking, and the two of them walked ahead of the rest of us into the kitchen, Stephen with his hand on Jacob's shoulder.
Humor me, Danny's mom said, and I'll pretend I don't notice wine coolers missing from the pool house fridge.
Your parents are cool, I mouthed to Danny, more or less behind her mother's back. I wanted her mother to think she had won me over. Frankly, it was hard to imagine running away from all this. So very cool, Danny deadpanned. The three of us walked behind Jacob and Stephen down the hallway, which was decorated with canvas prints of Nimshi and Danny. It startled me to see the same young, wide-eyed Nimshi I'd seen in the far, posed in a bow tie and suspenders with his adoptive family. Danny's mom noticed me noticing, and I glanced away quickly. Hopefully, my discomfort seemed like it came from having heard their oldest had run away.
Our Titan,
she said, resting her hand briefly on the portrait.
I hope he'll come back to us one day.
I'm sure he will, Mom, Danny said. What with the zombies and all?
You look like you're old enough to drink.
Stephen was teasing Jacob when we walked into the kitchen. He pulled 2 bottles of Michelob out of the fridge.
Lucky genes, Jacob said. My dad's disappointed I'm a total klutz. Seems like a waste. You must go to the gym, though, Stephen said. Everyone needs a hobby.
Jacob took the bottle he offered. He patted his jeans pocket, where he'd usually have a knife and a bottle opener, but his pockets were empty for this mission. He slid his hand into his pocket instead, pretending nonchalance, as Stephen took the bottle back to pop the top off for him with a can opener.
What's yours, sir?
Stephen dropped the can opener into a kitchen drawer beneath the long, white granite countertop.
Embarrassing my daughter, mostly. Just entertain us until your pizza comes, and then we'll let you go. I like getting to know Danny's friends. She hardly ever brings them home.
Well, if you'd stop using them as human sacrifices, I might bring friends home more often, Danny said lightly. I stared at her, not sure if she was joking or not. Jacob laughed, and I followed suit. Stephen grinned belatedly.
What are you watching tonight?
Danny's mom asked. I think we're going old school, Danny said. Classic. A little Fred Astaire.
Yes,
Jacob said. He pretended to tap dance across the kitchen. Somehow, even when he was being a dork, his tall, lean body was so graceful that it was damn sexy. I giggled along with everyone else, but part of me wanted to wrap my arms around him and dance with him. You know, some other day when I wasn't quietly terrified of evil witches and demon magic. A chiming sound rang through the house.
There's the pizza guy,
Stephen said, taking a long swig of his drink.
I'll get your pizza. Tell me you got pepperoni.
Get your own pizza, Dad, Danny chided lightly. Stephen headed back to the foyer. As Danny's mom glanced into the fridge, Jacob, Danny, and I exchanged a look. Stephen would lock the system down once he'd collected the pizza. I hoped the others were already in the house. Danny's mom turned back from the refrigerator with a pitcher of lemonade.
What did you say your name was?
Her eyes met mine evenly. Ellie, I said. People misread my name as Ellie all the time. It was an easy one for me to answer to. "Ellie," she repeated. "Short for anything?" "Just Ellie. My parents hate nicknames. They decided to skip the middleman and just give me a name that would double as a nickname, too." I crinkled my nose as I smiled. I was doing a pretty good job of channeling one of my friends from high school, Rosie, someone who had disappeared out of my life after Ash died. "It's pretty," she said. "If you kids want to head out to the pool house, I can have Dad bring out the pizza." "It's okay," Danny said. "I think we're just going to hang out in my room." "The pool house is so much nicer," Mom said. "Your room smells like a boys' dormitory." "Mom," Danny cut her eyes at Jacob exaggerately. Jacob shifted uncomfortably. I wasn't sure just how much acting was going on now. "Oh," Mom said. "You know I don't like you having opposite-sex friends in your room." "There's 3 of us," Danny said. "What are we going to do?" "Now I feel like a third wheel," I giggled, crinkling my nose. Jacob, behind the mom's back, raised an eyebrow at me. I was channeling Rosie, okay? Did he know nothing about method acting? "It's fine," Stephen said from the doorway. He set a greasy white pizza box on the island. "They're good kids. They're going to watch Fred Astaire, for crying out loud." Cindy sniffed. Stephen hugged her around the waist, grinning. "You are such a mom," he teased her. Danny rolled her eyes and picked up the pizza box. "Ellis, get the lemonade, please." I caught the flicker of Stephen's eyes up to us. Ellis. Fuck. Danny didn't seem to notice. She went ahead of us toward the attached living room and a set of back stairs up to the 2nd floor. Only when we were out of their sight, headed up the stairs, did Jacob glance back at me. His eyes were worried. So it wasn't just me who feared that our cover was blown. In the hallway, there were more enormous family portraits. But Nimshi wasn't in any of these. In some of the photos, there seemed to be a strange shadow, or Danny seemed to stand too far distant from her parents, as if someone had erased him from these photos. I stopped for a second to stare at one, a photo of Danny and her parents in swimsuits, standing on a white beach in front of a strip of bright ocean. Danny wore a red bikini, and she leaned over slightly, her hand over her mouth as she laughed. She was glancing up and to one side, as if her eyes were on the person who had just made her laugh, but there was no one there. "You coming?" Danny asked, stopping in the door to her room. "Yeah, sorry." I followed her across the plush white carpet and into her room. It was very rose gold, right down to the hot pink and gilt couch. "I feel acutely uncomfortable in this room," Jacob muttered. "Did your parents crop tighten out of all those photos?" I asked, closing the door behind me. "Yeah," Danny said. She threw herself onto the couch. "They used a spell so they can't see him in the downstairs pics. They don't like to look at his face. But it's time-consuming magic. So upstairs, where other people won't see how they really feel, they just cut him out of the pics." Someone touched my waist, materializing from behind me. I froze, biting back a scream, before I recognized the low, smooth voice in my ear. "If we have time," Nimshi said, "I'm going to magic myself back into all those photos just to spite them." 39. Jacob touched his finger to his lips, moving to the door. He cracked it open slightly, listening for any noise in the hall. Riker and Levi stood next to Nimshi, the 3 of them having been hidden against the wall when we first walked in. Danny moved next to him, closing the door softly. Jacob looked up at her in surprise. "If you use magic on them, they'll know." Her words were a whisper. "Give them a few minutes to get bored, if they are snooping."
"You gave us away,"
Jacob said, so softly I could barely hear him.
"You called her Ellis."
Danny's eyes widened. She swallowed her horror and said, "Maybe they didn't notice." She locked her bedroom door and moved quickly to the big screen television mounted on the wall, saying loudly, "Let's get our movie started." Our luck's never that good. They had noticed. I was sure of it. Riker rested his hand on my shoulder, squeezing gently. For a few minutes, we all stood around tensely as Fred Astaire tap-danced through the opening credits. Levi cocked his head to one side and then strode across the room to the window. Kneeling on Danny's window seat, which was littered with paperbacks and stuffed animals, he looked out the blinds, He gestured the rest of us over. A car pulled into the driveway, stopping in the roundabout just in front of the door. Stephen headed down the stairs, crossing the driveway to shake the driver's hand as he opened the door. The two of them hugged quickly, and when they turned to head back to the house, we saw the face of the second man. Mr. Joseph.
What's he doing here? I hissed.
He couldn't have gotten here that quickly,
Jacob said, glancing between Danny and me.
They must have planned this before they knew we would be here.
Do you think they know?
Well, having Ellis here is a pretty dead giveaway if that comes up in conversation,
Jacob muttered.
They know Ellis is here?
Levi demanded in a whisper.
I slipped up, okay?
Danny said.
I got you a Hawaiian pizza to make up for it.
Despite her breezy words, she seemed shaken.
That's a travesty,
Riker told her sternly.
Pineapple on pizza. All right, let's move. Whether they know we're here or not, we still have to get Nim's soul back.
You're calling me Nim now, Nimshi noted. It's like we bonded fighting those hellhounds.
I'm calling you Nim because every time I say Nimshi, I think of you as the patron demon of fermented cabbage,
Riker said.
Let's go.
Nimshi turned around, waving his hand across the empty room behind us. Now Jacob, Danny, and I sat cross-legged on the bed, eating pizza. It was so realistic that it was jarring for a second. Man, my hair looked frizzy as I took a big bite of Hawaiian pizza. I smoothed my hair with my hand, hoping I didn't really look like that. Nim shrugged.
Might help.
Worth a try,
Levi said. Jacob opened the door and stepped out. He held himself very still, as if he were listening intently. He turned around.
I think she went down to greet our old friend.
Good, Danny said. The six of us quickly followed Danny down the hall to an elevator at the end of the hall. She pulled open a fancy silver gate, rolling her eyes.
Dad and his flair for the dramatic. He got this from a condemned movie theater.
It's a nice touch,
Riker said.
Really makes me feel like I'm descending into hell. But, you know, rich person, fancy hell.
The six of us loaded onto the elevator, so close that I found myself pinned between Riker and Nimshi, barely able to breathe between their hard bodies. I inhaled their cologne and that boy scent they each had, something special to each of them, an intermingled scent of summer grass and sawdust and dark coffee and cinnamon. Sorry, Nim whispered into my ear. His voice was low and husky.
You don't have to be sorry.
It's crowded, I said. And then I felt the hardness rubbing against me even through his jeans.
Really?
I demanded.
We might die tonight.
That just makes it worse, he said. I tried to shift slightly away from him, but it made me rub my ass against his hips. Nimshi bit down on his lower lip. I was making things worse. Riker stared over my head into Nim's eyes.
Watch yourself.
Don't be a hypocrite, I said, because I could feel him as he pressed against me protectively. Good grief, what is wrong with you guys?
You,
Riker said bluntly.
Isn't the adrenaline a distraction?
Riker shook his head.
For once,
Nim said.
I agree with my big brother.
Don't,
Riker warned him. The elevator lumbered to a stop. The doors opened, and the six of us tumbled out into a sleek, teak-lined corridor. A wooden door blocked our way, with a touchpad next to it. Jacob held his hand out as if he were feeling for magic around us. Then he knelt in front of the keypad, and Riker handed him the duffel bag he'd carried in for him. Levi knelt next to him, too. Jacob said,
This would be easier if I could have just asked them for the combination.
I thought you hated using your powers, I said.
I'd make an exception for them,
Jacob said.
They gave me the creeps.
Finally, someone sees through them, Danny said. They're so nice with strangers. As Jacob, Levi, and Riker opened the panel beneath the alarm system and hooked up their spoofer, a small blue unit, to the wires, I asked, What did they do to you, anyway?
You mean before they stole my soul?
Nimshi paced, his arms crossed over his chest, glancing toward the elevator. Yeah, even before that. You wanted to run away for a reason, didn't you?
I ran away to find Wendy,
he said.
I always wanted to know where I came from.
Did you know about... I indicated his three brothers, currently gathered around the alarm panel, breaking in to save his soul. He shook his head. There was a fleeting expression of regret on his face before it turned back to his usual smug insolence.
I guess Wendy didn't want me corrupting her 3 sweet, innocent boys.
Tell her about our dog, Danny said.
She doesn't want to hear about the dog,
Nimshi said.
No sad dog stories.
Riker shook his head.
They make Levi cry. Shut up!
Levi slugged Riker in the arm. Riker rocked slightly on his heels, bumping Jacob, who was working on the wires for the door. Jacob shot them a look that was pure, irritated big brother. Riker and Levi exchanged a glance full of amusement. See, my parents didn't want a dog, but Nimshi was obsessed, Danny said. One day, there was this dog outside that was running loose, and it got hit by a car right in front of our house. We heard the brakes screeching, and then this dog screamed. It sounded like a person. Just so scared. My parents weren't home yet.
Neither of us could drive yet,
Nimshi said.
But we borrowed one of the cars in the garage. I wrapped the dog in a towel.
It kept trying to bite me, Danny said.
That dog always liked me best,
Nim said.
Good taste. So we drove into town, to the vet. Danny had stolen one of Mom's credit cards long before that.
For emergencies, Danny said.
Like Godiva chocolates, concert tickets, and veterinary expenses,
Nim added. The two of them were smiling at each other, loosening up as they told this old story.
We had to leave the dog overnight at the vet's,
Nim said.
But that was good, because it gave us time to strategize. Our parents were not dog people.
They're not good people, Danny said. Good people like dogs.
Well, good people may not necessarily like dogs,
Nim said.
But I'll tell you what they don't do. They don't let you keep your dog after all, let you name it Patty, and put a doghouse in the back and get all attached.
And then, Danny finished, when a local witch who deals in exotic drugs, which our parents run into New England as their primary business, double-crosses them, good people do not stuff that witch's soul and personality into your beloved dog.
Patty was never the same,
Nim said.
It took us a while to figure it out. When we found that witch's shit in a bin in the pool house, because Dad hadn't had the chance to get rid of it yet. And while we were trying to figure out how to reverse their spell, they let the dog out.
I find it highly suspicious, Danny said. That poor Patty got hit by a car for a second time.
I think it was Mom,
Nim said.
I think Mom ran over Patty.
Dad's always the charming one, Danny said. Mom is the one who gets things done.
Well, that is chilling, I said.
They always liked Nim better, Danny mused, because of his raw power.
They don't like me much now,
Nim said.
Take heart. You get to be the favored child.
Because I'm the only child.
Details. We're in,
Jacob said, standing up. The door in front of us slid smoothly to one side. In front of us was a long room that looked almost like an office, with expensive executive furniture and art against the walls.
One of you stay out here and watch the elevator,
Jacob ordered.
Let us know if we've got company. Got it,
Levi said. The rest of us headed into the next room. There was a vault in one corner, and Jacob headed straight for it. He knelt, unslinging the duffel bag from his broad shoulder, and began to root through his tools.
I can see why you like him,
Nim said.
He's handy.
Yeah, that's why I like him, I said absently. I was staring at whatever looked like a web made of metal and cable across a satellite receiver, big enough to hold a man if somehow some giant spider affixed him there. I've seen one of these before. I racked my brain, trying to remember. And then the memory bloomed, my chest tight with panic, the taste of acid in the back of my throat, the boys' swords bright in the dark of the asylum. A captured ghost had screamed from the web, racked with agony. We have to burn this place down.
The asylum,
Riker said.
Ghost web.
Danny shivered. Is there a ghost in there now?
No,
Riker said.
It's not on. You'd be able to tell if there was a ghost trapped in there. Screaming, writhing, general agony. I'm not surprised they have one. They love all kinds of supernatural tech.
Nim glanced at Danny.
Any idea who they might have trapped here? Or who they might be planning to trap?
She shook her head. Nim stopped at a long table against one wall of the room. It was stacked with bills. He flipped through a bundle and stashed it inside his jacket.
Allowance money.
You should take 2. They've stiffed you for a while, Danny said.
So should you,
Nim said.
You have to come with us tonight.
Of course I am, she said. You don't think you're getting rid of me that easily, do you?
Are you a witch?
Riker examined an enormous shield on the wall, a beaten metal shield that looked like it had survived the Dark Ages. I'm a good witch, she said. More or less.
More or less,
Riker repeated. I could be useful, she told Riker. She turned to Nimshi, and there was an edge of desperation in her voice. You are going to take me with you, right? What do you think they're going to do to me?
We're not going to leave you in danger,
Nim promised her.
Of course we're taking you with us,
Riker said gruffly, putting a hand up to stop Danny's spiral.
We'll figure out what to do with both of you down the road, but no one's going to abandon you.
You said that like you've thought about it, Danny accused him.
Sorry,
Riker said.
Our kind doesn't usually trust your kind, but I'm trying.
Levi said.
They've got a final blade over here.
I joined Levi. He stood examining a display of swords. There were 5 swords hanging up in a wooden rack, and although they were all different, a heavy broadsword, a delicately carved samurai sword, a long dagger, there was none I could identify at a glance as magical.
This one.
Levi tapped the hilt of a plain, leather-handled sword. Its blade was narrow and gleaming.
A final sword is made from first metal, from when the world was born, and blessed by an angel and a demon. It's a rarity.
And why does it have that terrifying name? I asked.
A final blade can kill a demon or an angel.
Levi glanced over his shoulder at Nimshi, who joined us, his hands in his pockets.
Or an immortal.
Welp, Nimshi said.
I think we should probably just bring that with us. I don't think my parents should be trusted with nail clippers. Forget a final blade.
We're in, Jacob said. He frowned, rubbing his hand across his neck as the vault door clicked open.
Something just bit me.
Oh my God, Danny said. She turned to face Nim, who looked back at her in terror. They did it. They actually used the spiders.
Excuse me?
Jacob asked.
I thought it was just talk,
Nim said.
They were obsessed with these spiders. Mantle spiders. They live in hell.
Nim was at Jacob's side in a few quick strides. Jacob froze, holding very still, as Nim pulled his collar down in the back. I stifled a scream at the sight of an enormous red and orange spider. Its long, translucent legs were spread across the back of Jacob's neck, its hooked legs sinking into his skin and raising red marks.
Just don't panic,
Nim said.
I'll save panic for if it turns out we don't have a plan,
Jacob said through gritted teeth.
Well, do we have a plan?
Danny bit down on her lower lip. It might be time to panic, she said. I saw something red and orange running across the floor toward me, and I took a quick step back involuntarily. Riker grabbed my shoulders, steadying me. As the spider reached us, he stomped on it.
They don't bite demons,
Nim said.
Hold on.
He ripped the spider off Jacob's neck. Jacob hissed in pain.
I'll take care of the spiders,
Nim said.
They're tormenting spiders. They don't actually kill you. They just cause pain.
Just, Levi repeated.
They're very good at it,
Jacob groused.
Can you fix him?
Nim asked, jerking his head at Jacob. I've been trying since I met him, I said. I wrapped my arms around Jacob, trying to ignore the creepy feeling that kept running up my spine as I imagined phantom legs crawling over my skin.
Always a smart ass.
Jacob caught me around my waist. He kissed me like he drew strength from me, his eyelashes fluttering closed. His face was pale, the lines around his mouth etched tightly, as if he were in agony. I rested my hand on his cheek, feeling our tongues intertwine, feeling the spark of energy and warmth in my chest that flowed through our bodies to heal him. I pulled away, kissing his lips quickly one more time after I broke off our deep kiss. I took his shoulders in my hands and turned him hard, pushing him away from me. I pushed down his collar, exposing dozens of angry red bites, each one glittering with painful venom left beaded across his skin. Keep them off me, please, I begged as I pulled the collar down lower to kiss Jacob's bare shoulder. His skin healed as my fingers and lips traced their way over his skin. Jacob shivered, as if the venom had done something to him, but then the last bite healed over. I rubbed my thumb over the place where it had just been. It seemed as if my power to heal them kept getting stronger with time. With time. Or with love. But I wasn't about to say all that cheesy stuff, especially not here.
"Someone get my soul's little box, please," Nim said as he scooped a spider off Riker's jeans. "I'll take care of our spider friends."
"This feels too easy,"
Riker said. Nimshi winced, shaking the spider off his fingers, and then stomped on it.
"You only say that because you haven't been stung yet. I guess I've got one thing on this earth convinced that I'm human after all."
"Here," I held my hand out to him. Nim let me take his hand in his, looking at me curiously. I pressed a quick kiss to his stung fingers. Then an impulse overcame me. I kissed his fingertips again before drawing them into my mouth, swirling my tongue around the spot where the bite had been. Nim groaned, the sound full of frustrated desire. His green eyes were intent on my face.
"All right, that was worth it."
Purely pragmatic, I squeezed my hand in his before I dropped it. "You should be all better now." Just then, there was a faint hiss from the sprinklers up above. I looked up to see faint puffs of pink smoke beginning to curl into the room, and I breathed a familiar scent, like apple pie. "Jacob," I said, knowing he would recognize it too.
"Gas,"
Jacob said urgently. Everyone clapped their sleeves off their mouths as Jacob grabbed me, shoving me toward the doors. I was already turning to run for them. Levi looked over his shoulder back at us, his eyes widening, just as the doors rumbled to life, about to slam shut, sealing us in. I reversed direction fast, afraid I'd be crushed between the doors, my feet sliding on the slick floor. The doors closed hard between us.
"Levi,"
Riker bellowed. Something had come after us. Whatever it was, the company, the witches, both. Levi would face it alone. Nimshi lunged for the vault, as if he were afraid he'd lose his chance to get his hands on his soul. He turned back to us and held a crystal box aloft. It seemed to shine from within. Even with his elbow pressed over his mouth and nose, I could see the relief in his eyes. Riker pushed a table over to the sprinkler, jumping on top of it. He yanked his shirt off over his head and wrapped the shirt around the head. He coughed and swayed for a second, trying to catch his balance. Jacob was already throwing himself across the room to the other sprinkler, shrugging off his leather jacket as he went. He pulled his shirt off in one fluid motion, jumping on top of the leather couch and wrapping the shirt around the sprinkler.
"That won't hold it for long,"
Nimshi said. He put the box inside his jacket.
"We have to get out of here."
"I'm open to ideas,"
Jacob growled. Riker jumped off the top of the table and took a clumsy step he never would have normally, almost falling. Jacob caught his shoulder to steady him. He squeezed Riker's shoulder before he released, giving him a nod, as if he were promising everything would be all right.
"They know we're here,"
Nim said.
"Can you use your gift? Get them to let us walk out?"
Jacob frowned, concentrating, but shook his head.
"I can't get close enough to their minds. They aren't near yet."
Jacob grabbed his bag and carried it to the door.
"I don't know if Levi's able to help us from his side. I might be able to cut our way out of here, but it'll take time."
"Great,"
Nim said.
"At least it's some kind of a plan."
A ceiling tile suddenly dropped out of the ceiling. We all stared at it, perplexed, except for Jacob, who lit his welding torch with a hiss and went to work with total focus. Hundreds of spiders rained down out of the ceiling. I screamed.
"Not great,"
Nim amended.
"We're going to move with a sense of urgency. Okay, Jake?"
40.
"They need to pick one,"
I said in exasperation.
"Either gassing us like Turner did or dropping terrifying spiders on us. They're just going to let the spiders crawl all over our unconscious bodies?"
Riker swept me up abruptly, cradling me against his broad chest. He danced with me across the floor, stomping on angry, swarming spiders. I put my hands on his broad shoulders, unsure if I should push him away or climb up higher. "Gallant," I told him, pushing away from his broad chest.
"But as terrified as I am, I think we need all feet on stomping duty." "They don't sting you once you've passed out,"
Nim said.
They actually revive you then, so that the cycle can continue once the victim recovers, usually in about an hour, to avoid causing permanent nerve damage. We all stared at him, and he said, "Listen, admiring dinner conversation about hell's little oddities was a part of my life growing up, okay? I didn't invent the damn spiders. Don't look at me like that."
"Any way we can play dead?" I asked.
"I might be able to trick them," Nimshi said. "I'm not sure. It usually takes a certain amount of intelligence to be susceptible to lies. But maybe." "I can make you sleep," Jacob said without looking away from his welding. Riker threw his head back in exasperation. "Fine, do me. I'm the most dispensable right now." "I love hearing those words," Nimshi said. Riker set me down on my own feet and took a step back. He took a deep breath, as if he were steeling himself, and then he lay back on the wood floor. The spiders swarmed over him. Riker set his teeth, groaning, just as Jacob said, "Sleep." Nimshi passed his hand through the air with the same dramatic flourish I'd seen so many times in the demon's case.
"Do you need the sparkle motion hands to make the magic work?" I asked him.
Then I realized there was a spider on my shoe, so I focused on kicking and stomping. It was no time to be glib. "Yeah, I do," Nimshi said. The last few spiders stung Riker. They left blue venom across the exposed skin of his broad, gleaming chest. Then the spiders scattered, running off his body. "Lie down and trust me," Nim ordered Danny and me. Wow, that's not how I want to hear those words. I could already imagine their tiny barbed feet brushing over my skin, their fangs sinking into my flesh. Riker sat up with a gasp. He shook his head, as if he were clearing away cobwebs. "Okay, I'm okay." Nim nodded at me impatiently. I huffed and forced myself down onto the floor. The wood was hard and cold against my spine and head, and I crossed my arms over my chest, trying to make myself stay still. "Sleep," Jacob said. "Think of anything but feathery legs whispering over your skin, of fangs so close to breaking the surface of your skin. Think of the heat of a Virginia summer day, condensation beating on the outside of your mason jar of sweet tea, lights strung up over the deck." I gritted my teeth against the pain. "Go to sleep, Alice," Jacob commanded. I shook my head. Sleep wasn't coming. I wanted it desperately, as I felt the softest brush over my skin like a feather. I closed my hands into fists, forcing myself to stay still with every bit of will I had in my body. The first bite stung. Despite myself, my leg jerked, and I raised my head to look down. But I couldn't see the spider that had crawled into my jeans, even though I knew it was there, its long legs wrapped around my ankle, its fangs in my skin. I bit down hard on my lip and made myself put my head down. A spider crawled through my hair and across my face. From the corner of my eye, I could see its red translucent front legs wave. My hands balled into fists. Stay still. Mind over matter. I felt legs soft on my right arm, and then on my left, as the spiders crawled over me. Despite my best intentions to be totally still, I heard myself make a soft, desperate noise in my throat, even though my lips didn't move. "Don't you ever fucking listen to me?" Jacob asked, kneeling next to me. He batted away the spider on my cheek, then rested his hand in my hair. "Go to sleep, princess." I felt sleep yawn open in front, like a chasm I could fall into, away from the spiders. And then I felt the sting of a bite on my arm. My eyes snapped open wide. No, go to sleep. I squeezed my eyes shut again, blocking out Jacob's handsome, worried face. Once the second spider bit me, they began to swarm me. Long, fragile legs almost felt like a tickle, and then they bit, and savage pain tore through my skin. There were so many of them that my whole body was on fire. My stomach squeezed with nausea as my muscles contracted in agony. I couldn't hold still anymore. I rolled onto my side, my legs pulling up into my stomach. "It's working," Nim told me, although his voice seemed so distant. "They're moving on, even though you didn't sleep. Guess I can even charm spiders." "I'm so happy for you," Riker said dryly. The bites I felt next were cold,
A chill swept through my body. Then I felt Riker gathering me up, lifting me easily off the floor. He kissed my forehead.
"You all right, Firestarter?"
I swallowed back the thick spit in my mouth from being so nauseous. The pain was fading fast now, replaced with an itchy sense all over. "Getting better?" I cocked my head at him. "Why do you like to hold me so much?" His lips quirked up.
"Why do you like to get yourself in trouble so much?"
The spiders still swarmed around the room, but they seemed to ignore us, now that we had been stung into unconsciousness. "Let's hope we do have some time before they try to start the cycle again," Danny said. "I don't know how well we really remember a dinner conversation 3 years ago."
"Almost there,"
Jacob said.
"I'm surprised we didn't have any of these in the case,"
Nimshi mused.
"I could have really used just a half a dozen of these."
I stared at him.
"Sorry," he said. "Professional curiosity."
"I don't know what you're going to do with yourself if we all survive this," I said.
"Ready to move,"
Jacob said warningly. The 4 of us moved close to him, ready to go through the door.
"Look out,"
Jacob yelled, even though Levi probably couldn't hear us from the other side of the door. He got up, bracing his hands on either side of the door, and kicked it in. The door slammed into the chamber we'd entered. The elevator doors were open on the other side. Between us and the doors, though, stood Mr. Joseph, Stephen, and Cindy. Cindy had a gun to Levi's head.
"Sleep,"
Jacob said, stretching his hand out to them. Mr. Joseph turned his head, patting his ear, showing us something. Earplugs. Nim stepped in front of us.
"Let them go,"
Stephen sighed.
"You have been such a disappointment, son. Even without a soul, you are just so sentimental."
41.
"What are you doing here?"
Cindy demanded. Her eyes fell on her daughter.
"I can't believe you betrayed us."
"I can't believe you betrayed my brother," Danny said. "Just because Nim wanted to know where he came from? You let hell rip his soul away."
"We didn't let hell do anything,"
she corrected.
"It was my idea."
"Your brother's always been so weak,"
Stephen said.
"We thought maybe without his soul, he'd find his courage."
"The courage to kill? To be like you?"
Nimshi demanded. He balled his hands into fists as he took one step towards Stephen and stopped. He clearly wanted to run at his father, but his eyes flickered to the gun pressed to Levi's temple.
"I never wanted to be anything like you. Hedron was a better father, and he was a demon."
"Oh, Hedron,"
Stephen said.
"Hedron never loved you, but he knew he had to make you love him, to act like the father you wanted."
"You're a goddamn liar,"
Nim said.
"And you're so goddamn human,"
Stephen said.
"You embarrass me."
Minions. They were minions. But not Nimshi's minions.
"I, for one, am so delighted that you're here,"
Mr. Joseph said.
"What a stroke of good luck. We had just traced back some hacking activity and pinpointed the location. I was about to send my men there. I assumed you were up to something. But you've saved someone a good deal of trouble."
I forced myself to keep my eyes on his face and my expression neutral. Ash, Mom, Olivia. They were safe for now. And we would fight our way out. We had before. That was what I was trying to tell myself anyway. My eyes locked on Levi's. His eyes were wide, his nostrils flaring with the tension of the gun pressed to his temple. He looked back at me. Those deep blue eyes stared into mine. I saw him try to steel himself. His lips turned up in the faintest smile, and he winked at me. The tension was still there in how he held himself, and in the fear in his eyes, but he was always brave, and I would be too.
"Well, we seem to be at an impasse,"
Mr. Joseph said. Stephen gestured to Danny.
"Danny, come here, honey."
"Dad, please let them go," she said.
"Just come here," he said. "No one's going to get hurt today. I promise you, sweetie."
Danny crossed to him, uncertainly. Nim reached after her, but he was too late. Cindy jammed the pistol even harder against Levi's head, locking eyes with Nim, and he stopped. Stephen beckoned Danny to him. It looked as if he were reaching out an arm to wrap around her shoulders, to hug her into his side and comfort her. Instead, Stephen grabbed her, planting her in front of his body. Suddenly, there was a gun in his hand, and it was pointed at Danny's head.
"I know you're not as fond of her as you boys are of each other," Stephen said. "She's really never anyone's favorite, but we would like to keep the 5 of you alive, so I hope you'll take her as a gesture of our sincerity."
"Don't hurt her,"
Nim said.
"Ah, there we go," Stephen smiled. "That's my pussy of a son, living down to my expectations. All right. Anyone else? What do you want?"
Riker demanded gruffly.
"We want you to go into the far. There's 5 of you now."
"Great."
Nimshi's tone was wary.
"I need my soul to go into the far."
"Yes, your soul. Give it to me."
Mr. Joseph held out his hand. Nimshi froze. His hand seemed to linger over his jacket, where the box was concealed in an inner pocket.
"You're going to do what we want,"
Mr. Joseph promised, his voice low.
"Because you want to save your sister and the rest of these fools. But first, I'm going to put your soul back in your body. You get what you want. I get what I want."
"And what is it that you want?" I demanded.
"You're not asking questions here, Ellie," Stephen said. "Do it, Nimshi. I'll kill her."
"She's your bargaining chip."
Nimshi drew the box from his pocket.
"I don't think you're going to kill her that easily. This will be nothing but a bloodbath in seconds, and you know it."
Levi held a hand out.
"Let's all settle down. You want something from the far? Maybe we can get you what you want."
"Turn around. Back into my office," Stephen said. "You wanted to break in? Get your fill of the room."
I took a slow step back, feeling my way over the broken-down door which rocked under my feet, and then stepped back onto the solid teak floor. I felt my heel crunch over one of those hell spiders. Funny how now the hell spiders didn't seem like the worst part of my day anymore.
"Turn around and keep going."
Stephen dragged Danny along. She walked awkwardly, like her knees were frozen. I tried to nod at her encouragingly, but she stared back at me with wide, panicked eyes. I turned around and we all walked back through the office, past the vault door that stood open.
"Open sesame,"
Stephen said. The wall at the back of the room slid open. Inside, there were slick, gray walls. I tasted acid in the back of my throat. A demon's case. 42. "What do you want from us?" I demanded. I could feel the cold seeping up through the floor, even though I was wearing shoes this time.
"Go into the far,"
Mr. Joseph said.
"Show us that you can do it. Find my wife. Ask her to come back with you."
"Great," I said. "Can we have Nim's soul, please?"
"You don't need it to go into the far."
Mr. Joseph tossed the box in the air and caught it again in his palm.
"I was kidding. If you're good boys and girls, you can have it back."
"What about Danny?"
Nim demanded, moving forward as the doors began to close. Stephen shrugged.
"I think she's definitely grounded."
Cindy started to say something. While she was distracted, Danny dropped to the floor. Danny swept her mother's legs out from underneath her. As Cindy fell, the gun went off. Danny was already up on her feet, scrambling for the elevator. I lost sight of her as the doors began to close between us. A gunshot rang out. The doors slammed closed. We were suddenly plunged into deep silence. Nimshi hammered on the wall in exasperation.
"God damn it!"
"They didn't," Jacob assured him. "It would make no sense to kill her. They're just trying to get in your head."
Nimshi turned, resting with his head on the slick gray wall. His chest heaved with emotion.
Right. What's the plan again? How are we going to kill them?"
"For now, it might be easier to humor them,"
Riker said.
"We can call in."
He trailed off and then swore.
"Reinforcements? But we don't have any of those, because hunters are assholes,"
Levi said.
"I never thought we'd agree,"
Nimshi said.
"How do you feel being on the wrong side of one of these?"
Jacob asked, his voice low and harsh. There was sweat beaded faintly along his hairline, but other than that, he seemed to be holding it together.
"I think the decor could use some work."
Nimshi shivered despite himself.
"You really think she's okay?"
I really do, Jacob said. They're evil, not stupid. We'll get a chance to help her.
Nim nodded. The relief he felt was palpable. I sure hoped Jacob was right.
How are they going to know?
Riker paced around the room, looking up.
How are they going to tell if we go into the far or not? They must be watching us somehow.
There! Levi reached out and smacked Riker's shoulder, then gestured up to a camera, as thin as a snake's head, in one corner of the room. I flipped the camera the bird. Jacob raised his eyebrows. I know, I'm immature. We've covered this before, I said. I'm 18. Cut me some slack.
I was surprised it was just one.
Jacob flipped 2 middle fingers at the camera.
There. Do you feel better now?
Not really.
Let's get down to work, he said. We can talk freely in the far. They can't follow us.
I've got an idea, Nimshi said, about getting into the far. A few minutes later, we all shivered on the cold tile floor. I laid in the center, with the boys forming a square around me. I spread my arms out so we could all touch, our bodies a geometric shape on the floor. The only other time I'd seen anyone lie like this, it was Roxy in the video, the only other Lilith I'd known of, right before I saw her chest slashed open by some thing in the far. Okay, Ellis, not what you need to focus on right now. Think of happier things, like punching a sword through Mr. Joseph's chest. Nimshi's hand lifted away from mine as he made his big, flashy gesture toward the ceiling of the room. We all stared up at one unified vision of the far, although it was Nimshi's strange vision. Are those monkeys in those trees? I asked, squinting. Are they having sex?
I was trying to keep it light, Nimshi said. Let's walk forward together. Under these disturbing shaking trees, Jacob said. God, we're going to talk this over first next time, Nim.
The 5 of us walked into the woods for real. Above us, branches shook, and leaves drifted down around us. A faint breeze stirred around us, rustling my hair back from my face. Riker's hand brushed against mine.
You okay?
I don't know how to answer that like a badass. This is not my best day.
You don't have to be a badass,
he reminded me.
Plain old Ellis Lanton has never let us down before.
I quirked an eyebrow at him. If you feel that way, why do you need to rescue me from spiders?
Why do you need me to not?
He bumped his shoulder against mine.
You know who you are. You know you're the leader of our little crew. No matter how much we fight over who's in charge and who's the best and...
It's always me, Jacob said. No need to fight.
We never fight about that, Levi said. And it's never you.
He's right about one thing, though, Jacob said.
We have faith in you, and you should know by now to trust us. I'd feel better about this if we had weapons.
Levi pushed through the woods ahead of us, moving quickly and lightly on his feet. Details, I said. We've got our wits, and we've got each other. The 5 of us emerged through the woods into a long green field. The field stretched away into the distance, but it was broken by a winding road.
Right or left,
Levi said.
Which way do you think we'll find a ghost?
Right, a warm voice said behind us. I spun on my heels. The ghost in front of us added, Behind you. In the shade of the woods, we could barely see her. And then she stepped forward, a woman with long blonde hair, her hand resting on her flat belly. I'm the one you're looking for, she said. Elaine Joseph.
Well, this feels too easy,
Riker muttered. You're working for my husband. Jacob snorted. Yes, I said, taking a step forward in front of the boys before they could scare her away. Would you go back with us? He's been looking for you. Tell him it's time to let go, she said.
People don't seem to be very good at that,
Jacob muttered, and I wasn't sure I appreciated his implications. He has a second life now, she said, and so do I. How are you staying here in the far? I asked. Don't you want to go to heaven? Heaven is overrated. She rubbed her hand across her belly, even though her dress clung to her narrow waist. Jacob asked, brusquely, Weren't you pregnant?
Jesus.
Riker grabbed his shoulder and tugged him back, but Jacob was intent on her.
Sorry,
Jacob said, without a hint of apology.
but something here is off."
She smiled faintly. "Surely my husband gave you some way of forcing me back." "No," I said. "We aren't here to hurt you. I know some people get in the far and they want to stay here, for some reason." The sky was suddenly full of clouds. I looked up, wondering how I'd missed the gathering storm. The air smelled of sulfur. The woman in front of me was skeletal, gray, and angry. "Now," she said fervently. She grabbed my wrist with her hand. I screamed as her bony fingers latched around mine. I shoved her away hard, throwing her away from me. The sky folded down to meet the ground, carrying us away with it. "What's going on?" I screamed. Nimshi grabbed me, holding me tight. "They're pulling us back." It hurt, like we were being squeezed and then pulled, wrung out. The entire area seemed to fold in around us like the universe was made of origami paper. Levi ground out from behind gritted teeth.
"He's pulling the ghost, too."
And then it felt as if we slammed back against the gray tile floor, even though we'd never really left. I scrambled to my feet, yanking my aching ankle out from underneath a fallen tree. Brown branches sprawled across the demon's case. We'd dragged part of the far back with us.
"Now!"
Mr. Joseph yelled. I turned to see the ghost web, lit up with bright white lights. The ghost flickered in and out of existence. She snarled at him.
"Let me go."
"You're the one who haunted me," he said.
"You murdered me," she said. "You murdered our child. I'll never leave you, darling."
"That's why I'm stopping you." He gestured to Stephen, who stood behind him. The light of the web seemed to shoot out toward our ghost, who screamed.
"Now!"
She screamed again. I didn't like Mr. Joseph, and I didn't like the sound of that much either. The ghost held her arms out to Mr. Joseph, almost imploringly. Then her arms began to twist and stretch toward the light as it wrapped around her, drawing her into the web. But then other ghosts rose from the fallen trees that had come with us, rushing to Mr. Joseph and Stephen.
"Run!"
Riker shouted over his shoulder, never one to miss an opportunity. He grabbed my hand, and together we dashed for the door. Cindy stepped out from the shadows near the elevator. The semi-automatic rifle in her shoulder drew my attention.
"You're not going anywhere,"
she said.
"Forget those fools. You're still mine."
"Why?" I demanded. "What do you want with us?"
"There's great power in the far," she told me. "We won't need these demons anymore if we can connect to the power in the far."
Behind her, the elevator rattled to life, called by someone on another floor. "But for now," she said, smiling as if she had expected that, "I certainly do appreciate them." 43. The elevator doors opened. Behind Danny's mother stood a hulking man, most of his head shaved except for a ponytail. Nimshi grinned.
"Belial, I never thought you'd come."
"Shit," Jacob said. I turned, trying to understand what Nimshi was saying, but he was already stepping forward, his hand held placatingly toward his mother, who still held the gun.
"Shall I save them? What's left?"
Belial asked. His eyes were intent behind us. We all turned, following his gaze. The office had been destroyed. The priceless artifacts and art that had hung on the walls had been shattered on the floor during the struggle. As we watched, the ghosts piled on Mr. Joseph and Stephen, a writhing gray mess. Their legs kicked under the mound of poltergeists as they were devoured alive. Belial said,
"I did want to keep the one with the funny technology."
"Be my guest," Cindy said. Belial strode past us and reached out to grab a leg. He hauled out Stephen, or what was left of him. The skin off one side of his face had been torn away, and his arm was in shreds. Stephen gibbered frantically, a wet sound that was loud and incomprehensible. Belial picked him up by the shoulders.
"Does anyone need this one?"
"I don't," Cindy said. Belial shrugged with one shoulder and tossed him back to the snarling ghosts. He grabbed an ankle, the bare skin between the hem of expensive suit pants and a fancy leather shoe, and hauled out Mr. Joseph. Belial threw him over his shoulder as if he didn't weigh anything, and then returned to his place beside Cindy. He turned and faced us, his face cool and indifferent to the man sobbing aloud over his shoulders.
"So that was a trick," Nimshi said. "The ghost wanted to come back with us all along. She just didn't trust us."
Riker looked back at him, his jaw working angrily.
"Wonder why?"
"Don't worry, my mother and I weren't working together." Nimshi's eyes were cold and dark. "She's always been a bitch. Says the boy who just watched his father die without a trace of emotion," she says. "Dad would have been proud," Nim agreed. "Anyway, I already watched one father die before, and that's the one I intend to bring back. Right, Belial?"
"Right,"
Belial said.
"He works for me,"
Cindy warned Nimshi.
"Sure,"
Nim said easily. He nodded to Belial. Cindy turned on Belial with the gun, but it was too late. As she turned, Belial suddenly punched upward, driving a dagger through the bottom of her jaw. She hung for a second on the blade, her expression surprised, and then she fell off. Blood sprayed across the room. Belial shifted slightly, since Mr. Joseph's shattered leg had flopped across his chest. He looked at the bloody blade and then walked past us to the display of swords. Riker and Levi glanced at each other, wide-eyed.
"Messy," Nimshi said. "This is my inheritance, Belial. Try to keep the bloodshed to a minimum."
"Sorry,"
Belial said.
"At least it's not carpet."
"At least it's not carpet."
Nim stepped over his father's body to clap Belial on the shoulder.
"I love this guy."
"You betrayed us,"
Riker said.
"You always saw this coming."
Nimshi leveled a finger gun at him.
"You should be happy. You get to tell Ellis you were right all along."
"Do you want me to kill them?"
Belial asked.
"No."
Nimshi's voice was muffled as he searched across the room, looking for God knew what. Nimshi's back was to us, and I felt Riker shift. But Riker hesitated, the hulking demon with a sword in his hand, while we were unarmed, made for bad odds.
"Not now. We need them."
Nimshi stepped into the door of the demon's case, glanced around, and turned back to us.
"That one?"
Belial looked hard at Jacob.
"No, you may not eat him,"
Nimshi said.
"Come on, keep up. We have plans for them."
He waved his arm, gesturing us back to the demon's case.
"Back in you go."
Reluctantly, the four of us retreated through the wreckage of the room, past the terrible feasting ghosts, who ignored us except to look up and hiss, warning us off their food. Nimshi stopped with his hand on the door when we were all in the demon's case.
"Please don't feel too badly that I was always a step or 6 ahead of you."
He winked.
"I never actually had a soul."
"What?" I demanded. He blew me an air kiss just before the doors closed between us. 44. I stared at the sleek gray wall in front of my eyes. My mind was a blur as I tried to make sense of what had just happened.
"Mr. Joseph was always trying to bring his wife back just to capture her,"
Levi mused out loud.
"because she was haunting him.
All those resources, all that time they kept us imprisoned, just because he's a psychopath,"
Riker said. He slapped the gray wall in frustration.
"So, our little brother, speaking of psychopaths, we always knew it was a possibility,"
Jacob said.
"We took the gamble on him."
"No."
My voice came out strong, no matter how I felt. The adrenaline was flooding out of my body now, leaving my legs weak and aching. I leaned against the wall and then slid down it. I did. I took the gamble for all of us. I thought of everything I'd said in Nim's defense. I felt so stupid now. I put my hands over my face, afraid that I was going to cry. Except, I couldn't cry. I was supposed to get back on my feet, help the boys come up with a plan, beat the odds yet again. I could feel the warmth of one of the guys standing over me, and then he knelt in front of me. Jacob pulled my hands away from my face. His golden eyes were intent on mine. I had expected him to be angry. After all, Jacob had intense feelings about being trapped in a demon's case. I had seen the tick beginning in his cheekbone, the one that gave him away when his face was impassive, the way his chest expanded with quick breaths.
"Don't," he told me. "You took a chance on every one of us. You stuck with Riker and Levi through, oh my God, That embarrassing ring exchange. Thanks, Levi said. Let's definitely relive that during what could be our last moments. And me. Jacob tucked a strand of hair back behind my ear, his touch gentle on my cheek. Even though I'm a grumpy asshole, you kept taking chances on me. I tried to smile at him, although his face was blurry through the haze of my tears. You're all good guys. Let's not go too far, Jacob said. We're all a little off. We're addicted to killing the things that go bump in the night. You're all desperately in need of therapy. That time I really did smile, for real. Levi sank to the floor beside me, his broad shoulder against mine. He's right. Sometimes you take a gamble and you lose. It doesn't mean you were wrong to roll the dice. Levi's warmth against my shoulder made me feel better, and so did Jacob's knuckles resting against my cheek, his eyes still serious on mine. This isn't your fault, Riker said gruffly. He held his hand out to me. Get up. We'll figure it out together. I ran my hands through my hair, pushing it back from my face. He was right, but it was still hard to get up off the floor. I should have listened to him. I should have listened to the grumpy assholes instead of being so damn naive. I'd believed I knew these boys better than heaven and hell and earth knew them. Jacob stood and offered his hand to me, too. I took one of their hands in each of mine. They hauled me back up easily to my feet. Levi got up and went to the fallen tree. He took a branch in his hand and kicked at the base of the stick, wrenching it away from the trunk. That camera's annoying me. Then he froze. Take a look at this. I took a step forward as he bent and picked up a bag. Our duffel bag. Someone, he said, hid our tools in here for us. Jake, can we burn our way out of here? It'll take some time. Jacob was already jumping over the downed tree, reaching for the bag. But where magic fails us, blowtorches might just work. I paced anxiously while Jacob went to work. Sparks flew, and I could tell his hands were shaking even from here. Jacob and blowtorches did not have a good record in a demon's case, but he still worked steadily. Levi joined Riker in searching through the bag. Someone had thrown our swords and handguns into the bag, too, and I cocked my head to one side. I wondered if it could have been Nimshi. I racked my brain for a minute when we'd all been distracted. After all, he had hung back before he finally stepped out and betrayed us to Belial, but I didn't want to speak the thought out loud. It felt so naive and hopeful to think he might have tried to plan our escape at the same time as he double-crossed us. You think he was just trying to save Danny? Riker asked Levi, his voice low. I don't know, Levi said. His voice was grim. Why did he make up all that shit about needing to steal back his soul? He talked us into coming into this house. We could have just taken Danny from school. True, Riker said. Maybe our charming personalities won him over once he was already headed down this road. There are some definite holes in that theory, Jacob said, like the fact that none of us are particularly charming. Don't be ridiculous, I said. You're all adorable. I was glad I was managing to be quippy, despite the ache in my heart. I felt so torn. I wanted to believe Nimshi had tried not to hurt us. And I didn't want to be fooled again. We'll have to ask him, Levi said. There are too many ways this all could have happened. If he was coerced, if he did this for fun, I wouldn't put either past him. Riker nodded and stood, throwing his sword harness over his shoulders. Let's just do our best not to kill him. I cocked my head at him. What? Until we get some answers, Riker said. I'm curious. Jacob's hand suddenly slipped, and the blowtorch slammed into the floor. He jumped back, cursing, avoiding the steady blue spray of flame. He picked up the torch carefully and flicked it off. Then he slammed his shoulder hard into the door. The door clicked open, and he almost stumbled into the next room. Jacob checked that it was clear outside, and then held a hand out to all of us, beckoning us out first. Let's move. The four of us headed out of the room. Levi handed Jacob his 9mm. Jacob checked the magazine and safety, and then tucked it into the small of his back, in the waistband of his jeans. Then he took his sword, drawing it out of the sheath. I drew my sword smoothly. Let's go find our little brother, Riker said, his voice grim.
45. We made our way cautiously toward the elevator. The ghosts were swarming over the walls, half a dozen shifting stains crossing the ceiling and walls like drifting stingrays. Levi held a finger to his lips. Together, we tried to make our way carefully across the room without drawing their attention. We didn't need another fight, not right now. Levi began to step over Stephen's body and then stopped. Watching the ghosts shifting above him, he slowly knelt. His hands searched blindly over Stephen's jacket. His shirt. He must be looking for the glass box that held Nimshi's soul, even though it was supposed to be nothing. Then he pulled the box out. It was small, barely bigger than a ring box, made of crystal. It glowed faintly, as if it was lit from within. When I looked at it, it was hard to believe it wasn't something supernatural. But maybe it was some dark magic that Nimshi had wanted for his own reasons. There was a lot of magic in the world, and a lot of it was unpleasant. Or maybe Nimshi had wanted his soul all along. Maybe Belial didn't know his soul had been taken. Levi slipped the box into the outside pocket of his jacket and jerked his head to the door. The four of us continued picking our way across the wreckage of the floor, trying to be soundless. I lifted my foot high to step over the twisted metal that had once been a suit of armor. Behind me, there was the crunch of priceless pottery being ground into the teak floor. I looked back. Riker froze with his teeth gritted. His eyes flickered to the ghosts, who hung from the ceiling. The ghosts screamed. Riker cursed as the ghosts dove at us.
Fine, you want to fight? We're always up for a fight.
Levi pushed me behind him as a ghost plunged toward us. Its face was frozen in a scream, the thing gray and evil. As it grabbed at Levi instead, I realized that its hands had formed into twisted, gray claws. Levi slashed at it, rending a gash through its gray mist, but the first half of the thing tumbled over his shoulder. I stabbed it and flung it away, off my sword blade. The last half of the ghost was sucked up to the ceiling, its scream trailing off as it fell away to gray smoke. "That's another thing that worries me about you boys," I said. "As long as we're on the subject."
"We're not."
Levi nodded behind me just before he spun to face another ghost. A gray thing ran at me, and I dropped low to avoid it. As it passed over me, its leathery gray skin just brushed against mine, and I felt a shiver of acute disgust. I drove the blade up into its belly, and the gray mist burst out of it, covering me in a faint slime. "Oh my God!" I shook it off my sword, and the mist finally drifted to the ceiling, where it seemed to burn through, leaving ashy gray marks behind it. "I just got slimed! Oh my God!"
"What were you saying about not being a badass?"
Jacob asked me. A ghost slammed into him just then. Jacob sat down on the ground hard as the ghost turned and whipped up to the ceiling, preparing for another run at him. He threw his sword, catching the ghost in the chest. The ghost fell to pieces around the metal. Jacob was up on his feet and grabbing for the hilt as soon as the sword rang out against the teak floor. I hid a smile as he tried to look nonchalant, sword in hand, as if he hadn't just been knocked on his ass by a ghost.
"Remember the time you screamed like a little girl because that mummy kissed you?"
Levi said.
"Because I do."
Riker slammed his sword through the last ghost, and it fell apart too.
"It wasn't a kiss,"
Jacob said with dignity.
"It was trying to suck out my soul." "It looked like a kiss."
Levi's laughing eyes met mine, and he mimed around his lips.
"That mummy slipped him some tongue." "It was a literal mummy," Jacob said. "You don't see those every day. You try keeping your cool when the mummy tries to suction your soul through its gaping maw."
"Do you guys ever stop talking?" We all looked toward the new voice. Danny stood in the doorway, swaying as if she were weak on her feet. She started to fall into the room, and Levi, who was closest, leaped to catch her. He caught her easily, sweeping her off her feet and holding her against his chest. "I have to tell you," she said, and then she passed out. Levi looked down at her head hanging back, her long hair dangling, and said,
"This is less helpful than we might have hoped for. Good thing you've got all those muscles."
Riker patted his shoulder as he walked past.
"The one thing Nimshi didn't lie about was when he said you're built like a moose."
"Thanks," Levi said dryly. We made our way into the foyer. There was nothing beyond the metal grate that blocked the elevator shaft. We'd have to recall the elevator to go up, potentially alerting our enemies that we were free.
There has to be another way up,
Jacob said. He pulled open the gate and looked up at the elevator shaft.
I don't think they got this place approved by the fire marshal,
Riker said. As the guys worked on our way out, I heard a faint keening sound in the corner, and I found myself drawn to the ghost web. Silver strands of magic ran through the center of the web, and the shreds of the ghost of Elaine Joseph hung from it. So he had captured her. I stopped in front of the web, trying to get her eyes to meet mine, but that skeletal face was distorted in a mask of agony. Her teeth were gritted, her lips pulled back in a grimace. Her eyes moved rapidly, as if she were trapped in a nightmare. I never worked for your husband, I told her. He hunted us, too. But I didn't think she could hear me through her pain. I gave up. The most important thing was to help her, because she had been innocent.
That's a good idea,
Jacob asked me as I followed the cord to the outlet to shut down the web. Yep, I said. He shrugged with one shoulder and flipped his sword to the ready, held easily in one hand.
All right.
I yanked the plug. The web flickered out of existence. The ghost's eyes met mine, just for a second. Then there was a shiver of gray mist, and she was gone. Levi shifted Danny in his arms, then gave up and slung her over his shoulder, her head dangling in the small of his back.
We've got to get her medical attention. I don't think doctors are going to fix what's wrong with her.
Jacob took her head in his hands, his expression thoughtful.
I think she was magic roofied.
But it didn't act as fast as when... I trailed off. I didn't need to remind everyone that Nimshi had magic roofied me, given that I'd still been determined to see the best in him. Jacob shook his head.
I've got a lot of questions, but until we can get answers, let's move.
Riker stuck his head into the elevator shaft and then moved to the elevator panel next to the door.
Let's jam the elevator. Take the ladder up.
The ladder, Levi repeated. He wiggled his broad shoulders slightly, as if he were gauging Danny's weight and thinking about the climb. Even though it gave me a tingly feeling to put my head in the path of an elevator, I stepped into the elevator shaft and looked up. A metal ladder clung to one side of the wall.
We need the element of surprise,
Riker said to Levi.
You can do it. I have faith in you.
I have faith in you to be an asshole, Levi said, without rancor. Riker ripped the cover off the elevator panel. Jacob stepped up next to him, rapidly looking through wires, before he yanked a few of them out determinedly. I've got a great feeling about this, I said.
Good,
Jacob said. I think we already covered how much we should trust my judgment, I added. There was a grinding sound above us. I jumped back, expecting to see the elevator grinding to life, but it didn't move. Instead, it was the gate rattling open, a story above us. Zuriel leaned into the elevator shaft. His face was as handsome and impassive as ever.
What are you children doing?
He asked. That's an excellent question, I muttered.
Are you here to kill us or help us?
Jacob asked.
Is the demon with you?
He betrayed us, Jacob said flatly.
Then I'm here to help you,
Zuriel said. 46. Zuriel slid down the ladder, his movements so quick and smooth that it almost seemed as if he could fly, and held his arms out to Levi.
I'll take the girl,
he said. Levi glanced up at the ladder, as if he felt the need to prove himself now. Riker punched his arm, giving him a meaningful look. Let's keep the scary angel occupied. Levi nodded and shifted Danny over his shoulder.
Thanks. No problem. Angels are accustomed to carrying humans.
Zuriel cradled the girl in his arms as if she weighed nothing to him. I still had so many questions.
I mean that both literally and figuratively,
the angel said to me, moving the ladder. Great. I wiggled my shoulders, trying to loosen them up despite the way my spine itched about climbing this ladder. The elevator was stopped 2 stories above me, but I still felt it press down on me like a low ceiling. I couldn't shake a bad feeling about this. Riker clapped my shoulder with one hand.
You still scared of heights?
I wasn't even thinking about that, I said evenly. but now I am. Thank you.
You'll be fine, he promised me. I'll go after you in case you need help.
No, I said. Part of my terror of heights is the fear of taking someone else down with me. I'll go last. Riker shook his head.
I don't like it.
I glanced at the base of the ladder. Zuriel was halfway up, and Jacob was just stepping onto the bottom rung. I took Riker's hard-jawed, beard-stubbled face in my hands. You are very sweet, with the attempts to save me from the spiders and from my own fears. And for not saying I told you so.
Well, let's not count on that yet.
Riker crinkled his nose at me.
I'm saving it for a time when we aren't in lethal danger.
But I can climb on my own, I finished, ignoring him. Of course, he still planned to say I told you so. I knew Riker better than that. Humor me.
Okay.
He leaned in, kissing my forehead quickly. Then he stepped back, sheathing his sword so his hands would be free to climb. I could tell it was hard for him, but as Levi started up the ladder, Riker began to climb after him. I stared up as Zuriel reached the top and stepped onto solid ground, slinging Danny to the floor. The ladder above me seemed to stretch terrifyingly high, with the guys seeming to grow smaller as they climbed. I blew out a deep breath. Riker turned to look at me over his shoulder, hanging with one hand on the ladder in a way that made my heart stop. He was just trying to check on me, but it was phenomenally unhelpful. I sighed and started to climb. The metal rungs bit into my hands. As I climbed higher, fixedly looking in front of me at the shiny metal wall and not up or down, I could almost feel gravity pulling me down. The metal rungs felt slick under the toes of my boots. Why ladders? I hated ladders. Stairs were the best invention. They were wide enough for your entire foot. They were so far superior to ladders. When I was almost to the top, I heard a creak above me. I looked up to see the guys' faces, looking down at me as Riker threw his leg over the edge of the shaft and was safely on solid ground. Above them, the elevator was rocking back and forth. "Hurry!" the boys hissed at me, gesturing frantically for me to hurry up. I started to climb faster. My palms were sweating, making my hands slick on the rungs. The elevator swung on its cables slowly, back and forth, and I knew it was unstable. I had to hurry. My foot slipped on the rung, and I was moving so fast that I almost lost my grip entirely. I clung to the bars, holding myself tight against them, trying to breathe even though my adrenaline had just spiked. "Come on," I heard Riker's low, desperate voice urging me up. I started to climb again. I was so close. I climbed fast, frantically, my fingers barely wrapping around one biting metal rung before I grabbed the next. There was a sound, like the pop of a balloon, but 100 times louder. The elevator sank above me, dangling at an angle. There was only one cable holding it now. In a flash, Zuriel slid beside me, grabbing me around the waist. I screamed as the two of us began to slide, but he reversed rapidly, pulling me up with him. Just as the elevator broke free and plummeted toward us, I thought we were going to be crushed. Then he shoved me into Jacob's arms. I stumbled. The floor was solid beneath me, but my knees were weak. The elevator plunged past us. Zuriel disappeared beneath it. Jacob held me tight with one arm.
"I'm sure he made it,"
Levi said.
"He's fast. Faster than me."
Jacob nodded. His eyes were troubled, and that tick was back in his cheek, but he said nothing. He took my hand in his, drawing his sword again.
"Let's get out of here, get back to the house, and regroup. Sounds like a plan."
Levi moved quickly to the door, and for the first time, I realized we were in a hallway between the kitchen and the back door. From here, I could see through the windows at the rear of the house to the sparkling water and lights of the pool house. We headed quickly through the empty hallway to the front door. The boys automatically formed up around me, the way they always did. Riker took the lead, and Levi and Jacob spread out to either side and a step behind, ready to close ranks behind me. There had been 4 of them around me just once, the way it was supposed to be, when we walked out of the demon's case, after Nimshi killed a demon to protect me. There would never be all 4 of them around me again. Not that I needed a protective guard. They couldn't help themselves. We reached the door of the house. Riker peeled away from our formation to look through the windows to one side.
The Lexus is still there. And, oh, goddamn our luck.
What is it?
Joseph apparently wanted to make this a party.
I joined him at the window. Men in dark coats that lied that they were FBI swarmed at the outskirts of the property. Levi shifted Danny carefully off his shoulder, laying her on a couch against an inner wall.
Okay, well, we aren't making it out that way.
Riker ran his hand through his hair.
All right. We can figure this out.
Is Parrish out there? I squinted out the window, and Riker pulled me down beside him, the two of us kneeling so that no one might glimpse movement inside the house. If Mr. Joseph is out of commission, maybe she would call off the goons.
She's either in on it from the beginning, or she's never been able to call off the goons.
Riker reminded me. Behind us, Danny said drowsily, "Where did Nim go?"
Back to hell, hopefully,
Levi said, his voice bitter. I followed Levi's gaze. There was movement on the side of the house. I craned my head, expecting to see company men coming around to breach the house. But it was Belial and Nimshi hailing the company men.
"Hey,"
Nimshi called.
"I've got what you want in here. Let's end this peacefully." "I'm going to kill him,"
Riker muttered.
"Forget my curiosity."
47.
"Let's see what's in the garage,"
Riker said. He gripped my arm hard in his urgency.
"You and my brothers make a run for it while I cover you."
"I'm not leaving you," I said.
"This is one of those times when I am going to be bossy,"
he told me.
"And I'm not sorry."
"Look," Levi jerked his jaw at the front door as Nimshi ran up the porch steps. Levi shifted his sword in his grip, holding it at the ready. His forearm was corded with muscle and veins, the only sign of his stress as he prepared for yet another fight. I could hear Nim's voice, a whisper under the noise and fear in my own mind.
"Trust me."
"Give me a reason to," I thought. The front door slammed open. There stood Nim and Belial. Belial grinned at us insolently, his eyes gleaming even brighter than his shiny, bald head. He clearly thought he'd won. Nim sauntered in ahead of him. Those bright green eyes flashed to each of us in turn, demanding our attention. I couldn't believe that just a few hours ago I'd kissed him hard up against the side of a haunted house.
"Listen, I know you're not keen on returning to captivity."
Nim held a hand out to us, as if he were imploring us to listen.
"But it does get you out of here alive. Alive to fight another day." "Except for that one."
Belial nodded at Jacob.
"You can't hand them over everything they need to go into the FAR."
"We were planning to keep you for ourselves," Nim confided, "but the company is able to offer us something we want more."
"And the bonus is..."
Belial's voice was awfully bright and cheerful, in contrast with the hulking, terrifying body he occupied.
"We can pretend Jacob didn't survive to hand him over."
Nim finished the thought. Belial nodded, grinning, and stepped confidently towards Jacob. Riker and Levi moved to intercept, their swords raised. Jacob stepped in towards Belial, whipping his sword up, ready for the fight. His face had a curious kind of light, as if he were eager to kill Belial for a second time.
"Stop,"
Nimshi barked, throwing up an arm to block Belial.
"You wanted me to prove that I was still on your side?"
"I took a chance on you," Belial said.
"Because we're old friends."
Nimshi turned to the rest of us and explained brightly.
"We were the only demon kids around for a long time, until Jacob killed my bestie here."
"That's great," Riker said.
"The two of you can be buddies in hell."
"Neither of us are going back," Belial said.
"We have a chance to stay, and you boys are our ticket."
"Sure you want to kill this one, then?" Nim asked. Nimshi was behind Jacob. The knife he held to Jacob's side held a faint glow. For a second, I was thrown by the magic illuminating it now, in Nimshi's hands, and then I recognized the plain leather hilt. I had seen this sword hanging in the rack. The final blade. How the hell had Nimshi gotten the jump on Jacob? "Nimshi," I said, "don't do this. Please."
"I owe him this,"
Belial said, a glint in his eye. Nimshi drove the blade into Jacob's side without preamble. Jacob's eyes met mine. He winked. Then, those beautiful golden eyes widened in fear and panic. It was all so quick that I didn't even have time to scream. 1 second, Jacob was tall and sure and bright-eyed. The next, he crumpled. Nimshi twisted the knife in his side, and Jacob's blood flowed out, soaking his jeans dark. Nimshi held him around the waist, letting him slump forward, and then he let go. Jacob fell to his knees and then sprawled across the tile floor. A trickle of blood spread from beneath him. It quickly widened into a puddle. Riker and Levi jumped forward to attack Nimshi, but somehow Nim somersaulted beneath their blades and was back on his feet. Nimshi grabbed me hard around my waist, a second before I even saw him behind me. He moved too quickly, even quicker than Levi, which shouldn't have been possible. I felt cold metal against my naked throat. I raised my chin involuntarily, my skin shrinking from the blade. Nimshi's arm was tight around me, holding me against his hard-muscled body, and I felt bile at the back of my throat in my terror. "Drop the swords," Nimshi said to Riker and Levi. "I don't want anyone to get hurt." It was too late for that. I couldn't stop looking at Jacob's body, slumped on the floor. My Jacob, with his broad tattooed arms curled in that dark puddle. I flashed back to Jacob in the demon's case, struggling for his life, slipping in his own blood. Riker and Levi exchanged a look, a mix of fury and estimated chances. Then Levi cursed, bending to lay his sword down on the ground.
"Kick it over here,"
Belial said, gesturing.
"I'm going to find you,"
Riker promised Nimshi as he set his own sword on the floor. He put his foot on the hilt and kicked it over to Belial. "Here's what's going to happen next," Nimshi said. His voice low and close to my ear made the hair on my neck rise. I wanted desperately to shove him away from me. Nimshi went on. "You're going to surrender to the company, because you want to keep this sweet girl company. I'm taking her out to them now. You're going to get the chance to live a little longer. You should thank me for your miserable lives." Belial shook his head faintly, as if in disbelief, although there was a cool smile on his face.
"I wasn't sure you had it in you, Nimshi. Killing your own brother."
"They were never my brothers," Nimshi said. "They were never going to be." "Nimshi," I pleaded in my mind, hoping he would hear me. But I didn't know what to say after that. There was nothing that could undo what had just happened. When Ash died, I had been shell-shocked by time itself. A minute changes the course of life itself. An hour passes, and then a day, and then more days. But that minute haunts you. You'll always be on the wrong side. I desperately wanted to claw my way back in time. Belial started to turn towards the door, and then swiveled on his heel, as if he had forgotten something.
"I checked Stephen's body, but it wasn't there. One of you took Nimshi's soul."
"No such thing," Nimshi said. "Just a story my father made up. He always had a flair for the dramatic."
"No,"
Belial said certainly. Belial suddenly lunged at Levi, pinning him against the wall. Belial slammed him against the wall, and Levi grunted. Levi's eyes flickered to me, to the bloody knife at my throat, and he put his own arms back against the wall. He let Belial search inside his jacket. Riker shouted, moving to shake Belial off his brother. Levi made a warning sound, his eyes going to me. Riker stopped and turned. Those deep green eyes met mine. He took a step back and a deep breath, although his face was full of murder.
"Relax."
Belial had grabbed the soul box from Levi's inner pocket, and now he made a show of smoothing Levi's jacket and then tousling his hair. Levi stared at him with eyes full of rage, but he stayed motionless. Belial stepped back.
"You all know at this point that Nimshi doesn't need this back. He's so good at being bad."
"Thanks," Nimshi said. He made the smallest involuntary motion forward, and I felt his knee against mine before he stopped. His body was tense, and his arm tightened even more painfully across my waist. Belial smashed the crystal box on the ground. I stared in shock at the wisps of golden light that curled up from the shards of the box and then disappeared, dissipating like mist. Then I looked up to see Belial watching Nimshi's face, gauging whether he cared or not. Nimshi shrugged. The tension I'd felt in his body wasn't in his voice. He spoke lightly. "Rude, Belial. It was my little curiosity. Souls are fascinating things."
"But you don't care,"
Belial said. "You are right," Nimshi said. "I'm just too good at trickery to waste my talents being good." 48. "Sorry for the trouble, sweetheart," Nimshi said to me. "You know I would never hold a knife on you unless I had to save your life right now." "You killed Jacob." The knife against my throat was still wet with Jacob's blood. It trickled down my neck, down my chest into the front of my tank top. The feel of that dark liquid slowly sliding down my breast made my chest heave in rage and panic. "There's nothing for you to say to me."
"Maybe don't piss off the guy with the knife,"
Belial told me. "I actually like her spirit." Nimshi took a step back, dragging me with him. He jerked his jaw at Levi. "You, be a useful moose and carry your brother's body." Levi stared back at him, his deep blue eyes full of fury. But the boys were unarmed now, their weapons on the floor. Belial kicked them away down the hall. Levi knelt and dragged Jacob's bloodied body over his shoulders. "Nim?" Danny stared around the room, her eyes wide and confused. In the chaos, none of us had noticed her as she woke and stood from the couch. As much of a badass as she was, her fists dangled at her side. "What's going on?" "We're finally getting out of here, sis," Nim said. "You and me, together." "What happened?" She rubbed her head as if it was clouded. Her eyes were still glassy and unfocused. "Mom hurt you, but I'm going to make it all better." Nimshi smiled encouragingly at his sister. "She's dead, by the way." Danny nodded, expressionless.
"Enough talk,"
Belial roared.
"We have to get them into Joseph's car."
"Right." Nim jerked his head at the door. "Everyone out. Danny, you're coming with me." Danny walked ahead of us out the door. When I stepped onto the porch, everything felt eerie. The lush green lawn spread out in front of me, far in the distance. I could see the glint of metal barrels. I remembered the vision in the far, the men with the assassin's rifle and the machine gun. I found them, in the grass, lying near the fence where I had expected them to be. My men would die here if I didn't save them. I shivered, because I could feel a dozen guns sighted in on me, and I knew that one wrong move would riddle all our bodies with bullets. A black paddy wagon drove up the driveway and stopped in front of the house. "There's your ride home," Nimshi said. His arm was tight around me as he shoved me to the edge of the porch. "Watch your step on the stairs." "Fuck you," I said. "You really can't come up with a good quip right now, can you?" Nimshi grinned, his lips near my ear. "You know, I've thought a lot about life without my soul. How I'll go out in a blaze of glory, if I ever have to go out." "Yeah? What's the deal you made?" When I spoke, I felt my throat press against the cold blade of his knife. "What was worth selling us all out?" "I would have sold you out for free," he promised me, grinning at Belial, who passed us to pull open the van door. "But the company has willing bodies for us to transfer demons into. I'll be more than forgiven. I'll be a god among demons."
"You can bring Hedron back,"
Belial said. "Dad'll be so proud," Nimshi said. He turned his lips into my hair, his breath a whisper across my neck. "Sorry, sweetheart." He pushed me away from him, so hard he knocked me off my feet. I stumbled into the back of the van. Nimshi had the final blade out as soon as his arms were free of me. "Go on," he told Riker and Levi. "Some guardian angels you are for this poor girl, huh?" Levi climbed in beside me, lowering Jacob down onto a fabric seat. He rested a hand on my shoulder, but his furious eyes met mine, and he didn't speak. There was nothing to say. Riker started to climb into the van, but stopped and turned back.
"I'll find you,"
Riker promised Nimshi. "And if you do, you'll regret it," Nimshi promised him. Belial laughed and slugged Riker with the hilt of his sword, punching him hard across his jaw. Riker fell into the bottom of the van. Nimshi swept his legs up, pushing them into the van. For just a second, those brilliant green eyes met mine. He winked, the gesture quick and mischievous. The door slammed shut on us. "Take them home," Nimshi yelled at the driver. The driver nodded and turned his head over his shoulder to look at us through the metal grill separating the cab from the back of the van. He wore a black baseball cap and an ugly grin. I drew a shocked breath before my brain caught up. Beefy. It was Beefy, the evil guard from the asylum. The dead guard from the asylum.
"We're going to have some good times,"
Beefy told us. The van pulled forward. Through what I could see of the windshield, we were headed to the gates at the end of the driveway. I turned back to Riker and Levi. Riker rubbed his bruised jaw. Blood trickled from one corner of his mouth. Levi's hand rested on Jacob's shoulder. Jacob's limp arm sprawled off the seat, his wrist with his cuff and bracelet dragging across the floor. Beefy slammed on the brakes hard. I lurched, and Levi reached out to steady me. Riker sat forward, his deep green eyes cool.
"I'm going to kill that demon."
"Which one?" Levi leaned over Jacob, checking for his pulse, even though his fingers slipped in Jacob's blood. Jacob's glassy eyes stared up at the ceiling, unseeing. Levi bent his head over his brother's body, as if he realized Jacob was gone. But then he pinched Jacob's nose, took a breath, and breathed in for him. He folded his hands on Jacob's sternum and began to pump, trying to get his heart to beat for him.
"Both."
Riker's eyes were on Levi, but they were full of anger. He knew that Levi's attempt at CPR was futile.
"All. Every last one of them."
The passenger door swung open. Mr. Joseph joined Beefy in the cab. He looked back at us, holding a bloody napkin to his cheek. He lisped when he spoke, as if the ghosts had torn away part of his face.
"We meet again," he said. "And you animals are in captivity, as you should be."
"The lisp really ruins the monologue," I told him. "You aren't scary, little man."
"A little man with a lot of mercenaries,"
Mr. Joseph reminded me.
"Back in the cage with you."
"Why?" I demanded. "You got what you wanted. Your murdered wife won't haunt you anymore."
"That is nice," he admitted. "She got in my way when she realized what I was really working on. There's so much power in the far, and you three will unleash it for me. The dead will become weapons."
Levi shook his head, his jaw set.
"Well, we'll see."
Mr. Joseph nodded to Beefy.
"Your bodies are disposable to me. I brought this lug back after all. When you watch me take this girl of yours apart, piece by bloody piece, I think you'll find you're willing to negotiate."
49. There was a thump across the hood of the car. We all looked up as Zuriel slammed Nimshi into the metal. Their bodies deeply dented the engine block. The car shuddered and died. Suddenly, without the engine, the world was quiet except for the angel and half-demons scrambling across the metal, trading furious blows. Beefy tried the ignition, but the engine stuttered and stalled. He and Mr. Joseph exchanged a look of horror. Then Beefy reached for his gun.
"You killed my son!"
Zuriel screamed. Belial jumped on Zuriel. The two demons fought the angel in the front yard as the company scattered, avoiding being casualties of the chaos. Riker lunged, trying to open the door, but the latch wouldn't open in his hands.
"I know the tactical thing would be to let our enemies tear each other apart, but I want to help the angel."
"I'm not sure he's our enemy," I said. "Not now."
"That was pretty touching, actually."
Jacob shoved Levi's hands away, sitting up.
"Christ, man, that hurts."
We all stared at him, perplexed, as he sat up. Then Riker fell on his knees, hugging Jacob, who looked surprised and a bit horrified. Levi hugged him too, throwing one arm around him, and held his other arm out to welcome me in. What sounded like lightning and thunder boomed in the front yard, as war raged between heaven and hell, as we hugged, grateful to have Jacob still alive.
"Get off me,"
Jacob said, waving us off.
"Come on, that's enough. Let's go kill some company men and get our manhood back."
"We thought you were dead." I poked him in the chest, hard. "What the hell just happened?" He tilted his head back, revealing a tattoo overlaying the runes on his chest. Nimshi's mark, the same kind that Nim had put on me.
"He hit me with it when he turned on us, back in the demon's case,"
Jacob said.
"I didn't realize what it was at first, not until he came in at the end, telling me to play along. Belial didn't trust him. He was never going to let us all walk out of here alive. And there was no way past the company without—"
Levi glanced towards the front of the car. Jacob scrambled to his feet.
"It's touching that my father's all worked up, but we have to stop him before he kills Nimshi."
"He used his power," I said, thinking back to all the visions we'd seen in the demon's case. Nimshi had shown us hundreds of nightmares, of Jacob being tortured as a kid, of my sister dying.
"Yeah, he played us,"
Jacob said.
"to save us. More than once."
Riker stared at Jacob and Levi, his face icy. Jacob clapped his shoulder.
"You're having a hard time processing this, aren't you?"
"Yep." Riker still seemed furious.
"Well, let's save his ass now. We'll talk it out later,"
Jacob said.
"We've got to get out of the car first,"
Riker said.
"Get rid of the angel,"
Mr. Joseph snapped at Beefy. Beefy nodded, as if he agreed, without actually doing anything. Mr. Joseph opened his mouth to scold him. Beefy's fist suddenly shot out, and he cold-cocked Mr. Joseph across his open mouth. Mr. Joseph fell against the window, and then his head slowly drifted forward to rest against the airbag. Beefy had knocked him out.
"What the hell's going on?"
Riker asked aloud. Beefy turned to look at us.
"Parrish made some changes in my programming when they brought me back this time."
He threw open his car door. Zuriel and Nimshi wrestled across the hood. I saw the faint glow of the final blade in Nimshi's hand as the two of them struggled for the one weapon that could strike a killing blow. "If Nimshi's stabbed with the final blade," I trailed off.
"Then he'll go to hell,"
Riker said grimly. The van door rattled back on its hinges. Beefy threw the bag with our swords at our feet.
"Program and change or not,"
he said.
"I hope you die out there."
50. Jacob bent, grabbing the hilt of his sword and pulling it from the sheath. He grabbed a second sword from the bag and threw it over his shoulder.
"Honestly, you guys really thought he could have gotten behind me like that? I'm hurt."
Riker and Levi grabbed their weapons and leaped from the car. I took my sword and followed them. In front of us, Zuriel threw Belial across the yard like he was a dog tossing a dead rat. Belial fell against the grass, a heap of mass and muscle, and did not move again. Nimshi took a step back as Zuriel turned on him. The final blade glowed in Zuriel's hands. Nimshi raised his hands as if in supplication, continuing to walk backwards toward us. "What the hell are you doing?" Nimshi demanded of his brothers, still fixed on the glowing eyes on the angel who was stalking him. "Take Ellis and get out." Jacob took a quick step alongside him. He flipped his sword in his hand, holding it lightly by the blade, and offered the hilt to Nimshi.
"We're not leaving you. That's not what brothers do."
"Christ," Nim said. "And here I thought you were the one who never said stupid things."
"No, he says stupid things all the time,"
Riker said. Levi joined Nim on the other side, his hand so tight on the hilt, his knuckles were white. Riker tried to nod me behind them, and I shook my head. Riker grabbed my hand with his free hand and pulled me into line with them, the five of us ready to spread out around the furious angel. "You're still thinking about killing me, aren't you?" Nimshi asked Riker.
"I think he's about 50-50,
Jacob said. Zuriel took a step toward us. His beautiful face was alight with rage.
"Jacob?"
"Hey, Father," Jacob said. "I'm not dead. Nimshi was tricking Belial to try and get us out of here."
"You and the demon are working together?"
Zuriel asked.
"Yes,"
Jacob said guardedly.
"I do not want to kill you, son."
But the angel turned into a ball of fire just then anyway. as he strode toward us, his long legs eating up the ground between us fast. I felt the hum in the hilt of the sword before it burst into flame. The 5 of us looked down at our swords in surprise for just a second before our gazes returned to the angry angel. Except for one gaze. Nimshi's arm was around my waist, his lips near my ear. I twisted to look at him. His bright green eyes were alight with mischief, and for a second, I thought he had another one of his diabolical plans.
"I know you hate hearing it," he said, "so I just wanted to tell you that I love you. Just once. You don't get to say it back to me."
Before I could ask him what the hell he was talking about, he took a step away from me.
"Blaze of glory,"
he reminded me. Then Nimshi ran for Zuriel, jumping past his brothers. His figure blurred, and then there were 6 Nimshis running for Zuriel. Even the angel was confused. He stopped, trying to focus on the right figure to attack.
"Don't,"
Jacob called, running forward to stop Nimshi.
"My life for theirs,"
the Nimshis said to Zuriel.
"You have no reason to hurt them if you've killed me."
The Nimshis shuddered and blurred together. There was just one Nimshi standing now in front of the massive angel. The angel didn't answer. He drove the final blade through Nimshi's chest. My breath stopped in my chest. I hoped it was yet another trick. The flame rushing over my sword's blade flickered, as if it might blow out, but the flames continued to lick over the steel. They were just quieter, more muted flames now. "Nimshi?" I reached for my tattoo with my free hand, touching it with my fingers. I didn't feel anything. I dared to take my eyes off Zuriel just long enough to look down. The mark was gone. Nimshi was gone. Zuriel pulled his sword out of Nimshi's chest. The boy crumpled to the grass. Behind him, the company men were running back into position, getting ready to take up battle. And then, suddenly, Zuriel froze. On either side of him stood another angel, with blazing swords in their hands and faces of flame.
"This is your battle, children of women,"
the angel on the left said, indicating the company men with a lazy smile.
"But he is not,"
said the angel on the right. Then, the 3 of them were gone. There was nothing in front of us but Nimshi's crumpled body and the company men, and before we could react, the first bullets pinged toward us. This was the place where my boys died if I didn't act. I could feel the sniper in the grass beyond, the machine gun watching us. Mr. Joseph staggered out of the van. Riker ducked low as he ran across the yard, closing the distance between him and Nimshi. He threw his brother over his shoulders and ran back as Levi returned fire, trying to give him some cover. I ran to Mr. Joseph, slamming him into the side of the van, which was between us and the sniper.
"You're going to call off your guns,"
I ground out between gritted teeth. He shook his bloodied, groggy head.
"Call them off, or I'll kill you now."
I pressed the tip of my sword into his lower abs, imagining where his internal organs were. One strike, and I could slide this blade into the soft mass of his stomach, through the bits he needed. Those cold eyes of his met mine, and then he turned his head, calling to his men in his rough, broken lisp.
"Hold your fire. Let them go."
A gray ghost slammed into his face, wrapping around him. He fell to his knees, and I jerked my blade away. He screamed and staggered with the ghost into the middle of the field, into the line of fire. He fell to his knees, wrestling with the ghost wrapped around his face and throat.
"Elith, help me!"
I let my blade fall, looking towards the company men. A few of them started towards us to help Mr. Joseph, and then hesitated. He struggled with the ghost, his chest heaving, as if his dead wife were suffocating the air from his lungs. I took a step back, looking for the boys, and then I turned and ran for the Lexus.
"I'm going." "I've got you,"
Jacob said. He pulled the gun from his waistband as the 2 of us sprinted for the Lexus. I could feel my lungs burning as I ran, trying to move faster than a bullet, but no one fired on us yet. Maybe Joseph's orders would hold, or maybe they were just confused. I got to the driver's side and threw myself in, slamming the door shut behind me. I knew the car wasn't really cover, and that bullets could still punch through the sides, and my hands shook as I fumbled for the keys under the driver's seat. My fingers wrapped around the key. I stuck it into the ignition, twisting it almost before I had the key seated. The Lexus's engine turned over smoothly. The car rumbled to life beneath me. I'd never been so grateful to a car. Jacob fired one last shot over the hood of the car and jumped into the passenger seat. I put the car into reverse, trying to get close to Riker and Levi and provide them some cover. Levi reached the car first, wrenching the door open, and Riker dumped in Nimshi. The boys piled into the back seat. I drove for the locked gates. The company men scattered. I winced when the bumper hit the gates with a scream of metal on metal. The gates burst open and then swung back toward us, looming large in the windshield. I yanked the wheel hard to the right, taking us down the smooth road that led out of the posh neighborhood. We were sure shaking this nice place up. I held my foot down on the gas pedal. The speedometer climbed steadily, the houses flying by.
"He's gone,"
Levi said, his fingers on Nimshi's pulse. I know. I couldn't make sense of anything that had happened yet. It was too much, too fast. I felt a lump in my chest, but the world was too fast and blurry for me to give way to tears now. Riker twisted in his seat to watch the company. They were scrambling to help Mr. Joseph. We were forgotten. And then we were gone, and they were left behind us.
"We'll see if the dogs are called off now that Joseph's dead,"
he said.
"Or if the company goes on without him."
Jacob swore.
"We left Danny behind. I didn't see her anywhere. She must have run,"
Levi said.
"She's got no enemies left,"
Riker said uncertainly.
"The company has no reason to hurt her. Her parents are dead. Belial might be dead. Or not."
"We'll find Belial,"
Levi said.
"We'll make sure he's done causing trouble, and we'll check on Danny."
Jacob passed his hand over Nimshi's face. Nim's bright green eyes stared up unseeingly at the ceiling, and then Jacob closed them.
"But first, we'll bury our brother."
51. We would bury Nimshi out by the treehouse, one of the places he had never been. I couldn't stop thinking about how these 4 boys could have grown up together in a different world. As we walked down the path out to the graves, I wished I had taken Nimshi's hand in mine and dragged him around to show him the house that I had fallen in love with. I wished I could spend more time with him. I should have at least shown him this whole house, the sprawling home at the edge of the forest, the lake. We should have walked through the place where he should have grown up. I should have kissed him on the bank of the lake where he had smashed his lute for me. I should have flirted with him in the library, surrounded by ancient books and his spicy scent. I remembered the way his eyes had flashed at me, and the way he had smiled, and it seemed impossible that he was wrapped up in one of his mother's quilts, nothing but an empty shell now. Jacob and Levi were carrying his body, wrapped in the quilt and suspended between them. Riker brought up the rear. For a second, I could imagine the 4 of them as boys instead. They might have been arguing as they walked down the path. Tall Jacob would argue Nim's side just to annoy a snub-nosed and fiery version of Riker. Levi would shake his head and ignore them all. My eyes blurred with tears, and the vision of the boys that I imagined blurred with reality for a second. Then they stopped ahead of me. Jacob and Levi knelt, laying their burden on the ground. What I imagined had never happened. Would Riker and Levi and Jacob be haunted by what they had lost? Levi's eyes were already dark when he talked about losing those years with Jacob. They had lost even more with Nimshi. I rubbed my hand over the names written in Sharpie on the treehouse. Jacob and Levi. And then, later, when Jacob had been forgotten as anything but an imaginary friend, and Riker had been old enough to toddle behind Levi to the woods, they had added, and Riker. There had never been a chance for Nim to write his name here, too. Riker and Levi dug out a place for Nimshi. They stripped off their t-shirts as they sweated under the sun that trickled through the leaves above. I held out my hand for the shovel when Riker stopped to wipe the sweat off his face. He shook his head.
"I've got this, Firestarter."
"Don't be gallant." I still held my hand out. I need my chance to say goodbye to him, too. Riker hesitated, but put the shovel into my hand. Behind me, I could hear Jacob and Levi's voices as murmurs, but couldn't make out their words. My ears seemed to hum with the quiet of the woods, an overwhelming silence, as if the world was too quiet without Nimshi. Jacob stepped into the grave behind me. I heard the soft clang of his shovel hitting the earth. I dug up the grave until my shoulders ached and my hands began to blister around the rough wooden handle of the shovel. Levi stepped in beside me while I was massaging my bleeding palms. His deep blue eyes were full of sadness, but he said nothing as he took the shovel from me. He dug out the last of the grave. Levi, for once, had nothing to say, and neither did I. I didn't know what to say about losing Nimshi. We had barely known him, and yet he had belonged here with us. I couldn't ask Levi if he was okay, because I knew he wasn't. I wasn't either. Nimshi was the youngest of the boys, and we were burying him down the trail from his mother, across from the pile of rocks that, in an alternate universe, was built over Jacob's body. It was just a twist of luck that Jacob had survived the demon's case. A twist of luck, and the same strong-willed determination that had made Nimshi an impossible force to reckon with, even though he had been equally impossible to pin down. Good? Evil? Something far more complicated than that. Riker and Jacob lowered Nimshi into the hole, and the four of us stood around him for a rough funeral.
Wait,
Riker said gruffly. He leaned into the pit to pull aside the blanket covering Nimshi's face, as if he thought it might be one last trick. My breath caught in my throat, hoping it was. Nimshi's face was still and handsome, his eyelashes resting on his pale face, as if he had just fallen asleep. Riker passed his hand over Nimshi's face. He lowered his head, his lips parting as if he were going to say something, but there was nothing to say. He stood and took a step back, his hands folded.
Goodbye, brother,
Levi said. He took the shovel and began to fill in the hole. I listened to the thunk of the shovel and watched the dirt spill over the blanket until Nim's form was covered completely. Then we began to place the rocks over the dirt, piling them up to make a permanent altar, like the boys had for their dog in this world, or for Jacob in another. What about his soul? My voice came out small, but in the quiet of the forest, everyone could hear me.
I don't know.
Jacob rested a hand on my shoulder.
I hope that maybe since his soul was freed, he found himself in the far, where he can choose for himself,
Riker said. He didn't want to go back to hell, I said. They'll torture him there. They were waiting for him.
It's like they won,
Levi said.
Unless we go get him,
Riker said. The rest of us looked at him quickly.
We're supposed to be able to walk into hell,
Levi said.
And I've always wanted to steal something back from the devil himself,
Jacob said. Riker's deep green eyes met mine.
What do you think, Ellis?
I think I'm in. I felt a flash of hope that bloomed energy through my exhausted body. You know I'll always try to drag you boys back out of trouble. Riker's fingers loosened on the rock he held, and then he let it drop to the ground. He turned and walked toward the house. Without looking back, he said,
Come on, let's go find our brother.
This concludes Dirty Angels by May Dawson. Narrated by Stephanie Rose. Copyright 2018 by May Dawson. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with May Dawson, care of Hirschman Rights Management, LLC, and was produced in the year 2018 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.